Okay. All right. I'm just removing a few people who have not checked in yet. We're going to have a little bit of a gap, but it's tough because some people just like forget to actually check in. So I can't tell who's actually here. We've been PMing people and they're all like, "Oh yeah, ready to go." And it's like, "Okay, got to remember to check in." But should be good otherwise. We'll have plenty to do. All right. Sounds good. We've got another caster, a Russian caster, who's going to be doing some of the other games while we go here, so should kind of get a little bit more exposure that way. I'm grabbing that right now. I'm going to PM you it. Yep. No, I can share. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, go for it.
Hola, YouTube skinks. HeirofCarthage here. And I've got Heylow with me. I'll let him say hi real quick.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
And welcome. Welcome to the Old World Olympics. This is not actually going to be my main deal here today. Heylow is the one who put all this together. I'm just kind of working to kind of kick this off and introduce him. So hopefully you all are excited. Oh, they could hear you talking earlier. I didn't think about that. That's funny. Yeah, so that was Heylow who was talking earlier. My mic was muted, but his sound coming through wasn't. So, yeah, my bad. That's Heylow. Heylow is going to be running some competitive events on my channel, and this is the first of those. This is a 64-player tournament. I'll actually kind of have Heylow. So what was the rules and thinking behind the tournament? Just let you introduce it real quick.
Okay, so for the Old World Olympics, we're going to have a 64-man bracket, and the format is going to be a best of one up until the end of round 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is all going to be a single game. People pre-select their factions, and they put it in with the description for their name in the tournament settings. And then semifinals and finals are going to be best of 3 and then best of 5, and there is going to be a third place match as well. The prizes are going to be divided between first, second, and third, with 275 being first place, 150 being second place, and then 75 being third place. So it should be really fun. The rules for the best of 3 and best of 5 are going to be alternating. So the top bracket player will pick a faction and ban 2 factions. And then the loser of the first game will be able to pick a faction and ban 2, or they have the option to counter pick if they want to give their opponent the first pick as well. So yeah, that's about the gist of it so far. Just getting everything finalized and set up on the back end, but we should be starting in just a minute here.
All right, man, I'm excited. And some people, just to help people understand why we're doing it this way, I love multiplayer in this game. I don't get to spend near as much time in it as I would like. So the whole idea here was I knew Heylow was involved in it and wanted to be able to have more of these on my channel. And the thought was, if I don't have time, I want someone who does. And so we're going to give it a shot and kind of see how it works. I do have to be out of here by noon my time, so that's roughly 3 hours. So it's quite possible that Heylow will be finishing the event solo, but it's his show anyway, and I'm excited to have him on here. So hopefully y'all are excited too.
All
Sounds
right.
sounds like
So,
player check-in is what we're waiting on right now.
yep. I'm just gonna finalize. If anyone was unable to get checked in, I apologize, but there's definitely plenty of time for it. So we're gonna get the ball rolling here, so we don't have to keep our wonderful viewers eagerly awaiting. All right. So it is set. The bracket is set as is, so whoever your opponent may be on the bracket, feel free to reach out. We have the link in Discord. You can find your opponents by sharing your Steam information in Air's Discord server under the Old World Olympics. Find an opponent section. So should be able to get the ball rolling here. So who do we want to start with? Oh man, there are so many good players in this tournament today.
Yes, there is.
Oh, that's gonna be fantastic.
I'm also excited about the newcomers. So I think it's kind of cool, like the mix of newcomers and veterans. It should make this very interesting.
Ooh. This looks like a fun one. Ceramus and Dov plays. Let's get them in here. It's going to be Coast versus Skaven. Really curious to see how that's going to play.
Ooh, man, it's gonna be like Napoleon Total War.
Yeah, I really want to see how that's going to go. I haven't gotten to see that matchup yet.
All right, thanks for everybody in chat who's confirming the sound balance. If at any time something seems off, let us know. Now we're on these screens, but I'm going to turn it off whenever we head into the battle so you all can see the entire battle screen.
All right, so I shot Dov plays a invitation. Just got to reach out, get a hold of Ceramus here.
Heylow sounds maybe a bit low compared to the game. Let me adjust it real quick. I had adjusted the Warhammer sound earlier. That's system sound. Hang on. I'll just adjust it over here. Hold on. Just, well, actually no, because that'll...
What did we name the server again?
It's Old World Olympics cast, and it should be. Get the sound down here.
All right, I've got the password. Sending it to Ceramus. Should be able to get him in here. All right. Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this. I played a quick battle the other day. It was my first one with Lizardmen against Coast, and the dynamic was very different. I went for a Salamander build, and I think my opponent was trying to kind of mind game me because they went for like a crab rush, and it was really fun. Salamanders they're kind of a niche unit, but they can be really good. Bring them in large amounts with a hunting pack.
Yeah, that AP missile damage is brutal, especially if someone gets in behind you with it.
Oh yeah, the Ancient Salamander, he provides the like a fire resistance debuff. So you bring one of those, and then you bring a couple of the hunting packs, and suddenly you're just doing some massive burst damage.
Yep. I had someone ask in chat, Heylow, they're saying, is this going to be a one-time thing or more of it? We're hoping there's going to be a lot of it. So that's kind of what we're testing out here today. And that's, again, the reason why I've brought Heylow in. He's got a little more time to devote to the multiplayer competitive scene than I do. So I'm hoping there'll be more of it. So
yeah, as far as I'm concerned, as long as you guys are enjoying this, I've got a little bit of like a mini roadmap that I'm working on right now for some tournaments. We'll probably be doing one every month or two. Depending on mine and Air's availability, but so far it's looking like we'll probably start off with like this large tournament that we did, and then switch into a smaller invitational, and maybe kind of alternate from there. Do like large open ones and small ones so that we can get all the games in. Have a little more of like a showcase tournament. But yeah, feel free to ask. Like if you guys want to see anything in particular. This is all on you guys. So like drop a comment after the stream, comment during it. We'll be looking at the text and everything like that. We'll be checking in with you guys. Just let us know what you think during, after.
Yep, open to suggestions. Heylow's over on my Discord a lot. He's got his own channels too, which I linked in the description, so y'all can see that. So lots of ways to get in touch if you have some ideas. Certainly something that we're hoping to build up into something that's exciting for everybody. Looks like we have the players in.
All right, he made it. Fantastic. So yeah, if any of the contestants are watching and your opponent is currently unavailable and you can't contact them, 15 minutes. If they don't reach out at all, feel free to either PM me or change the score, and that's going to be like a win for you because don't want to keep you guys waiting all day.
Trying to think what we should do maybe real quick. I guess one of the players is still getting their army ready. Do you want to talk through armies, or should we pull up the bracket real quick and kind of show people what we have?
Either or. We could talk through armies. I don't see it, but maybe it'll come up here. The old spectator lobby is a little bit goofy. I can tune in with the stream though because you can see it.
I wonder, should I get an army blocker up real quick?
I don't think Ceramus is gonna really be the kind of person you have to worry about. They're both really good players, so I will go by the honor rules here. I know Dov plays Ceramus, both really good dudes. Shouldn't be something to have to worry about.
Shetland Apache keeps asking me about it, so I don't know if I'm breaking some kind of tournament.
Most people use screen blockers. We'll probably make sure we do that going forward with, like, especially the semifinals and finals, just to be on the safe side.
I can go grab one real quick. Give me just a second.
Okay, because yeah, cash prizes will definitely be there.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna throw one on. Add image. Army blocker. Browse. Open. Okay. Let me just get it set up here.
All right, so contestants are looking like they're almost ready.
Let me get one more thing taken care of real quick. I got to make it where I can take that. Is that blocking sufficiently? Do we need to make it bigger? Like, if anybody's used to this kind of thing, tell me if I get it right. I guess I'm just used to, like, not worrying about if someone's screen sniping me. I guess I'm just used to it, like stream snipers. Whatever.
That should be fine. You should be able to just like cover it over the army section. Since spectator mode is here, it's nice because before you have to make sure you get the armies covered up too, because you can see what people were selecting. But they don't really have that anymore with this feature.
Thinking that should work. Got it pretty big there. Let me just change something on my OBS. I need to just add a thing to my broadcast real quick so I can pop that on and off real easy.
Okay.
Kind of on the fly, folks, so bear with us. We're getting started. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We're going to have some tournament action flying at you here real quick. Let's see. Source. Army. Blocker. Game scene. Source. Army blocker. And I'm going to test it out here.
All right.
Oh, yeah. We're in business. All right, looks like the players are ready.
All right, let's do it. Okay, and for any of the players that are currently here that may or may not have their games going on, if you check the challenge link, you'll find a couple other moderators. Wicked's on there, Shetland's on there, Help TW, he's the Russian caster that is going to be doing everything for our wonderful guys on the other side of the world. But feel free to PM them if you're having any issues with contestants, with your matches, rules discrepancies, all that good stuff. I'll try to do what I can, but because we're going to be casting, I may not be available 24/7. So if you can't reach out to me, feel free to hit one of those guys up. All right. I'm excited.
I still got people pestering me about the Archaon finale. The mods aren't updated yet. The Archaon finale will be coming when all of my mods have been updated. I guess real quick, Heylow, if anybody's just joining, do you want to give them a quick rundown of what they're watching and what's going on right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So going into game one here, we are going to be starting off the Old World Olympics tournament. It is a very large open invitational. Anyone could have joined. Just check in, pick one faction. So up until the semifinals, everyone has a pre-selected faction that they're going to be playing. So, for example, Dov plays, he picked Coast, Ceramus picked Skaven. Those guys are going to be playing these factions until the semifinals for whatever matchup it may be. So, you got to keep that in mind when they are picking these. They're probably factions that they're very good with. And then going into the semifinals, it will be best of 3 with a pick and double ban system. And then that'll alternate. So the losing contestant will have the option to pick double ban or to counter pick. And then best of 5 final, which is going to be the same format as the best of 3s, but, you know, with best of 5. So it should be pretty nice. We've got a lot of really good contestants. So the quality of the games should definitely be up there. High expectations.
Yep, we got money on the line.
There is money. First place is going to be getting 275. Second place is getting 150, and third place is getting $75. So there is cash money. It's a little bit of a reward for everyone putting all the time in that they have for today. But yeah, looking good so far. So I don't know, Air, which faction do you want to go over for build?
We can go over, should we like switch off, like one of us call out one, the other?
Sure.
I might go introduce the Skaven for fun then.
Okay.
And then as you're introducing the Coast, I'll do my best to follow the camera where you need it.
Okay.
And some of you folks have to be kind to me. I have not done a tournament cast before. It's my first one. I cast a lot of stuff, but pretty excited to be doing the first tournament. So for Skaven, as we take a look at the overhead, I'm actually going to use the overhead map. Might be a little easier to catch some of this stuff. Looks like he's got some Skaven slave slingers in the center with not a lot of infantry, so he's loaded up on the wings, which should be interesting. There's a Rat Ogre on both wings, and it looks like 2 Rat Ogres on his right wing. He's got some Plague Monks working along with Warplock Jezzails and Ikit Claw. Let's go take a look at the mount of Ikit Claw. Well, I think I would pick Ikit Claw right now, too. He is a he's a tanky Skaven Lord. And he is on foot right now, so should make him pretty tanky pick. He's got some Skaven slaves there, slings in the center with the Natty Bubo's sharpshooters. Probably going to say that wrong, but going to be a regiment of renown, Warplock Jezzail. So going to be nuts right there in the center. And he's got a Skaven slave spear there to protect it. And then when we are looking at his right flank, we're going to have a Plague Priest, and let's check out the spells on the Plague Priest. He's going to have Pestilent Birth, so can summon Plague Monks, Clan Rats, and then Pestilent Breath, which being a breath spell there, obviously. Rattling Gun Team, Rat Ogres, more Spears, more Rattling Guns, so 2 Rattling Guns over here, and another Warplock Jezzail along with the Plague Monk, Skaven Slaves, and Rat Ogre. So a little bit of speed, a lot of guns. As we would expect with Skaven, squishy infantry.
Absolutely. Really excited to see how these guys are going to do against the Coast here. But yeah, over here for Dav plays, left side, we're going to be starting off with a couple deck gunners, supported by some pole arms as well as sirens. Pretty heavy on the artillery as well. 3 different units of cannons. And then his backline is going to be secured by some handguns as well as some foul bats. So yeah, looking pretty spicy right now. Really, really wide, lots of DACA, and these guys are going to be underway.
Hopefully gave everybody some wide pictures here to kind of see the battlefield.
So yeah, I'm really curious to see if this is going to be how the meta is going to kind of develop for the Coast vs. Skaven match, because you do have the Warplock Jezzails, but they are taking an absolute beating from the Coast artillery.
And they cannot hide in the woods. So at least it doesn't look like they have that trait, do they? Yeah, they do. My bad. I was thinking something different. So they can hide. So they got in there. That's a smart play. The bats can reveal them, though.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. The Jezzails can do really well against the cannons, but it's going to be a matter of whether they're going to be able to focus them down fast enough before they take too much damage. Fortunately, the Jezzails do have 70 armor, so foul bats themselves aren't going to be too great against them, especially not with like Rat Ogres and Skaven Slave supporting. But definitely spotting for all of the artillery here, which is doing a lot of damage.
Got a Howling Warp Gale on the bats over there with the slingers nearby, so they're going to take quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's a good move. It's crazy how much utility you can get out of Ikit Claw. That's one thing I've been noticing. I've been playing a lot of Skaven lately since they came out, and Ikit with Warp Lightning, and then you bring the Howling Warp Gale, and it makes Jezzails so lethal against any kind of like air force, especially when you go this wide and you have like slinger support too. You can just chew through things so fast. The rattling guns just absolutely dumping into the foul bats. That's fantastic.
Yeah, the nice play there with the Rat Ogres to drive back the fell bats. They did get some work done though. I mean, you got some wavering on the Jezzails. If we take a look at the cannon situation, we got the Carronade on the left flank, and Dav just lost a gun. Still got most of its crew. And then on the right-hand flank, it is crumbling and taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for the Skaven in the artillery duel so far. They have taken a lot of damage on the Jezzails, but taking one cannon down, he does have the ROR, which has the stalk ability, so it can't be targeted by the artillery crews unless he's got the Fellbats there. And the last one is going down to slingers right now. So even with his other rattling guns taking as much damage as they have, they will be able to just kind of sit out there and harass. And it's kind of looking like a little bit of a wash. On the one hand, if the Jezzails close the gap too much, then he's going to have the deck gunners in range, and they can do some gnarly work when they close the gap. But also the handguns in the background with all the AP missiles, they should be able to trade really well into the weapons teams if they manage to get in range. So the firing squad's continuing to go off here. I'm kind of surprised I didn't see a little more of like a rush from either faction, because I feel like Mornghouls could be really effective here.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way. That's really your only speed. I mean, I could be missing some because I'm not a coast player by any means, but that's really a big chunk of your speed is the coast, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So most of your mobility is either going to come from like scurvy dogs, which they're okay. Unfortunately, they're kind of glass cannon. They can get in there and do some really good work, but as soon as they run into any kind of like fighting unit, they're really going to crumble out pretty quickly. So you have to be really careful with them.
This point blank with the Warplock Jezzails here. There's Sirens nearby. There goes a brass orb on the Sirens too. That's gonna hurt.
Wow, that was really nice. Did a solid amount of damage. So yeah, Rat Ogre's pushing up to try and intercept some of these units, protect his slingers. Looking like they're gonna pull back, kind of go back to their firing lines here. The rattling guns, just the withering fire going into all these undead. I love the aesthetic that the new Skaven have. Oh, it's gorgeous. It looks absolutely beautiful.
I'm trying to get people a little bit closer look at some of this, but I'm also trying to maintain like a good view so we don't miss pieces of the battle here. So I'll do my best, folks.
This is definitely, yeah, Henry, the Great Mexican Standoff. It's fantastic. It's actually pretty thematic too, coming in from the coast.
And it looks like we got a push here on the right flank of the rats. We got some Skaven slaves working up with rat ogres. Have to watch out for those zombie pirate deckhand mob with pole arms.
Yeah, if he can get the Skaven slaves to tie those guys down, the rat ogres should be able to push through into the handguns, and that's going to be a tough loss for Dav if he isn't able to get some support on those guys. Wow, rat ogres taking a lot of damage though. The rattling gunners are hanging out in the background, popping some shots into the pole arms, but it doesn't look like quite quickly enough. Losing a lot of HP there. Warp lightning coming in on some more of the pole arms. But yeah, it's looking like because the artillery duel was lost, he's starting to really get focused down. The rattling guns are kind of closing that gap, starting to shred out the handguns. But then in return, they're trading pretty effectively. So, I mean, all in all, the gunfight looks like it's a little bit of a draw right now.
Yeah, I mean, those deck gunners back there still got a serious amount of firepower to bring to bear.
Yeah, they do. And the thing with the armies we're seeing right here is the only army that really has real mobility is the rat ogres. So because the coast only has that one fellbat, these routing units like the rattling guns and Jezzails, they're just going to come back. So the advantage that he has in the undead not breaking is kind of lost in the fact that he can't force off any of these elite units.
Yeah, look at this plague monk summon right into the deck gunners and into clan rat.
Gorgeous summon. Gorgeous summon. So he's going to be shutting these deck gunners down, and there's not really much here to support it other than the sirens. Noctilus is going to try and push into support as well. But yeah, he's going to get a lot of damage done here. If he can get these guys to crumble, that could be a huge pickup for him. Shut down all that ammo. And that's letting his rattling guns and Jezzails just kind of do all the work they need. Slingers are pretty much uncontested at this point. You got to remember, though, Noctilus is an absolute tank.
Yep.
Absolute tank.
Remind everybody the change on the summons in this patch.
So the summons change, as far as I
Sorry,
remember,
real quick, there was a brutal breath spell there that just about destroyed the sirens. So heck of a play from the Plague Priest. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's a really tough loss right there. Really, really good play from Ceramus. But the summons, they got a little bit of a change to their summon times, so the casting times. So when you use summons, you can't really spam it as effectively because the delay in the time to cast is increased. And I believe there was a little bit of a Winds of Magic increase as well, so it's not quite as cheap for certain summons. But man, Rat Ogre's just bowling through the infantry. Another deckhand mob summon, but Slinger's getting all up in here with the Plague Monks as well. And yeah, it's looking pretty tough for the coast at the moment. Rattling guns are pretty much dry on ammunition. There is one rattling gun in the background that does have a decent amount of ammo that hasn't come back into play yet. And that could be huge for the late game, because if it just comes down to Noctilus and he brings that unit over, rattling guns and Jezzails actually do a phenomenal job against single entity targets.
Yep.
So he can actually just get in here with all the AP missiles and just start ripping into Noctilus. But yeah, it's looking pretty grim so far. Dav's definitely trying to do what he can. He just doesn't have the numbers left to be able to shut down like the Slingers and like the Rat Ogre's mobility. So he's kind of just hitting that point for the coast where you run out of guns, you're running out of zombies. It's coming down to blob time.
Yeah, got the bombardment there from Noctilus.
Oh yeah, really nice. Ikit taking a lot of damage. Well, I've noticed so far that Ikit is almost like a mini Noctilus. He's extremely tanky. He has a lot of really, really good bound spells and abilities. He just has fantastic utility. And you take him on foot with that AP anti-large, and he's tough to remove. The only difference being, of course, that he does not have invocation, which can be tough sometimes, especially with Skaven Lords. A lot of people will definitely try and go after them, but with the addition of Jezzails and Rattling Guns, Goon Squads are a little easier to deal with now, so it's not quite as big of a threat.
Yep. I don't know, can Noctilus surely, I mean, if the power bar stays up, he could tank in here for quite a long time, but I just don't know how he could tank the amount of damage that's about to get thrown at him.
Yeah, unless Dav has like a lot of Winds of Magic left, which is very possible. For for his invocations. I don't see how he's going to pull this one off. Noctilus is super beefy, though. We saw it in the Everchosen. King of the Dead was taking on... who is he playing? I want to say it was Soothe. And, man, it was crazy. High Elves were just dumping arrows into Noctilus, and he was just beasting it out for such a long time.
Oh, I was going to admit defeat. Yep.
Yep, that was going to be a really long, drawn-out fight there. You could see Ceramus was settling in for the long haul. He was getting his units just like in the background, getting them squared away. He was going to trickle them in one at a time and just get as much value out of them as he could, let them recover the vigor, and just try and grind that out. But Dav plays awesome, awesome contestant, awesome guy.
Yep.
Concedes defeat. Doesn't want to drag it through the mud. What a champ.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. Like to see guns versus guns there and how it was going to turn out. I mean, obviously the carronades with nice long range, good damage against different kinds of targets too, potentially. So a little bit flexible, but those Jezzails, man, they can destroy guns, you know, fairly effectively. They get into range.
Yeah, they man, the amount of damage output that the Skaven can do right now, just in sheer sniping and like burst, is crazy. It's absolutely crazy because a lot of those units you wouldn't think are very good against just like foot units because of accuracy, but they can peg characters, lords, everything. So they're definitely super lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely thought it's an interesting matchup for sure. I mean, because the Skaven, that big risk there is that, I mean, when you look at it, they have 2 infantry units that are worth a flip, and I mean, and that's debatable. Plague monks, you know what I mean? Like they're pretty good, I think, as a pick against the as the Vampire Coast. But I mean, you do run the risk that the Vampire Coast turns around and hits you with some kind of rush, and boy, that would have been interesting to see as well, like how that might have turned out with a bit of a rush. But yeah, I mean, you could take a lot of damage too trying to rush in against that stuff.
Yeah, I could see Moringles being a solid pick for going for more of like a bum rush. I wouldn't go Crabs because Crabs are a bit too slow, and because of their low model count, you're definitely going to be really susceptible to Jezzails. So it's a lot riskier, and Rattling Guns are going to slow them down as well if they go that route, which you could see Ceramus did. So just not a good pick. I wouldn't go Crabs, and I wouldn't go single entities. You could maybe get away with Necrofex Colossus because it does have solid range, but you would have to make sure you push your army up to zone out the range gap between the Colossus and the Jezzail so that they can't close in and focus in, because that would be a horrible situation.
Yeah. You'd have Scurvy Dogs. I'm trying to remember. Do they Vanguard?
I believe so.
That's a good question. I can't remember right off the top of my head whether the Scurvy Dogs Vanguard. And is this part of the tournament? Why don't you remind folks at this point in the tournament how many matches they play and, you know, when it changes and all that kind of stuff? Might be a good chance to just remind them.
Yep. So there's 4 initial rounds of best of ones, and the maps are all set in the round descriptions. So round 2 is going to be the Bay of Corsairs Isle South, all new maps. But yeah, best of ones, and then semifinals and finals are going to be alternating opponents in like pick and bans, where you pick band 2, prize pools at the end for first, second, third place. Yeah, it's looking really solid so far. Got a lot of people already finishing up their matches. Everyone is beginning to progress into round 2. So we can probably find ourselves a game.
Why don't you resend me the link to the bracket real quick, and I'll...
Absolutely.
Should I go ahead and knock these players out, and we'll pull a couple more in?
Yep. That'll do it. All right.
All right, I'm going to get the bracket pulled up here just real quick. Let me get a new tab here. Sorry, folks. Copy link. All right, Old World Olympics. Here it is. Let me get it shared up on my screen so they can see the bracket here with us.
Okay.
Display. All right, got it. All So here is the bracket as of current. I guess, do you want to just run through any matches that have taken place and kind of bring people up to speed? I've got it up on screen if you're looking at it. They can see
Yeah.
what you're looking at.
So far we did have a few drops, so there were some buys, and we just roll with it. Kark taking on Flying Taco with his Norska. Probably was a very good game. I've played Flying Taco a lot. Really good Norscan player. Otherwise, we have Pippington, who's another phenomenal player. He's rocking the new Lizardman. And his next matchup is going to be against Dawi with Dr. Nick, who happens to be Gabo Slayer, another XMT member. But Janet on occasion is going to be playing against Mookit pretty soon here. Wood Elves versus Averlorn, so that could be a really fun one. We've got some chaos into the new Lizardmans between Eisenbart and Hallinally, who is also a great player. Played against him in my son HW's tournament before the DLC drop, and that was a blast. We got Shetland playing up against Zero. That could be really fun. Beastman and Chaos. Might have to check that one out next. But yeah, brackets proceeding pretty well here. Going to be moving on to Bay of Corsairs Isle South for our next map. And I'm going to try and get some invitations out to Shetland and Zero because I really want to see that game.
Yeah, go ahead. Grab in anybody you think. And then in the meantime, I was just going to let people know, if you're wondering where you'll be able to see the rest of these matches, we're going to be having different, like Janet on Occasion's in here. There's other YouTubers in here. I can't name them all right now, so I'm sorry. I'm not trying to single folks out or something, but we have a lot. We're going to let them cast some of those matches on their channels, and what I'm going to do is be working on putting together a playlist with Heylow, and we'll get it up on my channel where you all can watch all the matches. At some point afterwards. We're obviously going to be limited to, I mean, if we casted every match of a 64-player tournament, you all would be here for a few days while we were getting into it, but pretty excited. And in the future, like he mentioned, we may do an invitational tournament where we can cast every match and do it over a couple of days or something, but in this particular format, we were wanting people to be able to cruise through their matches. And I might show some replays on my channel afterwards if we need to, but like I said, I'm going to work and see what these other casters are casting, and I'll make sure and get a playlist put together. Should I host a new game, or just keep this one open?
No, this one should be fine. Got a hold of Shetland, so he and Zero are in their lobby, but they should be coming over to us shortly here.
Yeah, there is a lot of people. We got people coming in. Yes, it's a huge tournament. I think the idea behind this one is we wanted to get as many people in as we could, because there was a lot bigger response, I think, than maybe what we expected at first. Heylow.
Yeah, this started off with roughly 20-something players, and there were just so many people asking to play, so bumped it up to 32, and then at 32 we had a couple weeks out and had about 58 players total, including the weight queue, so bumped it up to 64 just to try and give everyone an opportunity to get in here and get some games in.
Yeah, it is a lot of games.
It is a lot of games.
It's going to be fun, though.
But yeah, we won't be casting every one of them just because there's so many, and it is Easter weekend, so, some people have family plans going on. I know, Air, you're going to be taking off a little bit later. Got some stuff going on.
Dude, my kids got to get the eggs, get the chocolate, man.
Yeah, all the eggs.
We should have gotten some Skaven eggs for them, Have you ever seen those, what do they call them, it's some kind of, I've seen them in different Asian countries, and now I can't think of it, but it's the way they've preserved an egg. It's all black. That feels like that would be a Skaven egg, visually at least, right? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taste may be good, but I can imagine if Skaven were doing eggs, that it would be pretty horrifying.
Yeah, probably not the tastiest of eggs. You're gonna open it up, and instead of chocolate or something fun as your prize, you're just going to get some wonderful warpstone and probably get some sort of really unpleasant diseases, good old Skaven.
So, hey,
unless that's your thing.
Tell us a little bit about what you know about these two players that we have in here right now.
Okay, so Shetland Apache, a huge competitive scene player, really popular, awesome dude. He actually is one of the guys that helps to keep the Warhammer Cup rules that we're using updated. They're pretty much widely accepted as like the go-to tournament rules, but does a phenomenal job keeping that stuff updated, especially with the DLC just dropping. I was talking to him, and he was able to get everything squared away for the tournament today. So big thanks to him. A phenomenal Beastman player, so I'm really excited to see how this is going to go. He has some crazy good micro, tends to do a lot of wide builds, really enjoys like picking his opponent apart, so he's not your rush kind of player. Really just goes for like a net envelopment and then just tries to like just pull your units out of position and punish it. So it should be pretty solid. Zero, I have had the pleasure of playing a couple of times, and there is a running joke that he and I are the same person, and that may or may not be true. I guess it is for the viewer to decide. But yeah, he and I are alt accounts. But yeah, phenomenal players. Zero's a great Chaos player. I've played him several times, and we've had some great matches, really great matches. He is a little more of like my playstyle generally. He's a little more of like your tanky builds. Can go wide as well, but he has some great micro, and depending on the factions, like his Dark Elves, he really likes to go for that more like skirmish web play as well. But his Chaos is usually pretty punchy, so this should be solid.
We got a couple people super chatting. I'm not going to talk to super chats during the battles, so just want to make it clear to people ahead of time. I'm not going to interrupt the ability to cast with it, but while we're out here, just real quick, thanks to State Troop Fodder for the €5, and Captain Crazy coming to us with the 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you, both of you. And State Troop says a minor contribution to a big endeavor. Kudos, lads. And then Captain Crazy, really good idea, guys. Can't wait to see more content like this. Are there going to be other games or just Warhammer for now? You know, that's a good question. I think whenever we get Three Kingdoms out, I don't see why we couldn't do some Three Kingdoms multiplayer. And I suppose, you know, another thing we could always do too, if there was ever interest, maybe like some Imperator Rome or some other games that are out there, older Total War games. I mean, I'm open to the ideas.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then just so everybody knows too, if you're donating on this stream, which of course no one has to do, but if you are, I'm giving all that to Heylow because he's the one that organized this event. So if you all want him to be able to keep this kind of stuff going and keep other big events going, that's where that is going to go to help. So yes, he's the one that did the work here. Did I get the right map? I hope this map's okay.
Nope. Bay of Corsairs Isle South.
Crap. If we rehost, they're going to see the armies, aren't they?
That's okay. We'll just have them play the same armies.
Are we sure that's okay?
Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. They can either change armies or they can play the same ones.
Should we ask them what they'd rather do, or do we have to change the map? It's up to you. You run the tournament. You tell me what to do.
We'll leave it up to them.
Why don't you message them and see what they want to do? Tell them it's my fault.
Okay. We'll see what they want to do. Fortunately, the maps aren't going to make a huge difference. A lot of them are similar in style to this. A lot of the new maps have the same kind of aesthetic to them. So
it's a good map.
Play-wise, yeah, play-wise, it's not really going to matter. It's more for aesthetic.
Yeah, it's definitely a good map. A little bit of up and down, a little bit of forest. So there's a few places where you can get a terrain advantage. Lots of open ground if you need it.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of options for guns, mobility. It's not super wide between deployments, so you can also go for more of a rush. So it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Some of the maps are really, really goofy, though. Like, they have massive amounts of distances between deployments. Some of them deploy you on, like, angles in opposite corners, where, like, the corner of your deployment is pointed towards them. And it's just all kinds of goofy. Guns? I don't think we're going to be seeing any guns out of Beastmen in Chaos. That's not quite their style, Warner.
Yeah, no guns. It looks like they're wanting to just play, I guess, because I don't see any. All right, should we hit the armies real quick? Do you want to start introducing the armies, and I'll follow along? Yeah,
I'm going to hop in on Chaos. So starting over here for Zero, up front, we're going to have a solid core of Marauder Horsemen and Marauder Horsemen of Throwing Axes. as well as a Horse Master. So he's got all of the different skirmish options here for Chaos. Going to be providing lots and lots of useful tools for dealing with like Centigores and all the chariot play that the Beastmen tend to bring. Frontline is going to consist of some Chaos Marauders. Should do pretty well in dealing with any kind of chaff infantry or just kind of providing a speed bump. Backline, though, Chaos Warriors with great weapons. 4 units. Going to be providing all that AP punching power in case of Bestigors. They'll do really, really well against any of the other like standard chaff infantry that the Beastmen have to offer. And they're not going to be any pushover if they have to run into like some of the light cavalry as well with the Centigores. So definitely a solid pick. Dragon Ogre unit in the background to support, as well as Kolek the Sun Eater. Big Papa himself over here, ready to bring the beat down. And then he is going to have a Chaos Sorcerer, Lore of Shadows. He's going to be rocking Malkoth's Mystifying Miasma for some slows. And he's also going to have Enfeebling Foe to reduce the melee attack and defense of, I'm assuming, casters or very like elite infantry or Minotaur units, things like that. And then Scroll of Protection, probably for Kolek once he gets into the fray. So that is all for me.
Yeah, let's go check out the Beastmen. We'll go get a look at them. So I see quite a few Centigores forward deployed. I think there was 4 units in total, if I remember right. I see, I think 2 on each flank. Yep. And then there's some Ungor herd also. Vanguard deployed near those Centigores. Nice to have a little bit of infantry support. We're going to have a Bray Shaman, Lore of Shadows here. Let's get a look at the spells. I got to get better at recognizing these icons. But we got Enfeebling Foe and Mystifying Miasma, so both players pretty like-minded there. And yeah, they got the Jagged Dagger here too, which is going to help increase the winds of magic. There's also a Bray Shaman, Lore of Death. So a double Bray Shaman, and then that's going to bring Spirit Leech and Life Leeching along with the Jagged Dagger. So potential to get a lot of magic summoned up for the Beastmen here. There's a Razor Gore Chariot, which is going to be great against infantry units. We've got the Sons of Goros Centigores with great weapons. Fantastic unit for doing some AP damage and very fast moving. You're going to have 4 Ungor, no, let's see, looks like 5 Ungor Spear Herd in total, kind of in a crescent formation across the front. So looking to just kind of provide some infantry fodder, and then another Razor Gore Chariot, and we've got Kazrak the One-Eye on the chariot here as well, and he does have the Dark Mail, which is going to give him an extra armor and magic resistance, and then he's got the Scourge as well, which will imbue poison attacks and increases melee attack and defense at the same time. So I think that covers the Beastmen army.
All right. So looking pretty spicy so far. But
I love that "Let's Go Lads" to war. Yeah. I'll give a second to introduce the new channel sponsors afterwards. So if you guys are doing anything during the battle, we're not ignoring you. We just want to focus on the casting, and then I'll make sure and spend some time calling that out in between. So thank you. We'll get to you. Don't worry.
Yep. All right. So let the players know we are ready. And yeah, right off the bat, balance of power slightly in the Beastman's favor. So really curious to see how that's going to work out. I definitely don't think this is going to be any kind of pushover win for the Beastmen whatsoever. Chaos has a lot of tools here to deal with the chariots, which are going to be very, very key for the Beastmen. They're going to have to keep those guys alive for a long time because Kolek and these Dragon Ogres are going to be putting the hurt on them if they get caught in combat.
You know, the interesting thing to me about Beastmen and Chaos is that they have some similarities in the sense that both of them have a lot of fast-moving light cavalry potential, but Chaos infantry just completely different than Beastmen. So, like, and then the support units obviously are quite different too, with chariots and minotaurs, so that other stuff that probably couldn't be likened to a whole lot on the Chaos front, but both of them have a lot of fast-moving potential.
Yeah, they do. There's definitely lots of tools between the two of them. What's nice for Chaos is what they lack in the cheap mobility they make up for by having like Marauder Horsemen. So they have the Javelin options, and then they can bring like Shagus and things like that to try and get some really good like anti-large. But over here on the right flank, Ungor Herd getting absolutely stomped on, and Shetland is trying very desperately to get after those Marauder Horsemen and Horse Masters, trying to crack this shell that Zero is forming up right now. But Zero playing very smart here, just going after some of the infantry units and trying to bust them up early. As long as he keeps zoning out some of these Centigores and the skirmishing units, he's probably going to be in a really good spot late game. He'll be able to kind of turtle up. The chariots will get bogged down in infantry, and his dragon ogres and Kolek will be able to just kind of run in unimpeded. So it's going to be tough here. There isn't really a ton of AP for Shetland's army to deal with all of these Chaos Warriors with great weapons. So he's going to, again, like I said, he's going to have to really rely on these chariots, which is putting him in a tough spot because with Kolek running around, it's very, very dangerous. You have Melkos, Enfeebling Foe is cast on Kazrak right now, and Kolek is right up in his business. He is getting all in there and doing tons of damage. Kazrak is down to half HP, and the infantry line is already crumbling on the left flank for Shetland. Trying to get his chariots in there to support. He's probably going to have to try and focus down Kolek somehow here with Spirit Leech and all of his chariots for the AP, because Kazrak can't go down. If Kazrak goes down, he's going to be in a very, very bad spot. The casters aren't going to do quite as well against Kolek here, but Kazrak does come back. Should be in an okay position. There are tons of skirmishers left, though, for Chaos, and the Centigores are having a little bit of a tough time dealing with it.
Yeah, there's Centigores trying desperately there in the back, but I mean, there's infantry support and Dragon Ogres back there. And then the blob where Kolek was at, Kolek gets away. He's laying down a beating on the Sons of Goros right now. But I mean, that unit can do some damage to him, it's just they're not going to last long.
Exactly. The problem here is that because of the chaffy nature of Ungor herds and like spearmen, they just aren't going to be able to hold up quite long enough against the Chaos Warriors with great weapons. So Shetland is running into a problem here where he needs to get a full surround on Kolek and goon him, but he doesn't really have any of the infantry support to be able to protect his chariots and cavalry once they get in there. So he's trying to piece some of these skirmishers out, but it's getting to the point where the Marauder Horsemen have managed to kite out the Centigores, and they're being chased off the battlefield and forced off routing. So all the mobility is pretty much down outside of chariots, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough to come back. But he does have his two casters. He's got shadows. He's got death. Kazrak just really needs to not go down. If Kazrak goes down, it's going to be a really rough spot.
And we're about to see whether or not oh no, he got caught and hit.
Oh no. Oh no. Woo! Ooh, manages to get out of there just in time before he routs. Wow.
Yikes. I didn't realize how well Marauder Horsemasters match up against Centigores in melee.
Yeah, Horsemasters are surprisingly good. A lot of people underestimate them. They do work very well as like a light cavalry as well as a skirmish cavalry.
One eye is now dead.
Ooh, no. That's tough. Kolek is very low, though. Shetland knows what he's doing. He's a very, very experienced player. He may be on the back foot, but he's definitely getting the damage put into Kolek that he needs to. Because if he can bring Kolek down, he can probably make this work. You are going to have the Dragon Ogres to worry about still, but you can see in the background these infantry units that are engaged are getting rear charged. They're getting busted up, and it's coming down to that play that I was talking about earlier, where Shetland is kind of trying to skirt the outsides, pick apart certain units, and just grind it out. Just take things down a little bit at a time, and try and win that battle of attrition. But the balance of power is definitely not favoring him right now. Because the Horsemen and the Horsemasters are still alive, with very experienced players, you're going to see units routing out, and he's going to put them in like melee mode, and he's just going to follow them. Fire at will is on. These guys will just dump their rounds into whoever is nearby, and they'll chase all these units that are very important for Shetland off the map. So it's definitely a tough predicament. The chariots are trying their best, but the balance of power is going off, and the terror is going to kick in, and that's going to be army losses.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, I applaud Shetland right there. I mean, if I was playing his army, I don't think I would have lasted 2 minutes in that battle. Like, based on the pick that he was up against. That was tough, because you had to deal with all of the anti-large and fast-moving units, on top of not having the right infantry to help hold down the Chaos Warriors with great weapons. That's a tough matchup, and all in all, I actually thought he did pretty well there to get the amount of damage done that he did.
Yeah, it was tough. Unfortunately, he just lacked the armor piercing. His infantry couldn't square up against Chaos Warriors with great weapons. Just not really able to sustain in that kind of engagement. So Zero is able to just take his skirmish cavalry with the horse masters and his throwing axe and just kind of hide them in that pocket, make a little bit of a bubble. Then he can just fire out of it into the Centigores and just kind of win that attrition battle.
I just
But
hope to
great
goodness
game.
I didn't screw up his army pick with my map screw up.
No, it should have been fine.
Okay.
The other map is very similar.
Okay. Now that was an interesting matchup. Like that one definitely, like, I think pound for pound, Chaos has some really tough units. But then, you know, if you pick the wrong ones and bring too few of them, you can get picked apart by someone like the Beastmen. But then, you know, the Beastmen have to worry about the fact that, I mean, their normal advantage on people, and at least in my opinion, is just like how much light cavalry nonsense you can get going on. And Chaos actually can answer that fairly decent.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Bringing all of those horse masters is a very, very good call. It's a good way to contest the cav game and the mobility without having to overinvest in a lot of like your regular anti-large tools, which are generally armor piercing, because you don't particularly need that against beastmen. Like halberds, they'll do well, but even against like minotaurs only have like what 45 armor, so you don't really need to pay for all the AP. You just need the missiles. The missiles will grind the game out really effectively.
Yep. Well, that was a great matchup. Two good players there. That was fun. Glad we got to see that one. Really enjoyed it. I love seeing these matches. I guess for me it's different because, you know, I spend, you know, a fair portion of my time in campaign, which is fun, but man, it's a whole different ball game. Like for anybody in the crowd who plays campaign and you're kind of thinking some of those things, like, I mean, there's some times where almost zero of the same play style will transfer through to multiplayer. Like, I mean, because of how different the two worlds are. I think the unit knowledge is useful in both worlds, but the way you use those units and apply that, you know, is very different. Very different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, of course, you have the large funds that plays the role, right? Whereas in, you know, multiplayer, you buy whatever you can afford versus both players are on equal footing, and that changes the way the factions balance against each other.
Yeah. All right, so looking like next, checking the bracket here, we've got Pippington playing Lizardman, and then we've got Aku playing VC, which I want to say is probably counts. So that could be a fun one because Lizardman had a little bit of a hard time in that matchup before. So I'm curious to see again how the new units are going to change that going forward.
Yeah, just taking a look real quick at some of the matches. So it looks like Janadon Occasion made it through his matchup against Avalorn. So that Wood Elves versus Avalorn might be an interesting one to get the replay there and see at some point.
Absolutely.
Love to see that one. And then Puggington headed through. He's going to be up against 13 Crusader. So that's going to be an interesting match.
Fun.
Yeah, Counts versus Sartosa, like an all undead match. Let's see, Shidoku through against Gundabad. So that was what faction is he playing?
Who? Gundabad?
Yeah.
I'm
not even sure 100% there. Or was he...
No, Shidoku got the win on that one because Gundabad did not list his faction.
Okay, didn't list his faction. Okay,
Yep,
so he came on through.
Faction.
It's one way to lose.
So he got himself a bye on that one.
All right. I've seen Shidoku play before. He's a good player, so that'll be an interesting matchup. So that's going to end up being Lizardmen Chaos. Man,
so many good matches.
Look at a Skaven mirror match between Crabling and Zeramis. And then Vampire Counts and Lizards between Pippington and Aku.
All right. So Pippington is actually ready to roll. They have a lobby up.
All right.
Otherwise, we can do Shidoku and Zero here.
Whatever you think. It's your show, man.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have these guys. We're going to do a game here. We're going to follow Zero on into his next match. And I'm going to have Pippington stand by for the next game so we can grab that one as well.
All right. It's going to be match heavy. The tournament's going through at a good speed so far, though.
It is. It's going through really well. Very smoothly.
So Lizardmen Chaos. Give us your 2 cents on that matchup, Heylow.
So pre-patch, I myself was a Chaos main for a very long time. I've kind of veered away from it. I'm enjoying Norska a lot more. just because a lot of matchups that I think that Chaos had that were very favorable aren't so great anymore. But one of them being Lizardmen. So Lizardmen getting access to red-crested skinks and salamanders, particularly the ancient salamander, is a really, really good pickup for them. One of the big issues that they faced before was dealing with chosen, like halberds, very, very elite heavy infantry with lots of AP. And then also things like the Chaos Warriors with great weapons, because great weapons were very cost effective in that they could deal with most, if not all, Lizardman infantry, excuse me, Skaven, short of Temple Guard. So you could beat Skinks, you could beat Saurus, you could hold out even with Croxagors mixed with Skinks, and then you just bring Shaggas. So Shaggas and heavy infantry. And Lizardmen didn't really have a way to effectively trade into that because Shaggas beat their dinosaurs, especially in a tournament format where you're limited to 3 single entities. You just can't bring enough dinosaurs to just beat down on like 2 Shaggas. So red crested skinks are a huge pickup for them because they have poison and AP. And then the salamander hunting pack, they're very fast and you can use them to kite large. So you can bring the single entities and you can use the super, super good AP missiles on chosen and elite units. And it's really good. It's thrown a complete wrench in the entire meta that is Lizardmen versus Chaos. And even looking at Shidoku's build here, I'm seeing exactly what I would expect to see in some of the changes with the new access stuff. It's a build that I would probably say is going to be very solid.
Yeah, we're not showing the build on the screen just yet. But
yeah, so you guys can't see it
you'll
yet,
like it.
But it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's very interesting.
So, just a couple quick things while we're in between matches. First off, I wanted to say thanks to Jay King, who sponsored the channel. Sponsorships like that, really appreciate it, and I'm going to be using that type of sponsorship to continue to drive events like this. So, thank you, Jay King. Appreciate it. Like I said, if you guys do anything during the battles, I'll try and respond to it afterwards, so that we're not interrupting the game cast. But, man, I'm really excited for this matchup because, I mean, to your point, I mean, Lizardmen have a whole new arsenal of tools at their disposal. And it's going to be a lot harder, I think, to guess. I think beforehand, and you may have mentioned it, basically, I mean, you either end up coming infantry heavy or you bring some dinos or whatever it is. But, I mean, they've got a lot more faces these days.
Yeah, they do. They've got Ripperdactyls for AP anti-infantry. The Regiment of Renowned Ripperdactyl is AP anti-large. So you can use that to get in on some Shaggas and try and rear charge them with some dino support and really go for some goons. You've got really effective flying lords for Lizardmen now. You can do Mazda Mundi on Zlok and then bring the Temple Guard ROR, and you've got a super, super tanky absolute monster. Throw in a Rev Crystal and just give him the heals, and he's just going to last for days. So there's tons of really cool options available.
Sorry, I was trying to type in a comment for a minute, so the screen switched on people, but we're still here. No worries. All right. Man, I'm super excited for this match. It's going to be fun. And then if you all didn't quite catch it earlier, we've got another match coming right up after this. We got, what, Puggington and his match on standby?
So there was a pretty funny mix-up. So a lot of people get Puggington and Pippington confused.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah,
so
good point.
I was talking to Pippington, and he said that his opponent thought that he
what's
was
the map?
Puggington.
Sorry.
Oh, that is okay. The map for this one is going to be Storm Demon.
And did they pick their armies accordingly? Because I had it sitting on the other one.
1 second. I'll let them know.
Yep. Wow, I'm terrible, folks. That's like a whole new crinkle in a tournament when you got air leading the match. You never know what you're gonna get, man. I'm throwing these wrenches out here. I need to not be, but
where is
they may have already planned on it and going into. I just wanted to make sure, like, Not saying that anybody has to, but if anybody needed to make a change because they thought I had a map versus when we got here. Puggington, not Puggington. My bad, Astrodemos. Sorry. I'll just slink into the corner and silence myself.
No.
Mango calls me the error of Carthage. There you go. So watch out, people. It's a new thing in tournaments.
All right, so it looks like Zero is going to be finalizing his build. Shidoku is all set. And then I am getting a hold of Puggington. See if Crusader and he have not started yet. We can hop in with them after this. And then if we're able to get through that one in time, maybe we'll catch Janet playing the victor of Energized versus Zyphos. Because that will be a really fun game as well. So chat, what's everyone's thoughts on the new DLC stuff? It's been, what, three days since it dropped? So what are you guys liking so far? I know personally myself, I am loving Jezzails and Salamanders. Jezzails because they're super competitive and they're really good for Skaven. They answer a lot of problems that they had before. And Salamanders because they're just awesome. They're super fun. They look really cool. They can do some really good damage if you bring a couple of the hunting packs. And it's a blast. The new units are amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody caught the stream I did last night, but I mean, I was no like big Skaven fan before, but I mean, the guns make at least the campaign aspect like insanely fun. We had some gun lines going last night, and then the nukes and in multiplayer. I imagine it's a godsend for the Skaven because they were.
Yeah, they had some real issues. They couldn't really deal with like heavy cavalry or monsters very effectively. Like Skaven had this weird problem where every time you played anyone that had monsters, cavalry, or chariots, you had to bring rat ogres because nothing else could stop them. Like your infantry doesn't stop them unless you bring like a hell pit build. But like if you bring ranged weapons that aren't like able to move while firing, you have to have rat ogres. So now you have Doom Flayers, you've got a couple different options for Doom Wheels, you've got your ability to basically net in an AoE, like air units, which is super useful, particularly for your guns now. So there's just so many good tools available for the Skaven that really just completely changed all of their matchups.
Hey, check out this map. It's like the Horned Rat took a giant warpstone dump from the heavens down onto the Lizardmen.
This is the quest battle for Ikit, I believe, for Storm Demon, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. This map's awesome. Wow. Even got stuff floating up in the sky.
A Skaven.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I think I cut out for just a minute. My internet was busy being cocked, but we're back. We're good now.
Huzzah. All right. What are you feeling here? Do you want to go over Chaos or the Lizardmen?
Ooh, why don't you pick and roll first? It's your thing, man.
Okay, so I'll just cover Chaos. I know Chaos pretty well, and then you can get all your beautiful cinematic shots for our Lizardmen friends. All right, so for Zero over here, we're going to be seeing another contingent of, your 4 horsemen. That is the tournament rules. You can only have 4 of a unit of, like, skirmish cav. So he does have his 4 Marauder horsemen with their javelins. Front line is going to consist of 4 Chaos Marauders, And then he is going to have 2 Chaos Warriors with great weapons and 2 standard Chaos Warriors. In the back line here, we have 1 unit of Horse Masters, and then we are going to have Kolek the Sun Eater, as well as a Chaos Sorcerer, Lore of Shadows. And we're also going to have the Soul of Damnation, the Regiment of Renown Hell Cannon. So that's super fun. I'm really curious to see what he's going to be able to do with this one. To put some damage onto the Lizardmen. He's definitely planning on playing a little more static as well. And his caster is going to have the good old Enfeebling and Miasma combo. So yeah, looking pretty solid. Over to you.
Alright, so for the Lizardmen, there's going to be a couple of Chameleon Skinks over here on his left flank, supported by a Pterodon Rider, so that is going to be Poison Central over there. If you feel like being slow and stuck with poison darts, that'll be a good place to be. And then in the front line here, we've got the Regiment of Renowned Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pack, and they have Perfect Vigor as well, so going to be an interesting addition. So in total, 3 Salamander Hunting Packs, Regiment of Renowned, and 2 Standard. There are 3 Red-Crested Skinks in a backline, along with Lord Mazdamundi, and he is astride Zlok, it looks like. And he's going to be one tough character here. We got a net of Amontok, Apotheosis, and Shield of the Old Ones in terms of the abilities. And let's see what else we got here. He's got Sunburst Standard. I don't see the Ruination of Cities or Banishment, so he won't be quite the same Bloodbuster that he can be sometimes, but he is still on a giant Stegodon, so I wouldn't say that his blob busting is completely gone. 2 Pterodon Riders and another Chameleon Skink on the right flank, and then we've got the new Regiment of Renowned Pop-Hapak cohort. If I say it right, I probably don't.
Something like that.
But they are immune to psychology, so nice bit for them. Very, I mean, the standard version of these guys is very effective usually in terms of cavalry and anti-large, other than the fact that they, go berserk. They're pretty darn effective units. So that's the Lizardmen army.
Okay, so we'll let these guys know we are all set. And all right, one thing right off the bat that I really want to note is that in playing this so far, I've used the Salamander Hunting Packs, and they can do very, very well against Skirmish Cavalry. So it's something to keep an eye out for. If they land their shots, they're very short range, but if they land them, they can really, really rip through Skirmish Cav because they're so low armored, and the weapon strength for the shots on the Salamanders is very, very high. So he's going to have to be very careful with his Marauder Horsemen.
Ooh. Soul of Damnation, like,
wow,
got some damage in there.
That was a nice chunk of HP. The leadership debuff is pretty solid, man.
Oh yeah, yikes! There goes a unit model.
Down. Very nice.
You only have limited ammo, though.
Cheap.
Yeah, no.
You do have very limited ammo.
I mean, at this point, though, he's got to kill some of those skirmishers.
Exactly, and it shoots right down, trying to hit the Pterodons, and hits the Salamanders. So some of the shots coming in, we've got the Umbral Tide, which has Stalk, pushing up right away, getting a little bit out of position, but he's going to be pulling it back to try and bait in some of these horsemen. And here we go. He's firing into the Marauders. Going to do some solid damage. And wow, look at that. The horsemen taking tons of damage, down to 35 models out of their 45 off one volley. But then on the other flank, the Hunting Pack taking their own damage in return. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Yes. Yes, Ragnar, he did Hell Cannon a Pterodon. But yeah, you can see these horsemen over here are really having a tough time. They're getting ripped apart by the Salamander Pack.
Yeah,
so this could be really,
impressive.
Really big. If Shidoku's able to use his Salamanders effectively and focus down the Marauder Horsemen, he's probably got this in the bag. It's not going to be an easy fight by any means, but Salamanders have a very solid amount of ammo, and if he can force the skirmishers off, his Pterodons are free to harass from the air, and he can start focusing Kolek down. And once the skirmish cav's gone, if Kolek gets focused, there's nothing left. Nothing is going to stop Mazdamundi. There's just no way.
Got a nice escort job going on here in the back, getting those Marauder Horsemen all the way off the battlefield.
Yep, doing a fantastic job. So more of that, more typical like high-level play stuff, remembering to force off these very, very like key units. something to keep in mind for everyone. If you're new to multiplayer and stuff like that, don't forget that. That can be like the total key to victory. If you route a lord, you can chase them off the map edge and use like a cheap unit or something that's really damaged that won't do well in combat. Just chase a unit off. They'll come back later. You can get more value out of the unit in the late game, but then your opponent doesn't have the opportunity to bring that routed unit back. So you're just removing assets that the other player no longer has.
And you can actually see that that routing Marauder Horseman is getting an escort from another Marauder Horseman right there. I think, well, I don't know, they could have just been pulling back. I was wondering whether he was doing it to keep him from getting escorted off the battlefield altogether.
It looks like he may be. He knows the Pterodons are overhead, and it looks like he's just kind of pulling them into the back line to keep them away from the Salamanders and to try and do as much damage to the Pterodons as he can. So yeah, his horseman is back, and he pulls his units back over, so a really good play there, making sure that he saves his skirmish cav, because he knows, as well as his opponent knows, that these guys are kind of the linchpin to his army right now. As much damage as he can get done is going to be super important.
That Umbral Tide has taken some damage. And then we've got, let's see, Salamanders doing more skirmishing here. It's an interesting battle seeing the Lizardmen play so skirmishy. Oh, the Soul of Damnation.
Oh, wow. That was a really good shot. Salamander Hunting Pack doing a great job of getting in there and just absolutely wrecking the Soul of Damnation crew. And they have a lot of ammunition left. Doing some great work on the Chaos Warriors as well. Managed to get in there and go for a really good shot. Only 5 models left on the Hell Cannon crew. Fortunately for Zero, they are unbreakable. So even just those 5 guys, they can get in there and do some good work. But you can see here that some of this infantry out on the far left flank for Zero is getting a little out of position. Shidoku managing to bait them and pull them out, and Zero trying to correct that before they get caught up by these red-crested skinks on the Salamander Hunting Pack. They're going to be taking a substantial amount of damage from Chameleon Skinks. Kolek is getting in on Mazdamundi, trying to do some good work. Enfeebling Foe is cast as well. But Net of Amontok going down, and this could be huge.
Oh, yeah, yikes. This is going to hurt.
The amount of damage that these Salamanders are going to be able to put onto him because he's stationary is going to be a really, really good pickup for him. Yeah, Scroll of Shielding going in. It looks like he's going to bring Mazdamundi in for the counter charge, and he's going to just go all in here. He's got the Pop cohort coming in for the charge. This could be it. If he's able to focus down Kolek and pin him here, this could be huge. Kolek already down to about 2/3 HP, but he is kind of slipping away. He manages to get behind some infantry, and that is going to ward off the Cold One Spear Riders and Mazdamundi. So really, really well played there by both players, managing to get out of that little slip with Kolek. But Kolek's not having any of it. Now he's got infantry support. The Hell Cannon's back online, and he is getting in there. He's thirsty.
Boy, those Salamanders, though, just dumping a pain rain of fire.
It's tough. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. The Lizardmen didn't have this kind of anti-large, like, DPS that they have now. So these Salamanders are just murdering Kolek, focusing him super hard. Mazdamundi able to get in there and just
almost a rout.
Lay the smackdown.
Yikes.
Zero, though, manages to pull him out. And the right flank is getting chased by the Horsemen, so that's not a bad move. He's decided that because he's getting so pressured, he's going to take all of his mobility, and he's going to try and force engagements for Shidoku somewhere else. Try and get his attention off of Kolek by forcing a bad situation, and it's worked really well. The Pterodons are moving in to try and save the Salamanders. The Hell Cannon has the ability to continue to fire on that cavalry, and the Cold One Spear Riders are absolutely wrecked. But yeah, Shidoku he's on it. Another Net of Amontok goes down on the Lord for Chaos here. Kolek the Sun Eater trapped. Mazdamundi getting some solid damage in. He's trying to bring some Salamanders in as well. The cavalry coming into support. Another shield of the old ones. And yeah, this is a really bad spot. Balance of power is really teetering over into Shidoku's favor.
Boy, Mazdamundi is taking a little bit of damage. Kolek's not dead yet. But I agree.
He's definitely suffering. But, oh no, the cavalry routed. All right, so Zero has a really, really good edge here. some of the infantry's coming in, and they should be able to get into the red-crested skinks, and Kolek actually has the advantage.
Yep.
He is very low on HP, but the amount of AP anti-large damage that he can put out on Mazdamundi with Enfeebling Foe on right now is dangerous, very dangerous. But the Umbral Tide is here, they have ammo, and they are looking to force Kolek off of his rampage. So solid move there, forcing Zero to stay honest, bring his Lord back so he doesn't get overextended. This is a heck of a game so far. Lots of really, really good plays.
Yeah, on both players' part. Like a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah.
Some really skilled play.
But yeah, the Horsemen are able to do some really good work all the way out on the flanks. Getting one of the Salamanders pushed off the map, doing some great work against the Skink Skirmishers. And it looks like they're starting to consolidate and
look,
move in.
in the center, there's a net of Ammontok, Salamanders, and then Mazdamundi. This might be the end of Kolek.
Kolek, no. Down to 200. Oh, no. This could be
he's
bad.
routed.
And he's routed.
Oh, right.
No.
He did get a lightning off right before the rout that is really hurting those red-crested skinks. Yeah,
Fortunately, he's managed to do a solid amount of damage on Mazdamundi, but he's running out of ammo for his skirmishers, and he has no ammo left on the Hell Cannon. So he's really running out of tools to be able to take down a monster. So it's going to be tough to see where he goes from here. He's going to have to rely on the weapon strength from his Chaos Sorcerer pretty heavily on this one.
Well, yeah, Papa Kolek is not regaining his leadership very quickly either.
Yeah, no. He's having a tough time. I don't know if he's going to make it back in. If he can stabilize and keep him alive for a while, that could come really... Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he did.
He stabilized. All right. So he's got a little bit of leadership. He's going to need to keep him out of combat, but just having your Lord alive is huge in close games like this, where you're really running down to the wire and you're running out of tools. But the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows is netted as well. Phenomenal net plays from Shidoku here.
Agreed.
Doing a great job of focusing these really key units. But Enfeebling Foe is popped on Mazdamundi, so the Chaos Warriors here, they do have armor piercing, so if Mazdamundi stays in this blob unsupported by infantry, all the models in contact are going to be slowly chipping away at him. So he is going to be pulling out, and yeah, it's looking like Shidoku's going to try and finish off all these isolated units.
Yep.
And Kolek's routed again. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a nice play here to finish off
Poor
that
guy.
Chaos Warrior. Clean them up. And then there's a Pterodon Rider in the far back there that hasn't been reactivated, but I don't think it's playing a huge role right now.
Yeah, at this point, his Pterodons, since they're out of ammo, he's going to want to use them for rear charging. He's just going to go for the leadership penalties and try and terror route things with Mazdamundi. So, fortunately for Zero, Kolek has stabilized yet again with some horsemen, and he is going to be running off to the side to try and stay safe. Pretty much out of ammo for Shidoku over here, but he does get another net down on the Chaos Sorcerer. And the Umbral Tide can do some solid work. They do have armor piercing and fire damage, so they can do okay against the Chaos Warriors. Mazdamundi coming in, though, providing some of that terror, pushing out what's left of this infantry, and it looks like the Sorcerer is going to be getting beat down. Yep, and he is routing. So, yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be it here.
Yeah, I'm thinking he conceded defeat because the play is stopped on my end. We'll see.
Hitting a little bit of lag.
Is it lag? No, it's just lag. I was thinking maybe one of the players had conceded defeat.
Nope, just a little bit of lag right at the end. But Kolek popping Foe Seeker, try and give him that extra vigor to provide a little bit more stability to his leadership. But it's looking pretty grim. If these Pterodons can chase off the Chaos Sorcerer, yeah, there it goes. Army losses. What a game. What a game.
That was incredible. That was the amount of patience and skill I think it takes to play a game like that with the Lizardmen is impressive. So I think that it takes a lot of patience to be able to sit around with the skirmish build, especially when you're going up against another skilled player who had quite a bit of skirmishing potential of his own with the Soul of Damnation and 4 Marauder Horsemen and the Horsemaster. So to be able to sit back and play patient, do your best to take the engagements where you can win them versus, getting overexcited and overcommitting. And that's always the challenge with one of these skirmishing armies, is just not to overcommit, and then make sure you take care of business right.
That was fantastic. Yeah, really well played by both players. When you get to the skill level that these guys are at, you can see in their gameplay, they know exactly what to go for. Both of them knew that the Salamanders and Pterodons and then the Skirmish Cav were going to be the key to victory. And in the end, it paid off. Like, he managed to get as much damage with the Salamander hunting pack onto Kolek and the Skirmish Cav as he possibly could. Did some awesome damage on the Soul of Damnation, shutting it down for a while. Like, it was fantastic play on both players' parts, chasing the Salamanders off with the Marauder Horsemen, putting them to really good use there. Like, that was fantastic.
Yeah, really was good play. So do we have the other match on standby?
Yes, so we are going to be hopping right into we have Shidoku versus Hallinally. Crusader and Puggington played their game. We have Zyphos and Janet on occasion. I'm going to message them and see if they're in their game yet.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good one to catch because we haven't seen them yet. Not that I don't want to see more Shidoku, but it'd be cool to catch as many different players as we can here along the way. Here's a look at the bracket real quick, folks, on where we're at. So, it's so far, we've got Puggington, in his bracket waiting on the winner of Zyphos and Janet on occasion. Is this Zyphos, right? I think sometimes I say Zyphos. Yes. I don't know. Okay, Zyphos.
Yep, Zyphos.
And then...
as far as I'm aware, anyways. I never know. It's internet names. People say it however they want to.
Is this Holly Nolly or Hal Now? Yeah, I don't know how to say that one right. So we got Lizards against Lizards.
That's going to be a fun one. I'm curious to see how that's going to go.
Then we got Halcon Forza Lady. I like it. So we got a Bretonnia Wood Elves matchup over there. And then Crabling is going to be going as Skaven against Pippington. Not going to be confused with Puggington. So, yes.
The Pip and the Pug.
The Pip and the Pug. That's the next DLC, right?
The
Pip and the Pug.
The Pip and the Pug.
So,
if they end up playing each other, that is going to be one of the greatest memes that could come out of this.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I'm excited. We've had some good matches so far. We hit a best of 3, folks, whenever we get to this semifinals. So that's something to be aware of when we get into our 4 finalists. You're gonna hit the best of 3 and then a best of 5 for the winning final match there. So you're gonna have plenty of matches coming up. And if I understand it right, Heylow's trying to get us into the match with Zyphos and Janet on occasion. We'll wait and see what we hear. If not, we'll pick up another match from round 4 here.
All right, so Janet and Zyphos are all set. We'll get Shidoku out of here. We're going to get Janet in.
Man, fantastic game so far.
Yeah, they've been so much fun. All right. Okay.
William McCoy is asking if we'll see all of the finals. Yes.
Yes. Semifinals and finals will be fully cast. So we're not getting all of the games for the initial best of ones just because there are so many.
It's wicked. El Champ coming in hot with Zetonia. That's right. Going to be representing Forza Lady.
Forza Lady.
That should be a faction. Come on, CA, please.
Just Forza Lady? Is that going to be a sub-faction?
Yeah, it needs to be a sub-faction. Oh, boy. They can have peasants armed with baguette, too.
All right. Well, I keep forgetting the lobby name. What was it?
It's Old World Olympics cast, I think.
Yeah, there we go.
And then the password, which I won't say out loud.
Yep, I got that.
I about did it, though, but hey, HeirofCarthage didn't quite strike right there.
So, yeah, oh, he's not seeing... Okay. He's not able to see the game.
Let me.
So I gotta add him on Steam real quick.
Oh, you're just gonna invite him?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll get that taken care of. Wait on that friend request. So yeah, some honorable mentions so far for helping get the tourney set up. First off, our good friend Warner in the Discord has been a phenomenal help. All of the pictures that you guys have seen for like the screen blockers and the advertisements in the Discords and everything like that, the Old World Olympics like thumbnail, he put all of those together. Basically just messaged him. I'm like, hey man, like here's the theme we're going with. Here's kind of what I'm looking for. Like, what can you do? And every single time he's been phenomenal about it. Just throw some stuff together. He's been super great. So make sure you guys shoot him a shout in chat and thank him for all of his hard work in getting this stuff done too. Shetland Apache, one of our contestants, is helping admin as well for rule stuff. Getting the rules taken care of, I believe, with Pippington. Those guys getting the Warhammer Cup rules updated very, very quickly for all the tournaments that everyone has going on and stuff like that. So really, really appreciate your guys' hard work, everything you do for the community. It's awesome to be able to play with you guys and participate in things like this with you. And yeah, our other mods, Wicked, all the mods in the Discord, like Reptile, you guys have been phenomenal.
And I'll take the opportunity to say thanks to Heylow, folks. He's the one that set this whole thing up. It wasn't me. I'm literally like just like mooching along for the ride right now. He did all the work on this. In fact, in the future, you know, I was part of the reason why we're trying to set this up is because I'm hoping that since my schedule can be a little tougher, that that Heylow can actually run these things maybe sometimes in my absence if we need to. So that's kind of the thought behind this is don't let me hold back the ability to get a lot of fun tournaments and competitive play onto the channel. So really appreciative of Heylow helping out, and it takes a lot of work to get one of these things running. So definitely appreciate what he put into it. So, and it looks like a pretty good turnout so far. We've had over 400 people a couple of times on stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got a lot of people out there enjoying it, and of course we'll have more in the future. And we're making some plans. I'm hoping in the future I'm going to be working with my sponsor MSI, one to maybe help with the prize pool, but also to see if we can get some game codes from them and start giving out game codes in chat in the future. And so we're hoping to make a big deal out of it. We're working on a lot of things. I know Heylow said he was working on a roadmap, so it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got some stuff in the pipeline. I know some of you guys saw the replays from the tournament I hosted a little while back for the Changelings Challenge. So I'm planning on bringing that one back with a few minor rules tweaks and invite a few other of the tournament players to partake in a second one. So if you guys would like to see that on the channel, I'd be more than happy to host it here. Otherwise, if you have ideas for things that you want to see, again, feel free to comment. Just shout it out, drop comments in the stream when it's done and everything like that, because I know I'll be going back and I'll be looking at the comments every couple of days, just scrolling through, seeing what you guys are feeling, what you're thinking, what do you want to see, who do you want to see. If there's particular players you really want to watch some games of, I'm sure I can reel them in.
All right, so we're waiting on Janet and Zyphos to join.
Yes. So I have both of them added for Steam now. I'll get them the invites. And then yeah, since we were talking about shoutouts, you guys know who the real MVP here is, right? As modest as he may be, our wonderful host HeirofCarthage is the real champ. It's the reason that I got into streaming and that I got into Total War. So without our generous benefactor, I would certainly not be here. So I'm very, very grateful.
Don't listen to him, folks. It's all him.
It's all my Skaven employees.
No, I'm excited.
Why do I not have them available?
Warner says to bring handguns, that's the huge support. That comment doesn't surprise me coming from Warner, Mr. Handgun himself. We got Janet in. And we've got Zyphos. Oh man, I can't wait to see this one. This one's gonna be nuts. What else is
It should be really fun. This is another one I'm curious to see because I feel like Jezzails are a good pick, right? Really good range, armor piercing. They can deal with trees, they can deal with infantry, but Wood Elves have the ability to do really, really tough rushes against Skaven as well because Dryads are really, really good against all of like the chaffy infantry. So it's tough. Like you could either be expecting a Wood Elf rush, or you could end up in like one of those super heavy like skirmish kite kind of builds. And it's going to be tough. I think that puts the Skaven on a little more of a back foot than it does the Wood Elves. Because I think the Wood Elves have a lot more ways of answering Skaven stuff than the Skaven do Wood Elves. So I'm curious to see what Zyphos is going to have here. I played a quick battle and went with a rush build with the Doomflayers, and I think they're really good.
Look at the chat. Janet says hi. Hey, Janet has a channel too. So if you guys want to check him out, he might be streaming his view as well. He makes a lot of great Total War content. And honestly, if any of the folks in the tournament make content, hopefully they can send me like all the links, and I'll put a post up on my YouTube channel and try and make sure you all can go out and check out any of these other folks you want to.
Yeah, he's Janet's got awesome videos. He's a really, really, really good dude. I've talked to him a couple times, and he's super, super nice. So if you guys want like some more good videos, he works a lot with the Everchosen guys. He was a part of that and one of the casters. So feel free to head on over and check out his stuff. I know he's going to be doing casts of his games. So if you want to see his matches, you can definitely check those out. I'm sure they'll be up relatively soon after the tournament.
Oh, wait. Map. Am I on the right one? Storm Demon?
No. Actually, yes. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Never mind.
Chat, make sure and scream at me every match about the map.
Almost had a heart attack. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah,
but no, we're all set.
Same round, same map, right?
Yep, same round, same map. So this is actually going to be the last game of round 3. And then we're moving into round 4, which is going to be Reginald Puggington versus the victor of this game. We have Hallinally, however. He's really got to PM me that. I never know how to pronounce his name. But we have him versus Shidoku with the Lizard Mirror matchup. Al Halcon is going to be playing Falcon, Bretonia versus Wood Elves. So that is going to be 2 of my clanmates squaring up, and they are both phenomenal players. And then Pippington was defeated by VM's own Krabling. So should be pretty solid. Krabling making it into the semifinals with his Skaven.
Ooh, so we got a Skaven in the semifinals, huh?
We do. We have a Skaven in the semifinals. It's looking like no matter what happens here, we're also going to have a Lizardman because we do have the mirror match.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's true.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a Lizardman and a Skaven in the semifinal.
So, yeah, they're not obligated to play those factions by any means.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
Semifinal. But I'm assuming since they picked them, they're both good with them. So I'm sure that we'll see them at some point in the best of 3s.
You got a preference for an army introduction?
I'll cover Wood Elves if you want to start off with Skaven.
Sounds good. So let's go take a look at Skaven. They could be jumping around a little bit through deployment, so I'll do my best to keep up. But when I saw the overview, we had some interesting stuff here. There's going to be several units of Doomflayers at play. So that is going to be all kinds of good fun. And Doomflayers is going to be fantastic against anything infantry, basically. As long as they don't get themselves destroyed by armor-piercing missiles. We do have Ikit Claw on his Doom Wheel. So, particularly awesome-looking Doom Wheel. Quick close-up of that. And then in terms of infantry, I did see a couple of Storm Vermin with sword and shield, so there's a little bit of staying power in the back of this army. They are surrounded by Clan Rats up front. There are some Skaven Slaves, great charge blockers, and chaff units to potentially draw in arrows that are on fire at will, fire a Doom Wheel, I guess was in my mind there. And then we got Clan Rat Spears and Slaves, like I said, making up the flanks. So that's pretty much the Skaven army. A little bit of harder infantry in the center, but a lot of chaff infantry surrounding some Doom Wheels. And let's not forget the Rattling Gun weapon team. We've got one of those and then a Warplock Jezzail. So the Jezzail is going to provide some longer range at 300. Those Rattling Guns, though, will they be able to do anything? I guess it depends on the Wood Elves army, which let's give you a view of. It's going to be interesting.
All right, so for the Wood Elves, we are going to have Orion, the big old beastie himself, as well as a spell singer with Lore of Life for Janet, who is going to have the wonderful spells of Earthblood as well as Regrowth. And then we're going to have several units, I believe 5 units of Dryads. We're going to have 2 units of Wild Riders with shields. And then we are going to have, actually, 3 units of Wild Riders with shields. Jeez, excuse me. Nope, 4. Man, and then a Sister of the Thorn.
Yep, I was going to
So
say.
we got 5 Dryads, 4 Wild Riders with shields, a Sister of the Thorn. We have Orion and a Spell Singer. So not a super big Wood Elf army, but it could be very, very dangerous here for Xiphos if he's not careful. But yeah, we are all set.
This is going to be an interesting rush. I don't know how Doomflayers are going to stack up against Wild Riders. Wild Riders don't do armor-piercing damage, but they do tremendous damage, period.
Mm-hmm. They have physical resistance,
yep.
So like they might be able to hold out. I haven't seen this before, so I'm curious to see how it's going to go. But the Dryads are going to do really, really well here.
This is going to be crazy.
This is going to be one of those games where it's like everything is happening in the first like 2 minutes.
And here we go.
Okay, so right off the bat, we have the Dryad Rush. Oh man, what are you thinking, Air? What are you feeling?
I don't even know what's about to happen, but it's going to get crazy. Here comes a nice charge from the Wild Riders right into the Doomflayers. If they get a clean charge, could be a lot of damage. Or were they aimed at the Storm Vermin? I can't tell, but a lot of damage.
I think they're probably going after the Doomflayers. The one thing that Doomflayers kind of struggle with is low leadership. So if he can route the Doomflayers out and chase them off with the Wild Riders, that would be massive pickup for him.
That Warp Lightning was vicious on that Wild Rider. It did some damage. So the Skaven, yeah, finding themselves defending early, but I don't know how long these Wild Riders can hold out over here. Ooh, Curse of Honor Air being dropped on that right flank of the Skaven. So they're down a whole lot of melee attack and speed.
Alright, so we do have a rule violation, unfortunately. The Wild Riders with shields, he has 1 more with shields than he's able to. We will play this out and see what happens at the end, because if Xiphos wins, it doesn't matter. But at the end, we'll leave it up to the contestant. We'll let Xiphos decide how he wants to handle it, if they want to replay it with the change made, or if they want to do a fresh game with new armies. It is up to them. But so far, looking pretty spicy right now. Doomflayer's doing some mad work. Dryad's doing an awesome job. But Skaven look like they're winning in the balance of power. It looks like the Dryads just don't quite have the numbers to be able to cut through all of this infantry with the Doomflayers here supporting them.
Yep. I mean, the damage from the Wild Riders was intense right off the bat, but I think as Skaven got collected, dropped a couple of Warp Lightnings and stuff like that, start to...
Yeah. The Warp Lightnings are super big just because it bypasses that physical resistance for the Dryads. So it does a lot of the damage that the Chaff Infantry isn't really going to be able to do. And the Storm Vermin can hold up very well with the Dryads because of their armor. But yeah, it's looking kind of tough right now. Orion's hot and heavy in there, but I don't think he's going to be able to solo all these Doomflayers.
No. He does count as a large entity, though, so the bonus versus infantry on the Doomflayers and the Doom Wheel will not apply to him.
Yeah, Xiphos trying to take out this Spellsinger Lore of Life, which would be a very, very good pickup. If he's able to take the Spellsinger out, that's probably going to be the nail in the coffin for Janet, just because if he doesn't have the heals on the regrowth, Orion is eventually just going to be kind of dragged down. And it looks like he does get the Terror with Ikit on his Doom Wheel. But we do have a nice pocket of the Dryads as well as some cavalry coming in to try and take out some of the Skaven slaves on the flank. And the skirmishers have pretty well been removed entirely for the Skaven, so they don't have any guns left. It's just going to be so tough to take down the Doom Wheels.
I mean, Orion's certainly capable, but only if the Doom Wheel sits still, really, and kind of, you know...
Yeah. This was... Zyphos' build is very similar to the one that I tried against the Wood Elves, because Wood Elves struggle against elite heavy cavalry. So Doom Flayers can kind of fill that niche for the Skaven. They're very, very heavily armored. When they're in combat, they're up to 124. And the Wood Elves don't really have anything with mass that has the armor piercing to deal with that other than trees. And you can't risk trees because of Jezzails. So Jezzails will just tear apart Treekin or your like tree men. So it seems like Doom Wheels and the Flayers are just like a super good way to go here. It answers a lot of the tools that the Wood Elves are going to try and bring.
Yeah, I agree. The Doom Flayer's very, very good against infantry. I mean, the only thing they'd have to be super worried about infantry-wise would be like getting really stuck on some Eternal Guards or Azray Spear. But I mean, on the charge, they would wreck those units too.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't really have the mass to pin them, so they just kind of bowl through and keep on moving. But Orion's trying to get back into combat here and get after Ikit. And he manages to get a hold of him, but yeah, the Doom Wheel is just outpacing him. He's just avoiding him and trying to remove all of the other units.
Yeah, nice Warp Lightning use the whole battle. There's another Brass Orb, so that's going to be the end of those Dryads. So Orion...
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah.
Orion's doing what he can, but the unit models here, still 3 on the Doom Flayers each, just looking really tough. There really isn't a way to pin these guys. He's trying to chase down the infantry with the Dryads and everything like that, but Orion is just running about, trying his best to get these guys.
Get a little wah in the middle of all of it.
A little wah. Orion. That's Orion, guys. CA changed his voice in the last.
He's now a Gabo.
The notes, but yeah, that's his charge cue.
Oh man. Yeah, Orion versus the Skaven world now.
Yeah, Orion versus the world. In typical Wood Elf fashion, they came here. I don't know what they're doing in Lizardman territory, but I guess they just came to try and stop the Vermintide. A little bit unsuccessfully, though. But yeah, out on the flanks, the units are just being kind of warded off, and it looks like at this point, Zyphos is just going to be sending in small pockets of units to try and grind out Orion. And Orion is a beast. Like, when he gets low, he can bring on like this massive physical resist bonus, as well as his regen. So he is unbreakable, and against a lot of the infantry, like, he can probably tank it out pretty well. I don't see him being able to stop Ikit, which is the problem.
And for newer players, maybe not as familiar with multiplayer, why don't you explain for him real quick why Zyphos is holding off, like blobbing everything up on Orion?
Absolutely. So one thing to keep in mind when you get to a late game point like this and you're trying to take out a single entity unit, you don't want to blob up because of fear and terror, for one. So if he gets a lot of these like tattered units into combat, they're going to start routing because of the terror effect from Orion. So he just leaves them sitting out there, let them recover their vigor, and their leadership stabilizes. And with that, that helps your balance of power. So you keep those units in the fight and they're not routing, and it gives you more of an edge to try and army loss shatter what's left, like the cavalry units and things like that. And then with your units getting their vigor back, they're able to just kind of trickle in and do all of their damage against the one model, one at a time, more effectively, because stats do decrease with lower vigor. And then, yeah, like, it's tough because when you have cheap units, you want to try and get as much damage out of them as you can, but when you have mass amounts of like blob, only units or unit models that are in base contact are actually going to do anything. The rest are just kind of sitting there.
Yep.
So you might as well just kind of spread out, go after a couple key units on the sides, let them recover, and then just get as much value as you can out of your individual units instead of just sticking them all into a circle and getting terror routed or something ridiculous like that.
And then Orion can call down those 2 bound abilities on blobs as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you put your whole pocket of infantry there, and it looks like you're going to take the game, and suddenly he pops his Vortex, and you lose half of your infantry force, and balance of power suddenly evens out. Not a good time. Oh, but the Life Mage is shattered, so that is pretty much going to be it. All of the rest of the Wood Elf forces are gone, and it's just going to be Orion versus the world, trying to deal with these Storm Vermin and the Spears. Orion's a beast, though.
Death by a million rat stabs.
Yeah, just Orion sitting here, just getting shivved in his ankles a million times. Oh, man. See, one of his animations here, like his attack animation, has a pretty good AoE. So that's another reason you don't want to throw all your units in, because for all the models that aren't able to attack in base combat, they're still going to be getting hit by his AoEs. So you're just going to be like kind of wasting stuff. But yeah, Zypho's doing a really good job here of trickling his units in to just whittle him down, and then he's going to come in with the Steel Chair, Icket Claw, and his Doom Flayers are probably going to end up charging him for the last bit and just beating him down. But man, Orion throwing his javelins into the Doom Wheels. But yeah, the grind is real.
Yeah, so Orion's also replenishing his hit points at a pretty good clip there because of that special ability.
Yeah, Orion is a monster. Like, if you can support him well and prevent him from getting like focused by artillery or crazy things like that, like he can last for an incredibly long time. Like once he gets into these really low stages of health, he gains the ability to have like an innate damage resistance of 44%. Like it's just a standard ward save, so all damage is reduced by 44%. Like that's crazy, the amount of durability you can get out of him.
Oh then, boy,
like, it's nuts.
Have fun with that, Orion.
Man. Oh no, oh, poor Orion.
He's getting hit by the Skaven Lawnmower Brigade here.
Oh man. Ooh. He's just getting pummeled on. Icket is not having any of this, and he zaps him to death. Oh man. He's just getting completely bowled around. Ooh.
Icket does display a lot of road rage, folks, so...
He does. He's not a very good driver.
No.
Oh, there we are. That's going to be GG from Janet. Excellent game. It's definitely very risky. I see what he was going for. He wanted to try and, like, just Zerg in there and shut down any kind of, like, skirmish play really quickly. And he did a great job, but the lack of, like, the numbers, unfortunately, he just kind of went in really hard and just lost steam. You know, he just kind of lost to attrition there. The Doomflayer is doing a really good job of trading into the Wild Riders and causing them to just take a lot more damage than they would against, like, Skaven Slaves and things like that. So it was definitely a valiant effort.
Yeah, I wonder how you really put that build together properly to handle the build like that Zyphos had here. I mean, you're going to have to deal with 3 Doom Flayers and Icket Claw on the wheel. So you do have to have some kind of mass probably at some point, or ranged, in order to deal with them. But if you bring a lot of ranged, and those Doom Flayers come cutting through, then that may head south real quick.
Yep.
Not to mention,
Yeah,
no one wants to be in a
strong.
standoff against Jezzails these days.
Yeah, it's difficult. I do really think Doomflayers are going to be like almost an auto take against Wood Elves, just because of their lack of mobile AP outside of archers. They're just really hard to shut down.
Yeah, I would think so. Like Treekin could probably slow them down, like with their mass, but then you're spending money on Treekin. Those are going to get the crap shot out of them by Jezzails potentially. There's a lot of interesting balance, and then not to mention Rattling guns. It's still going to be good against Treekin too. With that armor piercing.
Exactly.
There's so many different variations, I think, of how that plays out. And I was thinking about War Dancers, like how they come into the mix. They'll certainly lay down a lot more damage, than the Dryads, but again, you're spending more money. And how do you deal with those Doom Flayers at some point?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a tough one for Wood Elves. The build I played on Quick Battles was really wide with Dryads. He had like a few unshielded Eternal Guard and Azrai Spears, and then it was just super wide with archers, like lots of Glade Guard, um, some Way Watchers, just trying to do as much like skirmish damage as possible. And I had Doom Flayers, and it came down super close. But the Doom Flayers, yeah, they carried the day really, really hard there.
Yep. Hey, I just want to make a quick announcement to everybody real quick. I'm going to have to be starting to prepare to bow out in about 30 minutes. I have to be out by noon. So about 30 minutes now, I'm thinking let's try and get one more match in here. And then
we should be able to get Xiphos and Puggington.
Yep. And then I'm going to leave the stream to Heylow. And just so you all know, we're going to try and keep streaming on this same one. It is possible I may have to create a new stream for him to work if something goes wrong. So be prepared. Look on my channel. I'll put a new link out there. We'll put the link in our Discord, wherever else we need to do it. And, like I suppose if like a worst came to worst, Heylow could always finish it on his channel somehow if he needed to. But I'm pretty sure we'll get it on here. I just wanted to make you all aware that switch over, we may hit a bump. We're going to take care of it. So don't take off running if something happens.
Don't leave me. All right, so...
And I'll be watching the finals from my car on the way over to my family's house.
Yeah.
Not while driving, of course.
Probably for the best. You don't want to be an idiot.
I gotta load the family up into our Doom wheel and,
Got that luxury sedan Doom wheel.
Oh yeah, it's got leather seats made out of gore bowls and beastmen and all kinds of nice features.
Oh, that sounds nice.
The shifters are made out of ivory from mammoths. So,
ooh, fancy. I gotta get me one of those.
Yep.
Okay, so Puggington should be headed on in. We need one more spectator slot opened up. Help TW. Mr. Help Total War is going to be coming in, our Russian spectator, for this last game before we hop into the semifinals. And then I will be casting those, and he will be casting for our wonderful audience in Russia.
I think there's a spot open, if I have it right, for him to get in.
Okay. I'll shoot him an invitation.
And which match do you think's coming up next?
So next is going to be Puggington versus Xiphos. So it's going to be Counts versus Skaven. So we're going to see how the new Skaven can handle the vampire counts, because that used to be a really crappy matchup. Like, really bad.
Oh, wow. Bretonia putting down the Wood Elves of Felcon.
Yeah. Really impressive result there. Felcon going out to Halcon with his Bretonia. Halcon is an amazing Bretonia player, though. So that's...
Boy, that'd be an interesting match, too, to have all that cavalry flying around and potential flyers and other stuff to deal with as Wood Elves. That'd be tough. So
yeah, and then we had, the Skaven beat Lizardmen for crabbling into Pippington. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good. Coming down to crunch time.
And just so everybody knows, you'll get to see all the matches from the semifinals and the finals, correct?
Yes. We will be casting every game for the semifinals as well as the finals. So we'll be doing both best of threes, and then we'll also have the best of five final. And there is a third place game. Challenge doesn't show me if it is a best of five, but I believe it is. So we'll be having lots more games to go.
I had someone in the chat said Bretonia versus Wood Elves is auto win for Bretonia. I mean, not when the Wood Elf player is Felcon. I would make a caveat for sure there. Like, I don't know if you've played against Felcon, but I wouldn't call anything an auto win against Felcon.
Yeah, no, I have played against Falcon several times. I think I win against him like 1 in 10 matches. And that one match is usually very close, whereas half of the other 9 are not very close. So, yeah, he's a phenomenal player. He got second place in Everchosen, losing to Soothsayer, which is an achievement in itself, beating Soothsayer several rounds. Like that's crazy stuff.
Yep. So we have the 2 players in. I don't know if our Russian caster's in yet.
Does not look like it. The map is going to be Tarantula Coast Isle North.
Got it. I have the right map for once, people. Not because of me.
It's a group effort.
The heir of Carthage won't destroy this matchup. So Vampire Counts and Skaven. I mean, the potential for terror everywhere has always got to frighten any Skaven player. You do have the Regimented Renowned Halberd unit for the Skaven now that is unbreakable. Whether or not it's a good pick, it probably depends on what the Vampire Counts end up with. And then, of course, you got the Skirmishers, but you got to watch out for the summons. And again, Heylow, I know you talked about it earlier, but maybe a quick reminder on how the summons changed, because that could impact.
So yeah, summons, they got a little bit of a tweak. Some of the summon abilities got a cost increase, like a slight change that way. And then there was also a change to the ability cooldown time, I believe. So it takes a little bit longer between summons to get them off. So you're not going to be able to pop out as many as quickly. So if the game goes very long, you should be able to still get your summons off. But it could be very game-changing early game to not be able to get as many as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. See how that plays out. Now, what's the rule in terms of the Warhammer Cup rules on, say, for instance, you know, like you've seen shenanigans in Quick Battle where you can bring a Lord and like 2 Master Necromancers and summon like 1 million units? Like, is there any play on that in the rules?
As far as bringing like casters and multiple summons,
Yep.
so you can't bring the same spells for casters. So you can have like 2 fire casters, but you can't have 2 fireball spells. So the same thing goes with the summons. Like you can have a necromancer with your zombie summons, but you can't have like Vlad also having zombie summons or something like that. I don't even know if Vlad does summon zombies. I don't play counts, but
I think he
you get
does.
the gist of it. Yeah, I believe so, but you can't have 2 of the same spell just to prevent that kind of spam stuff, because that would be crazy ridiculous having all the zombie spams. Can you open one more spectator slot? Apparently he's having trouble getting in, so I'm not sure. It may be counting you in the spectator thing.
Let's see if that works. This is not the finality, or the finality. This is not the finale, Arno. We are in, this is what, round 4?
Yes, we are hitting the semifinals after this.
Yes, so this is the last match before the semifinals. You will get to see every game of the semifinals and finals. Again, just making a quick announcement to everybody. I'm going to start helping to turn everything over to just Heylow around 11:30 my time, so that's about 30 minutes away. So after this match, I stay tuned. If the stream goes down for a second, it's just because I'm trying to get it flipped over to where Heylow is going to be streaming it onto my channel. I may even have to create a new event if something goes wrong. If that is the case, we'll get the link posted. It'll still be on my channel. And in a worst case scenario, if we can't get it to work on my channel for some reason, Heylow will finish it on his. But I'm pretty sure we can get it to work. So just making you all aware of the circumstances there so that we can... I don't want to lose y'all in the exciting semifinals and finals.
All right, so apparently help is in the server for Halcon and Crabling at the moment. I'm going to see if he plans on coming in here before we get started, so he doesn't have to wait if he doesn't want to. But looks like Puggington is all set. All right. All right, so he should be coming in. All right, so I believe he is here.
Yep, we've got him.
All right, so we shouldn't have any connection issues. I know Help has great internet. I haven't had issues running large battles. I think Air, you should be fine too.
Yeah, I mean, hardware-wise, I'm definitely okay, but I haven't had too much problem with Cox this morning, so fingers crossed.
All right, should be good.
I'll ready up whenever Zyphos is fully ready. I suppose you guys have a contingency plan in case lag ever ruins someone's battle.
Yeah, at that point, it really comes down to the player's personal preference. Like, if we ended up with a lot of heavy lag in this match, I would probably ask both players, like, do you want to replay it with same armies, and we can like drop a cast or whatever, and then they could always switch armies if they wanted to. Like, I'm not gonna hold that against them. It's in the end, the tournament's for fun. Yes, there is a cash prize, but in the end, it is a video game. Like, if you're not enjoying yourself while you're here and while you're playing or while you're watching, like, you're not getting the full value out of it. So that's what it's all about. It's all about having fun.
Agreed. You can be competitive and you can still have a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Get a quick look at this map. Quite a bit of terrain here.
Yeah, it's not bad. A little bit of like slope and like defilade and whatnot, but it should be fine. It's one of the newer ones. They have these new maps set up in weird ways where there's 3 maps for one map. So they'll have like the map north side, they'll have the map inland, and then the map on like the south side, and they're all different, but they're themed the same. And a lot of them have really, really goofy terrain features. So we tried to get in and find like as many of like the kind of more even ones as possible.
Looks like we are all loaded in.
All right, so do you have a preference for which army?
Yeah, I'm just getting a look at the lay of the terrain right here. I mean, I think some people might see where the vampires are at and think they have a huge uphill advantage. I mean, they would compared to where the Skaven deploy, maybe. But the ground in between, relatively smooth. And
yeah, it's pretty similar. Like right
Yep.
outside deployment zone here, it kind of evens out.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a little bit of room for flanking stuff. There's a few divots that they can use to hide from like weapons and things like that. Jezzails do have a really, really good arc of fire. So
Yep.
as far as this terrain's concerned, it probably wouldn't really matter, except for maybe this one really deep divot on the vampire's right side. But some foliage too, like it gives a couple options for mobility to try and get around in cover.
Yeah, that right-hand side, from the Skaven perspective, is a little bit uphill, but over here on this left-hand side, it's smoothed out, and then, like you said, that divot down through there, so some interesting play spots there. I can run through the, let's see, I'll run through the vampires, let you take the Skaven, if that
All
works.
right.
So, for the vampires, a pretty diversified army that I saw so far in terms of having a lot of different types of units. We got the Stearnsman right in the middle, that will be a tough unit. Able to heal, got shields, should be pretty tanky. Then there's a mix of skeleton warriors and skeleton spears also in that front line. There's a spear on either side of the Stearnsman, and then a skeleton warrior on the far ends of the flank. Behind them on the right side of the vampires here, we've got the Feasters in the Dusk. This is going to be a regiment of renowned Crypt Ghoul, so fast-moving, poison attacks. And then in terms of the far flanks, we got a Black Knight on the right hand for the vampire, and another Black Knight on the left. In the middle, there's 2 units of Blood Knights that I'm seeing. Yeah, 2 units of Blood Knights. A Fellbat up in the air, along with a Lamian Vampire Lord on a zombie dragon. And that's going to be one tough character up there. They have this seduction lord ability, so apparently going to seduce the Skaven, which is kind of gross. But minus 26 melee attack, minus 24 speed, lightning reflexes, scepter stability. I mean, lots of different things here. We've got enfeebling foe, raise the dead, and invocation of Nehek, as well as the breath attacks on the dragon. So interesting army for the vampires. And I don't mean to forget it, but we got the black coach. Potentially very capable unit against a lot of Skaven stuff. Except for, like, rat ogres.
Yeah. Yeah, it should do pretty well against any, like, infantry. If it's safe from Jezzails, it can do well against the weapons teams as well. But, yeah. So for the Skaven over here, we're going to have Xiphos bringing himself a Grey Seer Lore of Ruin on the bell. So he is going to be rocking himself the Scorch ability, as well as having Warp Lightning and Death Frenzy, as well as bringing the Warp Storm Scroll to decrease the speed by 48% of flying unit. So very, very good there. Front line is going to consist of some Clan Rats. He's also going to have 2 units of Storm Vermin in the core. Back flanks are going to be Clan Rats with Spears, and he's going to have 1 unit of the Blight Scabs Plague Pack, the ROR Plague Monk Sensor Bearer. So these guys are new. They have the physical resistance, lots of magic damage. They have a leadership debuff ability that's not really going to matter against counts, but it's there. And then they also have Frenzy, and they provide a really, really good aura ability by giving everything that's allies in 40 meters immune to psychology. So that could be super big for this matchup, and I really like that pick. But yeah, he's going to be rocking double Hell Pits as well as the Warlock Engineer. So he's got a pretty solid little Doom box going on. And with that immune to psych, it's going to be keeping his Clan Rats and everything in the fight a lot longer than they normally would. So really curious to see how this is going to pan out for him.
Remind people about that Warlock Engineer when he's in melee, that Warpstone armor.
Yeah, so the Warlock Engineer in melee, he provides a kind of like almost Mortis Engine-ish effect, where he has Warpstone armor, and everything in like a 30-meter radius, it causes damage to it. So it's small amounts of damage, but when he's in combat, he can really grind out some of the chaff infantry, like the Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spears. So it's definitely a solid play. He can do a lot of AoE damage to the cheap stuff, like the zombie summons, things like that, to really help the Clan Rats in the frontline engagements. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. He actually has 2 Warlock Engineers, one that I missed. So looking good, looking very good.
I feel like the Skaven here are going to have to deal with some punishing rear charges from the Black Knights, but if they hold their ground, I mean, can you rear charge Storm Vermin to death? I mean, that's going to be difficult, and then if the Dragon lands, you're going to have 2 Hell Pits after you. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
It's definitely going to be very micro-intensive for Puggington, more so than Xiphos. Puggington has no ranged, so he has no way to force this box open by drawing units out. So it's going to come down to like the front line here where the Blood Knights just bowl into the Clan Rats, and he's going to, just dip right out, and he's going to have to try and pull like the Hell Pits or the Bells or infantry units out of position to try and isolate and just obliterate it. Because otherwise, he's going to be running into a lot of problems where the Hell Pits are just going to be sitting in this pocket and forcing off the Lamian Lord and his cavalry.
Nice play so far. Trying to minimize damage and do a little damage. That charge over there with the Blood Knight didn't go great. But the rest of the charges have been okay. Ooh, that nasty hit on the Black Coach there. Black
Knights are coming in on the Hell Pit back here. This could be what he's looking for. Dragon's coming in on the Hell Pit Abomination, and he's trying to get some good damage on him. Feebling Foe popped, but Xiphos, playing some very good attention, is going to pull right back into the blob, and that is going to force Puggington to pull some of these units out of combat.
Yeah, he's got a skeleton committed down there now.
So yeah, he's coming in with the Lamian Lord, going to get some rear charges. I think he's just going to try and do as much damage to some of this infantry as he can and use the Lord as bait for the Hell Pit and the Bell, and then bring in some of his Knights to break up the combat and let his Lord escape. Trying to do as much damage as possible. Did a really good job baiting out that Warp Lightning. And you can see on the other flanks, the cavalry is doing some good work on the Clan Rats, just coming in with the cycle charges. Black Coach getting some good work done. The tough thing for Xiphos here is his biggest tools against what's happening right now are the 2 hell pits and the bell, but they're very slow. So the speed that Puggington has is a huge advantage right now because he has a large amount of the cavalry. And on the right flank, he's taking good advantage of that and comes in and gets a really nice break in the Skaven formation. But there is a Warp Lightning coming in, and if it hits the cav, oh, yep, a lot of damage on that pocket. But it does shatter out more of the Skaven infantry, actually. Some solid damage on the black.
Yeah, a moment ago we missed a breath attack on the zombie dragon. I had it on camera, but it did a ton of damage to one of the storm vermin, so an important bit of damage if the vampires want to win this.
Yeah, Invocation going down on the pocket here to keep everyone healthy, but I don't know. What are you thinking so far, where we're at?
I can only comment usually from my perspective, right? And if I'm the vampire player, which I'm not, but if I was, I would feel like this would be difficult, I mean, to break the Skaven box here without accidentally making a mistake on a key unit. So I think that the vampire player is doing a good job overall, though, really. It's going to be tough to break this open.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot with his Lamian Lord right now, getting chased down by some of these Storm Vermin and the Hell Pit Abomination. But it looks like he is going to manage to escape, and that Hell Pit being out of the pocket is going to open his far right side up. All those cavalry units got to get in here. Puggington's bringing them back in. He's got a good opportunity to kind of start rear charging all that infantry. And the Blood Knights are on the Hell Pit Abomination. With the Dragon coming to support, he could be in a good spot.
I think Breath Attack may be coming from the Dragon. We'll see.
Oh, Zombie Summon. So looking to tie down these Storm Vermin and keep them from coming back into the core. Definitely a good play there.
Yeah, agreed. So the Dragon trying to get some work done on those Sensor Bearers, but he's going to be Hell Pit all over him real fast.
Oh, yeah. Enfeebling Foe going down is going to be really, really useful. The Clan Rats should be able to get some extra damage done, as well as the Black Coach. But I don't know. It's looking really tough. Taking down these Hell Pits in the late game is going to be very hard because they haven't taken a lot of damage, and they have lots of HP pool to regen. So Lamian Lord is going all in with the Blood Knights here, popping a Overcast Invocation and getting lots of healing. But having a little bit of trouble here. These Hell Pits just are not taking damage.
They sure aren't. I mean, if those Hell Pits are still going to be around, like, the Vampire is doing well to get rid of as much Skaven chaff as possible. Like,
yeah, it's pretty much what it's coming down to right now is just because the Hell Pits are out of position, he's trying to bust down this other side, this flank. And if he's able to do that, his cavalry might be able to get a good surround on like the Hell Pits and just really like whittle them down that way. But wow, really nice.
One of the Warlock engineers just got terrified, and so did the Storm Vermin over there. So big potential opportunity for the Vampire to clean out some anti-large.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can force that... oh, never mind. He's not going to force it off the map. He's just going to straight up kill it. But that Warlock is definitely going to be going down shortly. And yeah, it's coming down to the blob fight. But if he can take out the other engineer, that would be a huge pickup because that armor providing the AoE damage over time is going to be really nice here. And could help whittle away all of the Vampire chaff infantry. But man, the blob is real.
Yeah, the Vampire Cavalry there helping the Lamian Lord escape is going to be very, very critical. There's still a Warlock Engineer alive in there, and so as long as he's in combat, every Vampire unit's going to be suffering.
Yep. You can see all the damage being done here to all the AoE units, and a lot of the Blood Knights and stuff were hitting critical binding and starting to crumble. So it could be tough. He's still got a lot of models left, but the HP is running very low. So he's really got to try and focus down one unit at a time here if he can. He's starting to run out of gas.
Yeah, it's like I think the Vampire did a good job breaking up the box, but I have to agree with you. I feel like that the Skaven are just really pouring it on now, and their Lord is going to be gone for the Vampires here at almost any moment.
That's going to be it. Without with the Lord crumbling out, there's really no way that he can pull this back unless he stabilizes and manages to get some good healing. Solid breath attack coming in on the Storm Vermin, but
yep.
Oh man, yeah, the damage being done to the cavalry is pushing them into crumbling, and then the Lamian Lord is just barely stabilizing. He's trying to go in for a last charge, try and get some damage in, but oh man, that is going to be the end. The cavalry just doesn't have the staying power left to be able to deal with 2 Hellpit Abominations.
No, and the coach can heal him. It provides a little bit of stability, but it's not going to be enough to make up for losing a Lord and then being up against what he's up against.
Yeah, you can see because of the balance of power, like all the Skaven units are beginning to rally that were forced out. And then, yeah, the crumbling mechanic hits and Warp Lightning going down right at the end there. But yeah, honestly think that that game was really well played by both players, but yeah, Puggington just got beat out in the builds department. His micro was fantastic. It was very on point. Black coach play was great as always from him, but he just didn't really have quite enough to be able to punch into that formation and force out the Bell or the Hellpit Abominations quickly enough.
Agreed. Like, that was it's an interesting thing there. And then talk about irony. The Skaven bringing the Death Star against the vampires.
Yeah.
So you can't heal a Skaven blob build, but I mean you can kind of in a way because the Hellpits, do regenerate over time, so you do get some regeneration there. But I mean, a very interesting combination of units, like the Sensor Bear providing the immune to psychology as long as they were around. So I mean that's going to be a key unit, and then I think the Warplock engineers probably always get understated in the after screen, depending on how things go. Because like I said, if they're in combat for a long time, they get a lot of damage, and the screen afterwards doesn't always represent the amount of damage done, depending on how it gets showed.
Absolutely. I don't think someone in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Mortis effects, like AoE damage, things like that, apply to your end screen, where I don't think you get kills off of that.
I would always like to see CA update the end screen to where, of course, making sure that all the different spells and stuff apply, but I'd love to see kills along with hit point damage.
Yeah, that would be some great stuff. Be able to see like a total number on just HP damage done.
Yep, agreed. Kills along with hit point damage would be amazing. So that's an interesting matchup, and I whenever I saw this, like I saw it playing out when they were picking their armies, and I was just like, holy crap, man! I would, again, coming from my perspective, the amount of micromanagement you need to bust apart a box like that against a skilled player in that situation is going to be tough. And I think Puggington really deserves some credit for. I mean, he tore up a lot of those units.
Oh, yeah.
In the end, it wasn't enough, of course, because the Hell Pits were there. But I mean, he got a lot of the Skaven units out of the way and gave himself a shot. It just wasn't, killing 2 Hell Pit Abominations without skirmishers. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's really hard. Especially with the regen, and Counts don't have access to like fire magic at all, so they can't really deal with that as efficiently. And I think part of his build might have been a little more concerned with the possibility of weapons teams as well, with like your Giselles and whatnot. So instead of bringing like Vargulfs or anything crazy like that, he went for more of like the wide cavalry, which worked great, but unfortunately the Hell Pits are just so hard for those guys to take down.
Yeah, that was quite a match. So semifinals about to get started. I need to turn the stream over to Heylow. So for everybody that's out there right now, I'm just going to explain a little bit. I'm about to turn the stream over and let Heylow stream. It should stay right here. We're going to start testing it. Stay tuned. If there's going to be any announcements or anything, like in case something doesn't go right, we'll get you all an announcement on where the stream is going to be next. But we are coming up on the semifinals with Xiphos, Halnal or Halinali, Halcon, and Crabbling. So don't leave. It's going to get exciting.
Yeah. Stay. You stay.
Stay.
All right. Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. We got 2 Skaven players in the finals, so we'll definitely be seeing some Skaven play. Halinali coming in with the Lizardmen, so I'm hoping to see some of those guys. I don't think Lizardmen is a great matchup into new Skaven, unless you go super wide on like skink builds. Just because a lot of their new tools and like the dinosaurs they have are like really, really tough.
Yep. Okay. The chat suddenly went silent, so I'm trying to see like if YouTube's not updating or... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yeah, I think YouTube was stuck. Like all of a sudden I got this huge update of chats coming in. Alright, so you guys hang tight. I'm going to stop streaming through my streamer, and I'm going to have Heylow pick it up, and we'll kind of test it and see how things are going.
Alright. Okay. So, looking okay so far.
Yeah, it's coming online. Yep. It's rolling.
All right. Man, gotta turn my overlay off. Getting all these wonderful subs. Gotta stay focused. I'll get you guys later, I promise. People are following the link over to my YouTube channel, and it's
good
linked to it, so it's popping up on all the notifications. It's awesome. I really appreciate it, everyone. You guys are the reason that we do this.
Caster saying, I don't know if folks can still hear me in the stream. I know you can, but one of the people commenting, I hear, yeah, that would be one of my kids screaming. That's welcome to the life of parenting there.
All right.
And I think if everything is going okay, the only thing that I'm going to need to be ready to do at the very end is just end the stream when you're done. And like I said, I'll be keeping an eye on it from my ride over.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Wheel. But other than that, like I'm going to get ready to head out. Hey, just thanks for doing this, Heylow. Really appreciate it. And good luck to everybody going into the semifinals. Wish I could stick around, but I got to go get my kids fattened up on Easter candy and, get the Doom Wheel out on the road, enjoy the Easter weekend. So everybody stay tuned here. Heylow's going to keep it going, and he's awesome. So I know I'm leaving you all in good hands, and enjoy the end to an awesome tournament. And hopefully you all are ready for more of this in the future. I know I'm pretty excited for it.
Air finish Archaon.
Well,
he's getting there, guys.
The chat like late, and so it's like funny because it'll just go on like a huge tear all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So YouTube can't even handle it. Anyway,
yeah.
Hey, good luck on it all, Heylow. Have fun with it, and like I said, I'll be watching from the car, and I'll drop in and chat as I'm able to, and you all have fun.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much for having me on.
See ya.
All right. All right, chat. The time is now. Mods are asleep. No, I'm just kidding. Don't get crazy. Oh. But okay, so we're gonna be going into the semifinals here. We've got Crabling and Halcon, and let's figure out what we're gonna be doing for their factions. So top bracket is gonna be Halcon. So Halcon is going to be top bracket, so he is going to have the first choice of his faction, as well as 2 bands. So yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying so far. It's been a phenomenal opportunity for me, and I've loved the community. I'm in the Discords and everything like that. Like, you guys are amazing, and it's a real privilege to be able to do this for you guys. Falcon is Falcon. No. All right. So if you guys have any issues with the stream stuff, please feel free to drop in the chat and let me know. I do run on like different provider, different settings, things like that from Air. So if there's any issues, do let me know. Halo equals 0. Yeah, man. Didn't you know? All right. So these guys are going to get their faction figured out. And we are going to put up our screen blocker. Seems good for mobile. Awesome. Very glad to hear that. Have a safe drive, Air. Hope you enjoy our wonderful finals. All right, all good, Nijam. Good to go. Glad to hear it. So yeah, map is going to be Plaque of Sotek. So it's one of the new ones. I believe most, if not all, of the maps are going to be new from the DLC drop. So we get to see all the new stuff that's going to be in the multiplayer. And then I also threw in a few of the minor settlement battle maps because they are both very aesthetic and actually not bad balance-wise. Like, they look really nice. They should be pretty decent. All right, so Halcon is going to be starting off with Sartosa. Outdated photo of Alberic 2018 colorized. I love it. Okay. So, Halcon's going to be playing Sartosa, which is very interesting, because Sartosa, unlike some of the other Coast factions, they do have access to the Sartosan Free Company and the Militia, which have Vanguard and are human. And could be a big game changer. It gives you a lot of options as far as faction matchups, because you have the ability to Vanguard deploy, you have some good anti-infantry options, as well as some mobile pistols outside of the standard undead ones that they have access to through Coast. Yeah, what are you guys liking so far? As far as the matchups go, like, what are your feelings with the new DLC units? Pirate crab build. I would love that. I would love to see the pirate crab build. Yeah, my channel link should be in the stream description if you're looking for it. Okay, so Halcon bans Bretonia and Greenskins. Interesting. All right. So he's removing Bretonia. He's a very good Bretonian player, so obviously he has concerns about Bretonia against Coast, which is interesting because a lot of people actually tend to favor Coast into Bretonia. Could possibly be because the changes to the Trident. So now they have the ability to have a little bit of like an AoE buff from Alberic to give anti-large to some of their cavalry as well as some of their troops. So maybe crabs aren't as much of an issue. But it looks like Crabling is going to be going Empire here, which, not a bad call. Empire can do very well into Coast. They have good artillery, they have cav, they've got guns, crossbows. They can do some solid stuff with Lord Snipes. And in case anyone missed it, the changes to the Witch Hunter are actually very much worth noting. Because the Witch Hunter, instead of doing his accusation where he does damage directly to a target, he now provides like a debuff. where it's like reduced 30 armor, I believe it reduces melee defense, and then a few other things. But it's super nice. Or missile resistance, reduces missile resistance as well. So that can be super good. Changes to the Trident. So the Trident provides like an anti-large AoE ability, I believe. I'd have to double check. I'm not a Bretonnian player. Wicked is a great Bretonnian player, and he is in chat right now. And if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit of a rundown on the Trident, that would be super sick. But yeah, I played Lizardman against Wicked, and he was rocking Bretonnia, and he went for more of like a foot cav build with a few archers, and I tried out Ripperdactyls, and the Ripperdactyls actually did a really good job against cavalry units because of their armor piercing. Don't play me like that, Wick. You are a great Bretonnian player. Mr. Modest. Aristo? So yeah, +8 anti-large and an AoE. Okay. Aristo, I didn't know that you were a big Bretonnian player. How are you feeling about the changes? Tridents are forks for insecure men. I love it. That is fantastic. Okay, it's looking like we're going to be getting ready shortly here. Crabbling is all set. Help is in here. Spectating as well. Again, shout out to him. I believe his link should also be in the description. He got a couple of the other games that we weren't able to catch during the best of ones, so you guys can feel free to go check him out, check out his stream. I believe he does cast in Russian, so keep that in mind, but you can catch the games there otherwise as well. So you think the patch and vacuum was good, but the DLC is unbalanced. I could see that. For people who are struggling with Jezzails, if you want a counterpick for Skaven currently, Norsk is good, Beastman's good, and what else? High Elves can do pretty well. Go really wide with like cheap cavalry, and you can do archers also, so they should do okay. Jezzails are really susceptible to chariots. So I've noticed that in playing, if you can get a chariot into Jezzails or like Rattling Gunners, you're probably going to do a ton of damage to them, and you're also going to disrupt them very effectively. And Jezzails have some trouble focusing chariot units because for whatever reason, they can't really hit the model very effectively. And when they do, it doesn't seem like it does a lot of damage. So that may be more of like a chariot hitbox thing than a Jezzail thing. But keep it in mind, because chariots are still a good pick against Skaven. Alright, so here we are. We are all set. And we are going to be having Crabbling versus Halcon for our first semifinal match. Okay, so let's start off over here with the Empire. Front line is going to have a couple units of Spearmen, and he's also going to be bringing a decent core of Flagellants, including the Tattersouls. So going for some of that unbreakable infantry to help stall the undead tide. And then lots of guns. He's got handguns, he's got crossbows, and he has the silver bullets as well for a little bit of that magic damage, as well as the armor piercing. So yeah, looking pretty good so far. He also has Empire Knights out on the flanks to provide some mobility. Not too expensive, and they'll do a good job of stopping Doomflayers, Rat Ogres, things with mass like that. You can kind of pin them in place with them. And then they can also disrupt backlines, get into enemy skirmishers, do some good work. His lord is going to be Balthazar Gelt in the air. He's rocking Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Oh my goodness. You guys are right. I did it again. Screen blocker. God's work with the blocker. God's work with the blocker. It wouldn't be my stream if I didn't leave a screen blocker up. It wouldn't be my stream. Oh, I love it. I apologize, guys. I apologize. See, on my stream, I have a command where you can exclamation stream blocker, and it yells at me for it. But yeah, coast over here, going to be very, very wide as well. Rocking some guns, Sartosa Militia, Free Company up front. We're going to have some Sirens as well as deck droppers in the air. Then multiple units of Rotting Prometheans in the back with a couple of the bombers. His lord is going to be the Vampire Fleet Captain, Admiral of Polearms on his Crabling. And yeah, looking pretty solid so far. So yeah, a little bit of an advance coming from the good old-fashioned coast over here. It's looking like it's going to start off with quite a bit of a gunfight. I'm banned. All right, guys. That's it. That's all you get to see. Warner has banned me. Our gun lord. But yeah, Free Company going to be pushing up. It's probably looking to get into some early engagements with the chaff infantry up here, try and shut it down a bit. Balthazar flying around looking for good opportunities to get, I'm assuming, a Searing Doom into that Siren, because that should be some solid damage. Backline, some Scurvy Dogs have managed to flank around, and they can do some good work if they get into the crossbows, but Flagellants coming here with the good old-fashioned Empire Knights hot on their heels, trying to pin them down. But yeah, not looking too bad right now. Empire doing some good work, getting some damage in early on to the Sartosan Militia. Unfortunately for the Undead faction here with the coast, they are very short range. So the Sartosans are having a little bit of trouble trading into the skirmishers, but the Scurvy Dogs are into the back line doing some great damage, and the Crabs are up front. Handguns are going to be trying to do what work they can, but unfortunately with the backline being disrupted and the Sartosan Militia finally coming up to the front, they should be able to do some good damage on those guys, focus out the silver bullets, focus out the handgun units, and then the Crabs can do the rest of the work against the crossbowmen. So Sirene's getting up into the front line here, doing a great job. On the right flank, looking pretty good so far. The deck droppers have managed to get around, and the Sirenes have punched through the line. Right flank looks like it is going to be collapsing, and then the units are going to be kind of getting a little bit of an envelopment, getting into the handguns. Balthazar flying around in the air, safe and sound, trying to do what he can to support with his magic. And we're going to have a final transmutation going on over here. Very nice damage onto the Sirenes as well as the Vampire Fleet Captain. We do have the Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mob summon into the handguns, but this right here could be huge. If the Lord goes down, that is a massive, massive pickup for Crabling. And it's happening. The Fleet Captain is totally going to drop. Crumbles out. Oh no, the Lord lost for the coast. That's pretty much going to be game right there. I mean, he still has some crabs, but unfortunately you can see immediately the crumbling mechanic is going to be popping in on all of these units, and they are going to be losing their HP very, very quickly. Balthazar is in full health, still popping his mana regens for his staff, as well as Arcane Conduit. So he's going to have lots more damage to come. And yeah, it's looking pretty grim so far. But Balthazar and the cavalry getting straight into the thick of things, trying to clean up some of these summons, focus out the Unbreakables. And the Air Force is being forced off as well. As the units crumble out, he is running out of bodies to pin down the silver bullets and the crossbows. So the grenades here trying to take out the Flagellants, but the deck droppers with their handguns just not really going to be able to do what they need to do. Doing a great job focusing out some of those crossbowmen, but yeah, just not enough left in the tank without that Lord. The hills are alive with the sound of pew pew, indeed. But yeah, we got some Sirenes and whatnot trying to deal with the crossbows, but army losses are going to kick in. That's going to be the end of game one. It was looking decent at first. The Empire came out with a little bit of a 1-2 punch in the beginning, dealing a lot of damage to the Sartosan Free Company militia. But man, losing the Lord, that's always risky. Always risky when you're undead. You have your Fleet Captain, Admiral, is very cheap, very cost effective on the crab, but especially against like Empire, you have to watch out for the snipes. It tons and tons of damage on them. But that is going to be the end of game one. Wow. Owen Wilson. Okay. So, with the end of that game, we are going to be seeing Halcon getting a pick and double ban again, unless he wants to concede that over to Crabling and go for a counter pick. And then I'm going to get the next map set. Steam tanks. That would have been something. So next up is going to be the Void of Helfen, which is not a new map, I don't believe. Alright, and Halcon is electing to counterpick. So he doesn't want to do the... he doesn't want to do the pick and double ban. He wants to let his opponent instead. Alright. We'll get the blocker back up. I won't forget this time. I promise. I promise you, on my honor as a Skaven slave, I will put down the blocker. Mr. Icket, tear down that screen blocker. The other semifinal is currently, yes, it is on hold. So the other match is going to be Zyphos and Hellnall, and we are going to be hopping over into them once we finish this one, because we are casting all of them. So the prize for winning, first place is going to be getting $275. Second place will be getting $150, and third place will be getting $75. So the prize wasn't announced with the launch of the tournament. We got all of like our players in, we got everyone to join up, everyone did it voluntarily and because they wanted to, and Air was generous enough to provide a prize pool for this, and we might have MSI coming in next time to provide some cool tech for prize pool options. But yeah, wanted to make sure you guys get a reward for the time that you're putting in for playing these games today, because we appreciate it. Everyone loves the content. We all want to see really cool games, all the high-level players, and it is a holiday weekend, so we really appreciate people taking time out of their days, out of their plans with family, things like that. And then if they didn't have plans, they were just hanging out for the weekend, that's free money. Come play. You're going to play Total War anyways. Let's be real. We're all going to play Total War. So you can come in, try and make some cash. Why not? The no you spam has reached chat. It's bled out of the Discord. The no you corruption. Alright. So Crabling is going to be playing Skaven, and he's going to be banning High Elves and Beastmen. So if I was Halcon and I had the counter pick, my personal pick would be Norska. I've had some really good matches with Norska into Skaven, and I personally have a solid build right now. I tend to like Wolfric and a Rust caster, and then you Plague of Rust and Hunter of Champions, the Lord, try and focus it out if they're on the Doom Wheel and it's Icket. Helps a lot with being able to pin him. And then you can also use Plague of Rust to help bring down some of that armor on the Doomflayers, which can be a big problem because they get 124 armor when they're in combat, because their like passive ability is an armor buff while they're attacking things. So they hit 124, and that's tough for a lot of units to deal with, especially with such small and fast unit models and only being 3. Yeah, Norska can suffer with Doom Wheels, but I think you can deal with them. Especially in like a tourney format, you can only have 2 Doom Wheels. So I played I think I played Romulan the other day, And I didn't know it was him until afterwards when people told me it was Romulan. But I played Norska into Skaven, and he went with 2 Doom Wheels and a couple other things. Air sounds like a Chad now. Wow. I'll be sure to let him know you said that, Mr. Teutonic Order. Yeah, I'm a bit younger, less experience. Air is a father. He has the patience of 1,000 sons. Ha. Dad joke. Ish. I don't know. I'm not a dad. I guess I wouldn't know if I can make dad jokes. A true heart shell. Oh, so it was you, Romulan. It was you. You sneaky squirrel. I saw your logo when we were starting the game. I was like, oh, is that Romulan dog? Rambunctious and brash. Maybe only a little bit. Who's playing? We got Halcon versus Crabling. So Halcon is one of my fellow clan mates in XMT. Phenomenal player, very good with Bretonnia, and he's going to be rocking it today against the Skaven. And Crabling is one of VM's players. So he is also very, very good. As you can see, he is here in the semifinals, so he is no slouch. And Screen Blocker is down. So I have achieved my life goal of remembering to remove the Screen Blocker. Good thing we have like another 15 games to go. 20 games for me to forget. Barrow, I am 23. I turned 23 in March. My birthday is March 30th. Born in the old 96. Unfortunately for me, the military has done my body some disservice. So I have the back of a 50-year-old man. But you know, we make it work. 10 points for Heylow. Yes, I'm getting points. I've been rewarded for my learning. Oh, yes. Debated. All right, guys. So let's get right into the thick of things. So we're going to start off with the Skaven over here. Very curious to see the direction that he's going to take with his army. Let's turn off these fire arcs. It's a little bit messy. Front line is going to consist of some Clan Rat spears, and then we are also going to have Storm Vermin with halberds. So they are going to be providing some mass in the back line. A couple units of Rat Ogres to support his gun line that he's got going on here. Very, very brutal gun line. He has Warp Lock Jezzails all down the line. 3 units of Jezzails, one of them being the ROR, which has stock. And then we have 2 Warp Lightning Cannons as well. His Lord is going to be Lord Skrolk. He's going to be coming in on foot to save the day here. God, debug camera. But he's going to be rocking Bless with Filth, Wither, and Vermintide. So bringing in those summons, as well as Liber Bubonicus and Rod of Corruption. And yeah, looking like a very chaffy front line. Still managed to fit 2 units of Storm Vermin, 2 units of Rat Ogres, though, in with all of this Daka. So very curious to see how this is going to work out. It's a very wide map. So very smart move going for those guns. He's got lots of room to utilize them. Bretonnia over here, front line is going to be mixed men-at-arms, battle pilgrims, and backline is going to be a couple units of peasant bowmen with their fire arrows as well as pox. And then he's going to have a large cavalry contingent. So way out on the flanks, we've got Knights Errant as well as a couple more units of Knights of the Realm at the core. Defenders of the Fleur de Lis bringing the center up. And then we also have the Fey Enchantress, who is going to be rocking her typical Earth Blood. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. If Halcon isn't able to close the gap effectively, he could be in a bad spot. You can see the fire arcs here. They reach out quite a ways. 300 range is no joke for Jezzails. They can do a lot of damage. It might not be a bad call to do what he's doing right now. Hang this cavalry back. He's just got them all in a line right outside of range, and he's just going to bait some shots out with the Fey Enchantress. Very smart play, actually. The Fey has massive physical resist as well as missile resistance. So she's taking a lot of damage, but she's also soaking up a decent amount of ammo as well as pulling these skirmishers forward. So an interesting trade there that he's going for, trying to soak some of those shots up. And then he can just heal it up. Right flank, the Knights Errant taking a mean Warp Lightning shot, just getting absolutely slapped. But the Jezzails have decided to go for a more opportune target with the Peasant Bowmen. And these guys are going to be sitting here trying to run up the field under a withering fire of sniper shots from the Jezzails, taking down a couple models every time they land a hit. More Jezzails firing in. Very smart move. On the far right flank, we do have the cavalry finally closing this gap. Going to punch into the Skaven Slave Spears, do a bit of damage on these guys, and just try and bowl through on the right flank. Fortunately, there are Storm Vermin as well as Rat Ogres, but the frontline engagement is coming. The Fae has taken a dangerous amount of damage, though. She is going to need to continually heal herself, as focusing the Fae Enchantress is going to be a very important task for Crabling here, which he is doing with his Warp Lightning Cannon. But the cavalry has pushed up, and they're going to be punching straight into the front line, bowling over some of these Skaven Slaves, getting right into the Jezzails. Clan Rat Summon going down to try and intercept these Knights of the Realm, as well as the Storm Vermin coming in. He's got a very nice pinch here, but Halcon very quickly pulling that cavalry unit out and going for a rear charge on the Skaven Slaves. Really, really good micro here, making sure that even if he can't get a good charge on one unit, he's ping-balling right into another one. So some of these Peasant Bows have rallied, and they're going to be focusing in on the Warplock Jezzails. Looking like a little bit of a mess right now. Frontline is going absolutely crazy. Tons of violence ensuing here. Storm Vermin with halberds fighting the Battle Pilgrims. And then all the way on the right flank, the cavalry is doing a great job of enveloping. And you can see the Fire Arcs here beginning to really get encroached into for the Skaven. The Jezzails are really losing some of that gap that they need to put their damage in, and there's still a very solid amount of ammo left. But very quickly, the Skaven left flank is being enveloped and overwhelmed. The mass amounts of cavalry punching straight through the Skaven Slaves, and Halcon doing a really good job of hammer and anviling and just forcing his way through into certain engagements and just trying to punch through a lot of the chaff so that his infantry, like the Battle Pilgrims and Spears, can start to close through the gaps and get into the ranged units of the Skaven. So a really smart move here for Halcon on his build, bringing large amounts of fairly cheap cavalry that is still very effective against a lot of Skaven units. But Crabling is not rolling over and taking this line down. Balance of power is slightly in his favor. He does still have Rat Ogres doing very well. Skrulk is in very good condition, getting his summons in, doing lots of damage with the Liber Bubonicus and focusing out some of these cav units. But the Fae Enchantress is still looking solid. A lot of the ranged units have been shut down so far and aren't really in opportune spots to get good damage put out into this cavalry. So as long as Halcon can continue to focus down these Jezzails, he should be in a good spot. He is pretty close to the edge of the battlefield, though, and you can see losing some of this cavalry. Fortunately, it rallies, but anything that goes off that map edge for either player is a very, very tough loss indeed. Cavalry trying to get around into the Warp Lightnings, but the Warp Lightnings aren't having any of it. Preparing to fire some point-blank shots right into the Bretonnian cavalry coming around the rear flank. But two units are going to be getting right into Natty Boo-Boos, sharpshooters, shutting those guys down and getting into the backs of another Warp Lightning Cannon and the Jezzails. It looks like the Skaven are beginning to run out of bodies. So like the Peasant Bows are out here, and at this point they're pretty much uncontested. The Skaven don't have enough mobility to be able to reach out here and touch the peasants. So they're sitting here getting all of their ammunition burnt off, doing some great, great work. And meanwhile, these Storm Vermin with halberds trying to provide some solid staying power to what is left of the Skaven line. And the Skaven Slaves are doing a pretty excellent job, honestly, of swarming in on some of these pockets of cavalry. Doing some great work, but the sheer amount of it is tough. He doesn't really have enough to be able to reach all of the cavalry at once. So where he is winning one engagement, it seems that he's losing two. So he's definitely on the back foot here. But Skrulk is no joke. He does have the Clan Rats in. He's probably got this Warp Lightning on guard mode. Blessed with Filth, going to be providing that debuff going down here on all of the infantry. Poison applied. Faye is pretty low on HP, only sitting at 1468. So overall, the map looking a little messy, but it's looking pretty good for Bretonnia. We've got cavalry coming around on the outside to finish off some of these Clan Rat pockets. Some more cav is rallying. And then in the back lines, Jezzails are coming back, but they're very, very out of position and isolated. So the Bretonnian Cav should be able to clean these guys up pretty handily. But yeah, we've got Rat Ogres chilling in the pockets here. Peasant Bows trying to do what they can to take these guys out. Warp Lightning Cannons continuing to pop some shots into the Bretonnian Cav. And it is an absolute mess down here. Absolute mess. Bodies everywhere. But balance of power extremely even right now. It looks like the cavalry is slowly being ground out by all of the Skaven Slave Spears, which is very, very impressive. Storm Vermin doing a solid job holding out against the Battle Pilgrims, but the balance of power is slowly tipping into Bretonia's favor. Very slowly tipping. The Skaven units are just not quite strong enough to last in combat with what's left of the Cav. And he's doing an excellent job of dealing with what he can. But at this point, Skrulk is getting pretty isolated. The Warp Lightning is down, and there goes a lot of the punching power that he has to deal with the cavalry contingents. So this cavalry is now pretty much free to run about and harass whatever is remaining. The battlefield edge is very close, as we said earlier. So, I don't know. It's looking grim. Crabling's looking to be on his last legs. He gets a nice Clan Rat summon into the pocket here to deal with some of this infantry. But nothing left to reach out and touch the Fae with. He just can't get a hold of her, can't shut down that healing. So it's looking kind of grim. Looking kind of grim. These Peasant Bows are going to be hanging out here with a lot of ammo, coming in to close the distance now that there's nothing left to shut them down. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the units pull out and Bretonia just start... yep. They're just going to focus their arrows right into Skrulk and try and do as much damage as they can. Not even caring about friendly fire. Just cut this Clan Rat down real quick. Try and chip away at Skrulk. The Fae can fly around and support here, right on the outsides. And then the cavalry coming in for some juicy rear charges. Just getting straight into things. Bowling through the engagement. But yeah, that's going to be tough. Skrulk has taken a substantial amount of leadership penalties here from the rear charges, and he is coming in for another charge to bowl him and punt him right back into the infantry line. Poor Skrulk, just getting bullied. Yeah, Teutonic, the beautiful people. Indeed. But yeah, peasants trying to do what they can. Rules-wise, Halcon has an advantage here. He has the skirmishers, so he doesn't have to engage in melee combat. So he can kind of just like move his skirmishers out and just keep beating down at Skrulk with the skirmish fire. And forcing these Storm Vermin out, just trying to get what he can in the balance of power to just crack what's left here of Skrulk's leadership. Faye sitting out with a pretty substantial amount of HP. She is going to be reaching regen cap. But you can see Crabbling here desperately trying to serpentine Skrulk to get to these Peasant Bows. So he's just running across the field, trying his best to shut some of these guys down, but he's just not having it. The Fae Enchantress running about, harassing him. And at this point, it is going to be a concession. Skrulk just didn't have the gas left in the tank to beat this. And a good sport calling it. So we are now 1-1 in the best of 3. So we are coming down to the final for this initial semifinals match. Oh, Misha, that's hilarious. Man, what a game. All right. So with that, it is 1-1, and Crabbling is going to have the option for pick and double ban or counter pick. So in the initial game, Halcon decided to take the initiative and do a pick and 2 bans, and he was defeated. So the second game, he came back now with a counter pick, which is why we offer this, because some people would, with like a lot of game experience, would rather have a counter pick. So yeah, definitely took really good advantage of it. Brought Bretonia, which is one of his best factions. And Really put Crabling to the test there, taking down those Skaven guns. Summon the Elector blockers. Yes, Warner. Warner, meme it. Make an Elector blockers meme. I have high expectations. Thank you very much, Wick, posting the bracket with all the rule stuff. All right, so Crabling is going to be taking his pick instead of a counter pick, and he is going to be going for the green skins. Let's see what his two bans are going to be. All right, so Crabling is going to ban Tomb Kings and maybe High Elves. We'll see what he means by maybe. He's gonna half ban. He's gonna ban Averlorn, and then another sub faction. That would be ridiculous. Spend your bans on sub factions. I just really don't want to fight Averlorn. But of course, if you for the format for this, if you ban a main faction, you cannot play the sub faction. Romulan. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think Skaven are OP. I think Skaven just have particular matchups that are good for them now. Like, they have good matchups. They still have some bad ones. Doomflayers are very strong. But I think that's the only real unit that brings a bit of unbalance to certain matchups. Baguette Peasants bonus for sauce. Air, you're driving. Hands on the Doom wheel controls. Unless you're not driving. Like, someone else might be driving. Who knows? Yeah, Shieldbreaker is a solid option. That's what's nice with the Jezzails is they apply that shield breaking effect to a lot of like armored infantry, which can be very good. Like, particularly with like Chaos is very nice because Chaos Warriors are good against Skaven, and now you have like Rattling Guns with slows, and you have Jezzails that can do the shield break with AP missiles. You just have a good amount of tools and utility that you didn't have before. And then Doomflayers. Doomflayers are tough. Yeah, Philip. Jezzails are like this really good niche of being able to focus both infantry units, but then they can still focus like single entity monsters and like foot lords because of their accuracy. They're very solid. But again, chariots. Chariots are very good against them, and they struggle to shoot chariots out. Yeah, 100% I agree, Romulan. Just the presence of Doomflayers in their roster changes the dynamic completely, because you have to have tools to be able to shut them down, or you'll just get run over. Okay. So it's looking like Halcon is going Skaven for himself, which is definitely not a bad call. Just going to double check with him, make sure that is the case. Alright, so yeah, Halcon is going to be playing Skaven. They're very, very nice. Yes, yes. He's a sneaky stabbing Git versus a he'll kill the man things. So yeah, really loving this so far. Curious to see how Halcon's going to take Skaven into greenskins. Oh, Romulan, you're the champ. Trolls. I suppose we shall see, Monsieur de Carthage. And yeah, 70 armor on the Giselles is just because they are fairly expensive, and with the low model count that they do have, if you were to make them, like, think about it. Imagine if they had low armor and like they didn't have shields, they would have a price decrease. So could you imagine Giselles at like 600 cost or 650? Like, you bring 4 of those and you still have like 3 Doomflayers and like 2 or 3 Rat Ogres, and then you have all your Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. Like, it'd be nuts. Even if they had lower armor and you could shoot them up, you could just have more Giselles and shoot all of like the archers or whatever you would want to bring for that before they can even reach you. So I don't think Giselles are too bad right now. I think Flayers are a little more of like the swing unit that affects matchups a little more. You can build around Giselles. You can't really build around a Doomflayer because they have Giselles. So a lot of the like elite AP anti-large like Cav or things that you would normally bring to deal with like a Doomflayer, Giselles do very well against. But a lot of the mobility that you want to deal with Giselles can be tied up and sometimes beaten by Doomflayers. So they complement each other extremely well. Yeah, Loopy, that's my blocker. We made this one Warner made this one. I'll change it. Warner, if you can slap me a updated Trident Alberic, I'll put it up for the blocker for the next games. Yeah, yeah, Wick, I know you. I know your green skin builds. Happy 420 to you too, Dubious Devil. I hope you guys are having fun. All right. So, blocker is down. And I got it. I got it. We just loaded up. Give me like 6 seconds. 6 seconds. And I'll get it. I'll get it. All right. So, for the builds, oh my goodness. So, this is going to be a little groovy. So the greenskins over here for VM's Crabbling. We're going to have a front line of multiple Night Goblins and Nasty Skulkers, both Regiment Renowns here to 8 Peak Loonies, as well as the Warlord's Boys. So Armor Sunder as well as Poison, and then these guys are going to be immune to Psych and Unbreakable between the two of them. We're going to have some supporting Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, as well as the Durkit Squigs, so lots of mobility. And then the back line is going to be a solid line of Goblin Archers with the Rusty Airs, as well as Wurzag, and he's going to be coming in on his Piggy. He is rocking Brainbuster, Fist of Gork, and then he has, of course, Wa and Effigia to get. So not a bad pick whatsoever. Looking pretty solid. And then for the Skaven over here, we're going to have Helcon bringing a Plague Priest on the, what's it called? The Plague Furnace? Or, no. The Bell? I don't remember. It's one of them. So Plague Priest is going to be here, and he is going to be rocking himself some good old-fashioned Pestilent Breath and Vermintide with his summons. And then we're also going to have, Ikit himself. He's going to be on his Doom Wheel. We get to see some more Ikit Doom Wheel action, rocking his Brass Orb as well as Warp Lightning. So it should be pretty great. Front line is going to consist of wide clan rats with the ROR clan rat that has fire damage. We'll see how those guys do. And then we'll also have some rat ogres and yeah, the good old-fashioned doom flayers. Got 2 units of those bad boys. And right off the bat, we're going to be starting off with all of these gutter runners applying their poison, trying to do a very frantic fleeing from all these night goblins and nasty skulkers. Fortunately, they do get hit with the snare, so they aren't really able to catch these guys, and they're going to rally and manage to come over and do some solid damage. But man, Halcon is not having any of it. He is pressuring. He's making sure these guys stay off his property. The good old squig hoppers, hippity hoppity right off their property, making sure that these guys are keeping themselves honest, keeping them warded off the line. And yeah, got a very wide battle going on right now. Mass Vanguard deployment here, but the Skaven deployed very far back, going for a little more static of a defense, making sure to use his gutter runners to good effect. And the Squig Herd is going to be getting in and doing some juicy damage on these Night Runners. But yeah, Clan Rats are going to be coming up to support, try and tie these guys down. Could be very good position, though, for Halcon. The Squig Herd will do a very good job against like the Clan Rats and the Night Runners. And he's got another unit coming in. Ooh, very nice. Getting a very solid spell there, doing a lot of damage to the Gutter Runners and taking out some of those unit models. Shut down some of that ammunition use. But the Plague Priest is going to be coming in to support on his Furnace. Yep, there, that's what it is, the Plague Furnace. Duh. Now I remember. But Wah is going to be popping off, and this big blob engagement over here could be looking very good for Halcon. Gets the Wah. He's going to be coming in and enveloping a lot of these Clan Rats, trying to get a solid swarm battle going on here. Rat Ogre's taking a withering amount of archer fire as they are pushed off, and then Durkit's Squigs coming in as well. But a nice Scorch coming in on the Night Goblins, doing a little bit of damage, not quite reaching quite as effectively. But Plague Priest is getting pretty nuked right now. He is pinned in some nasty skulkers as well as Durkit Squigs. Warp Lightning coming in the middle of this blob, doing a very nice chunk of damage. But the archers are making such short work of this Plague Priest. Such short work. Rusty Air is doing an excellent job. Left side, the Skaven have managed to kind of hold the line here with the support of Ikit Claw and the Doomflayers. Some more Doomflayers coming in to get into these Goblin Archers. So far, balance of power looking to be slightly in Halcon's favor with the Greenskins. Not bad, not bad. But yeah, Warzag trying to do some good work, trying to pin down some of these Rat Ogres and keep them from getting into the Archers, because unfortunately for the Greenskins, the infantry line has kind of crumpled. So there's not too much left, and the Doomflayers are getting straight into the back line. The Archers doing an excellent job of focusing Ikit, though. Massive amounts of skirmisher fire, and the armor center coming in from the Rusty Air has put him at a very, very low HP count, 1300. So yeah, Durkit Squigs coming down. We got the Squig Hoppers trying to get into the back lines here and disrupt some of this infantry, but a lot of the skirmishing fire for the Greenskins is now being routed and terror routed. So this is looking to be tough. If he's not able to stop these Doomflayers and the Rat Ogres, his skirmishers are all going to get chased off, and that could be really, really bad for him. He does have a decent amount of the Squig Hoppers left, and a couple pockets of very healthy Night Goblin infantry, which are very ranked up. He's got, what, rank 6 here, and then Nasty Skulkers are rank 8. So lots and lots of funds put into making sure that this infantry is beefed up. Lots of lethality and staying power. But we've got Night Goblin, Squig Hoppers getting into Rat Ogres here, and they are just throwing down. And in the background, a massive amount of rallying troops as all those archers are coming back. But the Rat Ogres are kind of laying the smackdown on some of our little hoppy boys here. Meanwhile, more Squig Hoppers trying to distract and stop the Doomflayers from getting into the rallying troops. And the leadership is going down on these guys. Smoke Bomb goes down to stop them, and if he can route... Oh my gosh, he routed it. So if he can take a Nikab with Squig Hopper and chase these, they have 3 models left. And they still have, what, 3,400 HP. So if he chases these guys off, they're gone. That would be a massive, massive pickup for him. Because if they rally, he could be in a little bit of a tough spot. Because they'll do some really good work against his archers. But losing those guys is huge. That's one thing to remember when you're coming up against the Doomflayers, is that they do have the tendency to get stuck in combat if they're blobbed on. And you can pretty effectively route these guys. So look at them. Another unit being chased off by Nasty Skulkers and Warlord's Boys. 3 models left with another 2,700 HP. And he's just getting right up on them, trying to force them out. Don't give them any time to breathe. Don't let that leadership rally. Because if he puts out, it's game over. There's just no way. Icket over here is getting tied up with some Squig Hoppers. Got a little bit of a lag in the game. But nothing too crazy at this point. Yeah, Halcon is looking to have this going down as an L. Someone might be conceding. Nope. Okay, so yeah, Doomflayer's getting routed. The Doom Wheel for Icket is tied up in Nightgoblin Squig Hoppers, and Wurzag is trying to rush in there to get a nice final charge in, and he is going to do so, and that is going to shatter the army. So the leadership goes, and then that's it. A little bit of a hiccup there with the connection for the end of the game, but we made it. We made it. Looking very solid so far. Yeah, Misha. But yeah, Crabling coming in with an awesome build here. That was really cool. I liked it a lot. The chevrons on the infantry units put them in a pretty good position to be able to hold out for a very long time against like the clan rats and the spears. Doing some solid work. The Gobbo build was strong with this one. All right. So with that, that is going to be the end of that series. And we are going to be seeing next Xiphos versus Heylow. Got that score finalized. So Crabling is going to be proceeding to the finals. That sound like Halo. What are you talking about? What you on about? Yeah, I believe that's the first time Skaven have lost today. Yeah, I believe so. So next up is going to be Xiphos and Hjal. Let's see if they're going to be having a lobby up already. Harris sub to his own account. Money laundering scheme. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 0. Are you Tico? All right. Zales need longer reload times? don't think they're too bad. Honestly, I don't think they're too bad. They're very strong, but I think there's good ways to get around them. Certain factions struggle more than others, though. So you do have to keep that in mind. Alright. Man. Excuse me if I sound a little congested. I had a really bad head cold a couple days ago that I'm just getting over. Been taking some Sudafed. Trying to kick this congestion. But, man, I'm trying to find... where is he? Trying to find help here so we can get him into this, thing. Zero, it's me, you. Great games, me. I really felt like my micro was really on point. Alright, so y'all is coming in. We have help. He has made it. Getting spicy. Okay, so map is going to be back to Plaque of Sotek. I'll make sure to get that one set really quick while we're waiting here. Plaque of Sotek. Okay, so to start, it's going to be Xiphos. He's going to be rocking his initial pick. Man. Alright, so map-wise, fairly flat, slopes going up from the rear deployments. Roughly. Yeah, it's me, it's Zero, / HeirofCarthage, / my son HW's dog. I am all, and all is me. I'm just out here creeping my way into the Warhammer community like Skaven corruption. I'm here to steal your shiny things, yes, yes. Alright, Loopy. I'll put the blocker up already, man. I have it in... I host it as, like, the beta Spectator, so it doesn't show armies anyways. But, yeah. Yeah, so in the Spectator lobby mode, it doesn't show people's armies unless you select them. And then it'll let you look at armies. So, now that it's up, actually... Dude, Frodo, I can't help it. I wasn't joking when I said I need a new keyboard the other day. Because, that is my space button. My space key doesn't really receive commands very well. I don't know what the deal is. I think part of it broke underneath. And I've tried looking at it, but you have to, like, really really give it to it for it to pick up your commands. Albrick is updated. Huzzah! Alright, stand by, folks. We're getting an Alberic. Round 2. We're getting reworked Alberic. Oh, man. Alright. Let's get this bad boy up while we are waiting. Alright, so Xiphos is going Skaven, banning Greenskins and Beastmen. Hjal is going Lizardmen. So, very interested to see how this one's going to go. But let us get the screen blocker updated here. And bam! Look at that. Direct from the meme god himself. Warner, the true hero. I have not tried infusing my keyboard with Warpstone. I feel like that may not go well for me if I do. But who knows, man? We're just out here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, absolutely, Air. So yeah, like Air said, a lot of appreciation to everyone who is playing in this and everyone who's hanging out watching, all of our contestants. Like, you guys are amazing. The community is what makes Total War great. Like, the game is fun. It is. It's awesome. It's tons of fun. But the community gives it that extra, like, liveliness. Like, you have your friends, you have, like, everyone coordinating, like, all the people coming up with all the new builds and going over the stats and all the content, and it's amazing. Like, this community is phenomenal. Like, this place it's a good place to be. It's a good group. You're all good people. Allegedly. Don't quote me. Some of you might not be. I don't know you. Yeah, I never know until I try. Let me just go grab the warp stone out of my closet real quick and just beat my spacebar with it. Yeah. Yeah, what's a little mutation? Tzeentch's many gifts. Nice. Lash God. Awesome. Yeah, I gotta get that painting done. Okay, never mind. Hjal is taking Empire, not Lizardman. Alright. You know what? Just for you guys, while we're getting ready here, I'm going to throw my webcam on real quick. I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite models that I have worked on, because I too play tabletop. Alright. Let's see here. It is I. It is me. 0 / HeirofCarthage. And this is my Magnus. But yeah, like, I work on my models too. It's a blast. Paint these guys up. I'm a big Tzeentch fan, really into chaos. That's why I played them as my main faction going into this game in the multiplayer. But yeah, good times, good times. Anyways, I'm going to turn the webcam back off because you guys need to be able to see all of the wonderful goodness going on in the game. But goodbye. All right, and I'm back. Okay. So yeah, all you tabletop guys out there, shout out to you. Because yeah, the Nips. Magnus the Red it is. Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Yeah, Tzeentch is my deity of choice. ebeatabomb.com. Seth MacFarlane? Oof. Warhammer Fantasy is essentially dead. they blew up the old world, and then they transitioned into Age of Sigmar, which is like a continuation, but takes place like what 10,000 years later or some craziness. So it still refers to like Warhammer Fantasy lore, but it treats fantasy lore as if it's like myth. Like there are these legends of like all of these ancient heroes of the old world, and like it gives you room to kind of play with the lore for AOS because it treats fantasy like it's hearsay, like it's word of mouth, like it's bedtime stories that were passed down of like these legendary heroes and these great events of the past. I play Age of Sigmar too. Play 40k and Sigmar. Actually have far more models and points than I probably care to admit, to be honest. That's a lot of money. But alright, we're going to be jumping into Skaven versus the Empire. So should be pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, mini wargaming does have some cool stuff. I actually like to watch Winter's SEO. If you haven't heard of him, he has some fantastic bat reps, and they're very like thematic, which I really like. But anyways, back to the task at hand, the tournament. So yeah, gonna be rocking one of the new maps here that we got to see earlier, and I love these. Like they're so aesthetically pleasing. Just like everything in the background is just awesome. They did a really good job with designing like the unit models as well as the map designs. They look gorgeous. Blockers down, guys. Blockers down. Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh, I love it. Nothing's happening. You're not missing anything. It hasn't even loaded the armies. The blocker's been down. Get out of here, you. Y'all need to relax. And by relax, I mean drink copious amounts of coffee, because that's what I'm going to do at some point. Probably when the finals finish. Plus 2.5 points. Man. Getting debunked here. Alright, so for the Skaven over here, we're going to have Zyphos bringing the ROR Warplaning Cannon. I've actually found some pretty nice uses for this thing. It works fairly well when you rock it with Jezzails. Can do a lot of damage, plus it adds 10 seconds to ability recharge time. So not bad at all. We're also going to have the Grey Seer of Plague on his Furnace, and or the Bell, excuse me, and we're going to be having the wonderful Scorch ability for spells, and then Vermintide and Bless with Filth. We are, of course, going to be seeing some Doom Flayers, 3 units, excuse me, in the back lines to support the Rattling Gunner as well as Warplock Jezzail, and he does have the ROR, the Natty Boo Boos, up in the front. So some solid stuff. And then, of course, your scattered line of like Skaven Slaves and some Clan Rats in the back to support with some Spears. So not bad at all. Very wide. Not going to be bad for this map. And then we're going to have the Empire over here being played by our wonderful friend Heylow. And he is going to have a front line of the Tattersouls, Swords of Sigmar, and some other intermixed Spearmen as well as Flagellants. He is going to be rocking Empire Knights up in the front and backs of his formation. He is also rocking the Sunmaker and a Hellstorm rocket battery. The extreme memes are real. We got to draft this guy, XMT, who's well on his way. That's fantastic. Silver Bullets out here as well, and he has a Light Wizard with Volkmar. Also rocking the Amber Wizard for some Doomflock, as well as, what is that? Amber Spear. Amber Spear, very nice. And then, yeah, Net of Ammontok. So Volkmar on his Pimp Wagon, as Turin likes to call it. The brand new and improved Chariot of the Gods, question mark. But yeah, we are all set. So yeah, right off the bat, I'm very curious to see how this is going to go. I want to know how the Sunmaker is going to do against Jezzails. If it can do solid amounts of like initial damage, I think that Empire is going to take this, like it's going to be in the bag. He's got guns, he's got cavalry, he can tie down the Doom Flayers. But if the rocket batteries aren't very effective against the Jezzails, then it's probably going to be a rough time, because they are quite the investment. The Sunmaker is very expensive. I know cannons can do fairly well against Jezzails. Unfortunately, Jezzails can also take out artillery pieces fairly effectively. And our wonderful boys, the Natty Boo-Boos, are also stock units. So these guys are just going to be skittering and leaping all over the place, while the rocket battery just dumps some shots into the back line. And our wonderful rattling guns are going to be dodging very nicely, taking very minimal damage as the volleys come in from the artillery pieces. Not doing horrible. They did take one model out on one of the rattling guns, but these guys are going to be doing some mad work. They are invisible to y'all right now, so he can't target them. He would have to get a unit close enough to reveal them, and unfortunately that's not really going to happen, because he would be running the risk of getting Jezzailed, and he can't lose his cavalry. He's going to really need them for the Doom Flayers. So Zap is moving up, and is going to be looking to do some solid damage off the bat. Probably going to be focusing after the casters. And yeah, cavalry coming up, probably going to be looking for a nice free charge here on some Skaven slaves. Pick up some good initial damage. Warp Lightning trying to get some good shots in, and Jezzails dumping a lot of damage in. Man, Empire Knights taking a little bit of a beating from this artillery barrage. But Doom Flayers are coming in to try and support against the Empire Knights, and the Knights are going to be headed out. Man, withering firepower. Meanwhile, the rocket batteries back here are going to be getting focused down by some Jezzails, trying to do as much damage as they can to the enemy ranged. Doing a solid job of just kind of like busting up the front line, which isn't a bad call. I think he's realized that at this point he's not really going to get enough value out of them targeting Jezzails, so he's going to try and break the infantry and just win that way. He'll break the infantry, he'll send all of his flagellants in, and if he can kill off all of the Skaven ground troops, he can just kind of zerg onto the warp blocks. Because, yeah, the spread on these just isn't quite doing the trick. If it was a little more focused, maybe we'd be alright, but it's missing a lot of the shots. And it's just not quite doing what it needs to do. So Empire Knights are going to be coming in to try and support the Tattersouls in their engagement with the Doom Flayers. Getting a very nice charge. Should be able to tie these guys down. If he can keep them in combat and try again to get that leadership down, maybe get a net, he could be in a really good position. Up here at the core, we have the Sigmar's sons fighting with the Spearmen to try and do what they can against all of these clan rats, maybe get into the Natty Boo-Boos. But Volkmar is just running amok out here on the left flank, doing an excellent job of cleaning up the pocket out here of infantry, and trying to take down these Doom Flayers. Doing an excellent job there of getting some good damage in. He's managed to catch one of the unit models and is doing some excellent work trying to take him down. Meanwhile, the cavalry is hanging out here, but wow, Amber Wizard just got nuked. He took a beating. And we do have the Sunmaker still unleashing some of its volleys, as Volkmar is wrecking this Doom Flayer, and if he's able to rout it, that could be really good for him. Push it off and then chase it off with the Empire Knights. But at the core here, Rattling Guns getting in and just starting to unload on these Tattersouls. And the Flagellants just shredding these guys, unshielded, unarmored, just beating them down. Doing tons of damage to them. And Grayseer is looking pretty healthy right now. Hasn't really taken any real damage. Silver Bullet's trying to focus down the Doom Flayers, who are kind of tied up in the unit models right now, and took a decent chunk of HP. But yeah, I don't know. Balance of power is looking to be in the Skaven's favor right now. Unfortunately, the Empire just kind of running out of tools. Their infantry isn't really able to hold against all of these numbers, as well as the firepower that's coming in. And the cavalry, unfortunately, isn't really to take out the Doom Flayers. So Doomflayers are kind of running amok, and the Jezzails are still going strong with large amounts of ammunition. Amber Wizard is being forced off by the Jezzails, and they are just sniping him out. But Volkmar does have a lot of HP left, and he is unbreakable. We do still have the Light Wizard, so if the Light Wizard can get a good snag, Volkmar might be able to do some solid work and take out a key unit or two. So it's all going to depend on Volkmar, really, at this point. Silver Bullets do have a very high amount of ammunition left, so he's going to be doing some good work. But the summon coming down, and it's going to be wrapping up some Spearmen and the Tattersouls so that the Rattling Guns can get into position. And they are going to be firing straight into Volkmar, but the Silver Bullets are going to be dumping their shots into their flanks as well. And Volkmar, veering off, is going to be going straight in after the Doomflayers. So going to try and tie down one of these models, maybe, get what damage he can done. Oh, very nice Overcast Net. So everything here is stuck. It is all in a very exposed position, so Volkmar is just going to kind of be beating down on the Jezzails. Flagellant's getting in here into the Doomflayers that are tied up. Not super great for them because they don't have the AP to really do a ton of the Doomflayers. But still not doing too bad. Light Wizard over here getting tied up, trying to take down some of the Clan Rats. But yeah, Warp Lightning is still doing a phenomenal job dealing with all of this cavalry. And yeah, it's coming down to crunch time here. Still in the fight, Volkmar continuing to try and beat down these Doomflayers, doing lots and lots of damage to him whenever he can catch them, but he's having some trouble grabbing a hold of them. And man, the bell sounds amazing. That's so cool. Just going around the rat over there, just chiming it, just ringing across the entire battlefield. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. The aesthetics in this game, I cannot state enough, are absolutely phenomenal. But man, another Scorch going down, cleaning up some more infantry. Zyphos doing a really, really good job of dealing with these infantry pockets utilizing Scorch. And oh man, oh no, that poor Beastcaster just got absolutely obliterated. His corpse just flopped. Oh, what a tough time. Yes, that is the ROR Warp Cannon, and it is now out of ammo. So it was doing a really fantastic job against the casters of not only providing lots of damage, but also setting their ability times. So it's adding cooldown time to them, so they can't really do anything. So it's been working really well. And we had a little bit of a pocket here. Someone might have conceded. But yeah, all in all, battle's going really favorably for the Skaven. It's looking to be a tough time. Empire are trying to do what they can. The Hellstorm rocket battery has rallied, and it does have about half of its ammo left to be able to come and dump some shots into the Skaven units. And Jezzails are almost out of ammo. They're very, very low. Rattling guns have a decent amount of ammunition left, however. And the Doomflayers over here are just straight all up in Volkmar's business. And his Pimp Wagon, he's trying to kill these guys. But having a wee bit of a tough time with it. Him and this warrior priest just hanging out back here, just clubbing rat things. Yes, yes. For whom the bell tolls. But yeah, man, look at the cinematics of this game. Oh, it's beautiful. The Rattling guns just dumping their freaking laser beams. We got the bell tolling in the background, just super ominous as can be. It's fantastic. And then the Hellstorm rocket battery is just pouring in, trying to take out some of these Skaven gunners. But yeah, bodies all over the place. It's looking like it's coming down to Volkmar, though. Army losses are kicking in, and the Hellstorm rocket battery did manage to get most of its ammunition off. So it is going to be fleeing very shortly with one last volley going off into some of these Clan Rat spears and this Doomflayer. But Volkmar is going to be having none of it. He is continuing on, rushing onward into the Warplock Jezzails. He is popping his Grand Shield of Faith and the Grand Hammer of Sigmar. Meanwhile, the bell tolls as the Grey Seer comes in to support the infantry fight and the Doomflayers. It looks to be that Zyphos is going to be going all in here, trying to whittle down Volkmar. The Rattling Gunners continuing to fire in and do a solid amount of damage. But yeah, looking tough. It is Chariot versus Bell as these two are just kind of throwing down right now and beautifully clipping through each other. Fantastic work. But yeah, he's just kind of rocking the boat. And the weapons teams, surprisingly, if the weapons teams are supported with a little bit of like clan rats and Skaven slaves, they can actually hold in combat and do decent work. Like, not horrible. But man, Volkmar trying his best. He's trying his best. Oh man. What are we looking at for HP? Sitting at 949 and dropping. He's taking a brutal amount of damage. He's trying to go after these guns to do what he can. But yeah, Volkmar isn't having any of this nonsense. He's sick of it. The Doomflayers, which have taken a substantial amount of damage at Volkmar's hands, are routing to terror, as well as some of these Rattling guns. But the trade-off here, the Greyseer has so much health left. 3,800, and he is just going to be engaging with Volkmar. And these guys, are going to be putting the beat down. And we are going to get to see Volkmar the Grim feeling very, very grim as he clings to life. The bell animations, they're okay. I mean, the ramming is kind of goofy. But man, what a battle. What a battle. Doomflayers managed to rally in the background, sitting out of combat, just so they don't end up routing out. But that is going to be GG as Volkmar falls to the Plague Priest. What a game. A lot of back and forth there. Not super impressed with the Hellstorm. The Sunmaker got a lot of kills, but it just couldn't really get the focus damage it needed to take down the Sharpshooters and the Jezzails. It's very unfortunate. Wow, MC. Just at an air like that. What a guy. But yeah, it was a great game. A lot of damage done with the Doomflayers, Jezzails just coming in clutch. The Warp Lightning Cannon was a fantastic pick. It got tons and tons of work done on the Amber Wizard as well as the Light Wizard. So really, really solid play there from both opponents. But alright, that is going to put y'all with his bands. Okay. So y'all is going to be going for lizards. We're going to get to see some lizardmen, guys. We got some Skaven. We've got some lizardmen. Lots and lots of action. So we'll get y'all's two bands. Get the ball rolling here. Man. Okay. Hype, indeed. So currently, Zyphos is up 1-0. He took the initial game here, and we're going to be going into game 2. And I'm just going to double check the bracket here. Okay. So we're going to be going Void of Helfen for the next map. Wherever that is. Oh, it's the Void of Helfen. No. There we are. You missed the Dark Elves. Yeah, unfortunately nobody picked Dark Elves. All right. So speaking of Dark Elves, y'all did use one of his bands for Dark Elves and Empire. And I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna put the screen blocker up for right now, just because I'm not looking at the armies before we start, so nobody can see them anyways. So we got Alberic's wonderful trident. I might use it for the finals just to double check builds and make sure there's no rules issues, just to be on the safe side so we don't have to replay anything. But yeah, other than that, we're just gonna go right in it. Dwarfs. The dwarfs. So we're going to be seeing some stunty on dino action. I'm actually very excited to see this. A lot of people are saying that Dawi are in a super bad place and that lizardmen are going to be really good against them because of their chameleons, or not chameleons, because of red crested skinks, as well as because of the single entity salamanders, the ancient salamanders. They're very good. I've used them in a couple builds versus Dawi, and they can be very, very strong. Use them against their skirmish units, and they can do a ton of damage very quickly if you're not careful. So I'm curious to see what the builds are going to be for these guys. The map is very large, as we saw last time with the Skaven build. There is a lot of space for gun play as well as artillery play. However, lizardmen, if they go very wide, may not need to really worry about that. So we'll see. We'll see what these guys go with. Okay. Yeah, how's everyone liking it so far? What are you feeling? Indeed, time to get some grudges. So yeah, for anyone that's joining us late, we are in the second game of the semifinals. It is a best of 3. Currently, Xiphos is up 1-0. And we're going to be seeing some Dawi versus the Lizardmen. We're coming up on prize time. Best of 5 finale. There is third place. So we will be getting games for those as well. And there's a $275 first place prize, $150 for second place, and $75 for third. So, crunch time. Winners are going to be walking away with their prizes. You're enjoying it? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. We'll be doing some other formats and stuff like this. We'll probably have a couple more large invitationals where it's just like open joins, kind of like this tournament where anyone can play whenever they want to. They just hop in. And then the next one will probably be a smaller one where we'll get to have a few specific like competitive players coming in, get to feature some larger series games from them instead of just like best of ones, because we had a lot of really good players in this tournament that may have lost their one game, but they're really, really good. All right, so it's looking like we are all set. Okay, so looking at deployments, Xiphos is going to be on the left side and Hjal is going to be on the right. So Xiphos does have a little bit of a nice terrain advantage in that his deployment is going to be right along this hole in the ground, the impassable terrain. So it is going to provide a nice little kind of like buffer for his flank. Whereas if he had been on the opposite side, I want to say it goes out to like here, give or take, where flanking units can actually like connect and get through, and it's a little harder. You'd have to push up to cut off the avenues and get a secure point against the hole in the ground, basically. Yeah, like Wick said, if you like what you're seeing, like drop the like, comment, let us know what you think. What do you want to see? What don't you want to see? If you hate me, let me know. If you want me to do more of these, feel free to ask. If there's certain formats you want, please don't hesitate. Just shout it out. This is something that Aaron and I are putting together for you guys. Like, this is something we want to do because we love the community and we love the viewers and we love doing this stuff. Like, this is something we really enjoy. So we want you guys to enjoy it too. Donations wise, like, donations are always appreciated. You guys are under zero obligation to do donating, but if you wanted to donate, you can donate to Air. He has generously, very generously, offered me all of the proceeds from this stream for putting the tournament together. So big shout out to him. He's been super like welcoming with all of this and helping with coordinating this stuff. But anyways, into the builds. We are going to have the Dawi over here, very wide build. Xiphos is going to be bringing in the Rune Lord, and he is going to be rocking his Rune of Wrath and Ruin. So he is going to be doing that speed decrease to allow his Thunderers to get some good damage in. We're also going to have a front line of very spread out Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards. Mid is going to be 3 units of Thunderers. He is also going to have a unit of Iron Drakes. And then right back up here on this perfect perch, he's going to have a cannon. That's actually really nice. That's like perfect use of terrain right there. Really nicely done. And then we're going to have Giant Slayers and the Dragonback Slayers supporting as well. So really spread out, really hoping to do the onion defense that Dawi love. And then over here for y'all, we're going to have the Lizardmen. So another very spread out build, as per usual when you're coming up against Dawi. People like to go wide. So he's going to have multiple units of Skink Cohort up front, including way out on the flanks. And then he is also going to be supporting that with some of the red-crested Skinks, as well as the Cohort of Sotek, the Unbreakables. And then we will have Saurus Warriors with their shields to provide some punching power and numbers to the fight. And we also have a group of Croxigors spread out here, 3 units of it, intermixed throughout his formation. We will also be seeing the Ancient Salamander, Lord Croak, and he has Tic-Tac-Toe in the air. Look at these boys. He brought all the new goodies. That's awesome. So we're going to get to see a lot of cool stuff in action here. So we will let them know. Ready. Kazakh Krakamundi. Oh, I'm so excited right now. And yeah, shout out to our contestants again. Like, I'm going to keep hammering that home. These guys are phenomenal. Everyone that's played today has been fantastic and has really helped to make sure this gets streamlined and is done smoothly. Okay, so Tic-Tac-Toe. Oh, the Skinks say Krakarmundi. Misha, get out of here. I am not holding Air hostage for his donations. How could you think that of me? I may leave my screen blockers up, but I am no thief. I am no Skaven slave. So right off the bat, we're going to see Hjal splitting up his forces. Very interesting move here. I'm curious to see how he's going to play this out, because he's got a really nice contingent moving through the right side. going for the right flank of the Dawi, right up against the edge here. And then he's got a small unit of skinks pushing around the left side, and he's got his other contingent here waiting behind this terrain. So hiding out behind the mountain, keeping his valuable targets from being exposed, while his other flank pushes out to get a little bit of ground gained. So very nice move there, keeping Croak and his Salamander safe. But man, Cannon is going in after Tic-Tac-Toe, getting a couple good shots landed there and taking a nice chip of health out. But Tic-Tac does have physical resist, and he's pretty quick. He's a fast little guy. But the Ancient Salamander is going to be moving up to do some harassing, getting a couple nice shots in. And if he can get the Salamander up and start getting some good shots into the Thunderers, that would be huge value for him. These cannons are going to be doing some nice work, though, and he's going to have to be very careful about that with the Ancient Salamander. Personally, I might consider just leaving the Salamander back here behind the cliff for right now. Oh, which it seems to be is exactly what he's doing. Trying to serpentine out of here and get out of range, maybe. But, yeah, just save him for the late game, because you come in with all your infantry, and you're going to zerg onto these Dwarf Warriors and the Longbeards. And once you get into combat, and you get, like, Kroxigors punching through the lines, then you can bring that Salamander up, and you can just sit back and start focusing down all of the Thunderers. Air, we are currently in Game 2 of the second semifinal game. So, Xiphos is playing Hjal. Xiphos is up 1-0. Yeah, chat's got you. Chat's got you. But yeah, right now, just getting into position here. Hjal being very patient, which is very good. Very veteran play. Not worrying about, like, oh, he's got the artillery, he's got guns. I have to rush now. He's waiting patiently, making sure he gets all of his units up here, trying to get advantageous positioning with, like, his Kroxigors, not taking too much, I say not taking too much damage, but man, was that a cannon shot. Meanwhile, the Iron Drakes up here are going to be getting some solid shots into these red-crested skinks, but the skinks are going to be running amok, chasing some of the infantry, getting a nice little serpentine dodge there, the slippery little snacks. And Iron Drake's trying to do their work, focus down the red-crested skinks to shut them down. Unbreakable cohort of Sotek going to be getting into the Dwarf Warriors on the flank here. Very, very good spot to have these guys. If they can manage to pick off the flank without taking too much damage, being unbreakable, they can just start piling into, like, the Thunderers and really shut down his left side. But yeah, cannons right now still doing some good work. Lots of HP and ammunition left on all the skirmish units. So, still very, very dangerous here. Croak is going to be moving up, though, and getting a very nice spell in. Oh, man. Look at that Longbeard. Oh, wow. That Longbeard just got absolutely deleted. Croak is going to be an absolute menace here if he doesn't get focused out. And another one going in on the Giant Slayers, doing a phenomenal job, putting in lots of damage. Shot going into the Thunderers from the Ancient Salamander. Excellent work. Tic-Tac is going to be coming down to try and get into the Rune Lord. And tie this guy up. What's up, Awesome-tastic? Thank you very much for the donation. We appreciate it a whole lot. Chat, you know what to do. Make sure you give them that HeirofCarthage love. But meanwhile, we have the red-crested skinks pouring through the Dawi left flank, getting into the Thunderers. Going to be doing some awesome work there. Skinks getting stuck up on his flank as well, getting a nice envelopment on the Longbeards. But yeah, Croak is doing some monstrous work. Monstrous work. He's doing lots of damage. He's already sitting at 36 kills, and that's on Longbeards and Giant Slayers, which are very, very elite and key units here for the Dwarf build. But some of the units rallying, Tic-Tac flying around in the air, looking for decent targets. But the Rune Lord pushing over to try and support this crumbling flank as the Kroxigors are looking to get away from these Dragonback Slayers. Infantry going to intercept the skink cohort doing their skinkly duties. Meanwhile, Croxies and Croak busting up the front line. Some more red-crested skinks taking out another unit of Thunderers, getting into some more of the skirmishers. And we've got another spell going down from Croak shortly here. And it's looking like he's going to be going after these Dragonbacks. That is a super juicy target if he can take him out, but he's right on top of his own units. I believe Croak doesn't do friendly damage, though. So, wow. Putting a decent amount of damage down. and the shield going down here for the Kroxigors as well. So this is looking tough. The Dawi lines are beginning to falter as the Kroxigor and Skink combo begins to punch through on multiple flanks, and the Slayers are doing what they can to try and chase down the Kroxigors and deal with them, but there is a very large pocket of Skinks and Croxies here, and the Dragonback Slayers are down to 22 models, running real thin on numbers. Tic-Tac-Toe flying around with Croak, dealing some damage to key targets, taking down the cannon. But yeah, Dragonback Slayers stuck in the mess of the red-crested and regular Skinks here, doing some solid damage, but in the end being worn down to attrition. Only 7 models left. Cannon in the back line finally getting shut down. Skinks managing to get into the crew there and force them off. Longbeards, though, trying to provide some support, but Croak coming in again with his spell, doing some solid damage. You can tell that Kjall over here begins to run out of his Winds of Magic. The spells are getting gradually weaker. He doesn't have the winds to sustain to be able to do like the higher strength nukes, essentially. So doing a super good job here of managing the Winds of Magic and focusing down key targets. But some Thunderers rallying in the back line. Fortunately for the Dawi, their units have very, very stable leadership, and they're very good at rallying. So going to be continuing to focus the Thunder line. Xiphos not quitting until it is over. Carrying this game out, he's going to go to the bitter end. He's going to try and claw this back. He does have some Thunderer ammo. He does have a unit of Longbeards with fairly good health. And his Rune Lord is in decent condition, even though he's kind of getting ganged up on by Tic-Tac-Toe and some Skinks. But it looks like the bitter end is nigh as army losses hit. So that is going to be it for the Dawi. Xiphos going down in game 2, so it is going to be 1-1. And we're going to be hitting a best of 3 game 3 finale. Very exciting. So yeah, I liked both players' builds. It just really came down to these Red Cresteds picking up a ton of value here, doing a lot of damage. Croak really doing an awesome job of line breaking at the core, just completely deleting a unit of Longbeards. And that really allowed the floodgates to open up at the center and let all those Skinks pour through. All right. The guys are just chatting over what was what. Oh, that's a Grudgeon. Yeah, he all played very well. He was very patient. It was a really, really good play. He didn't get too flustered with the cannons or the Thunderers. Really took his time, made sure he got his units in a nice envelopment, punched through the right positions, and just really took Xiphos' defense apart. Slowly but surely, really ground his way through. Phenomenal play. And nothing really Xiphos could have done at that point. He had the tools he had, and he was doing a lot of damage to the units he needed to. He was taking down Kroxigors. He was doing a lot of damage to the Salamander. Just couldn't quite do enough damage quickly at range. Alright, so we're going to be switching the map over here and going into Zuhua Lake. So yeah, again, thank you very much for the donation. We really appreciate it. Air and myself mentioned Air was very generous and is giving me his proceeds for the stream here for hosting the tournament. Really, really appreciate it a whole lot. But again, don't feel like you have to donate at all. It's entirely up to you guys. Like, it's your money. I'm not asking for it. I'm just here with Air. We're trying to provide you guys with some good stuff to watch, you know. Have some fun with it. DLC boys are winning the day, Warner. They're doing some really good work. So Zyphos just trying to figure out exactly what the map looks like so that he can get an idea of what he wants to do for factions, which is part of why I picked these kind of maps. So with the best of ones, you can play like your flat maps, whatever. But when you get to like the semifinals and finals, I went with a lot of the newer maps, and some of them have like slight slopes or like micro terrain, like dips and little ridges and patches of forestry. And that's the kind of stuff that I personally really like to see the high level players take and run with. Because yeah, anyone can play on MP Crossroads. It's flat. There's no terrain. You bring some cannons, you can do a ton of damage. There's a huge gap. Like, it's pretty self-explanatory. But when you take into account maps that have like certain terrain advantages and disadvantages, and there's different angles of approach, like it really is fun to see how people with like this high tier play are going to take that and run with it. Because like the last game, you had that impassable hole in the ground. So Zyphos took that and he's like, all right, so Dowie, I've got room, I've got space to do a little bit of an onion defense. My back is secured. I can protect my right flank with this terrain. I can get some cannons, do some good work at range. And he knew, I'm going to go wide. Like, I'm not going to go for a Dino Rush, too heavy, Skinks, Croxies. I'm going to go for an envelopment and just try and crack through that way. Because he has to make that push across that open ground. So there's tons of factors that go into these games other than just like picking units or counter picking factions. Like at this level of play with these guys playing, when you see a faction that has a bad matchup, it doesn't mean he's just going to lose. Like it's very possible that Zyphos could have beat y'all, Dowie and the Lizards, even if people think Lizards is favorable. Chat be lit. Impassable hole in the ground was my nickname in college. That is hilarious. That was one of my favorite comments of the day. Thank you for that. That was great. Okay, so it's looking like Zyphos is going to be going for the counter pick here. You think imbalanced matchups get worse at higher levels of play? It can be. Well, it depends on the matchup and it depends on what it is. So, certain factions can't really deal with things very well, and higher tier players usually know that. And it can be very hard. But on the other hand, where in lower tier play, if you have a very good player coming up against a very like inexperienced player, not only can they be beat in a matchup or builds, but they're going to get beat in micro. But when you hit higher level play, it kind of comes down to a lot of finesse, where it's a lot of game knowledge and micro skill that goes into it. Because you can have an amazing build. You can have a great build. But if someone can play their build better than you can play your build, you might not be able to win. You'll just, yeah, it's you simply get outplayed. And that's the way of, you know, competitive games. Like, I can have the best build in the world, but if I'm playing Soothsayer, I don't know if I'm going to be able to win. Like, He is a phenomenal player. Like, it's just the way it is. Like, he can out micro me. And yes, I can build around that, knowing that I won't win a micro intensive battle with him. I can build less micro intensive build. But even still, it can be tough. Alright, so Hjal is going greenskins. We got the Wa up in here. Got them Wa boys. Ooh. He is banning Wood Elves and Vampire Counts, I believe. Gotta double check. Alright, so it is Counts. Gotta make sure, because people say VC and you never know anymore. Like, is it Vampire Counts or Vampire Coast? So, gotta double check. But yeah, we're going strong. We're about to finish up the semifinals. We still have quite a few games to go. We have the best of 5 for the second place game, as well as the third place game, as well as the finals for first and second. Or actually, let me double check that. I believe Halcon may not have been able to play last ones. So Halcon apparently is not gonna have time to be able to play. So I'm double checking with him, make sure that that is actually the case. Lifo should pick Coast. Well, looks like he's being Coast. Alright, so we're going to have Zyphos playing the Vampire Coast versus Hjal, who is playing his greenskins. So we're going to see how it goes. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so here's the deal. There are a few options we can do for this. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with third place. While this is being figured out. So yeah, how are you guys enjoying it so far? Are there any particular matchups that you guys are itching to see? Okay. So here's the deal, chat. We have a pickle. So Halcon is not going to be able to play, and he was defeated by Crabling. So he was supposed to go on to the third place match, but is unable to. So what we can do is we can skip it and give Crabling third place, or we can bring in a runner-up contestant to do the best of 5 with him. So drop in chat what you guys think. Do you want a best of 5 final and the best of 5 third place match? Or are you guys just interested in like the best of 5 final after this? Because we can either have 5 more games after this, or we can have 10 more games after this, possibly. Crabling should get third place. I was thinking that. 10 games, though. I'm thinking of skipping, mainly because the runner-up would have been Falcon, who is a phenomenal player, but he only played in the best of 1s. So he would be coming in, skipping best of 3 and doing best of 5. But we could do best of 3 for the final. It really is up to you guys. I'm down for the long haul. I can sit here literally all day. But yeah, I feel bad for Halcon because he's not available, but impromptu show match could be a thing. Yeah, we could do that. We could do third place. Actually, we're gonna do that. We are gonna wait. Halcon can play the, or no, not Crabling. Crabling's not for third place. So Halcon would be playing whoever the loser of this match is, and we will have them play their games off stream, and we will have our wonderful Lord and Savior HeirofCarthage cast a best of 3, and he can have that as a multiplayer video. Perfect. We can take the replays. You guys can watch them duke it out for third place. That's what we'll do. It's set. It's happening. I would bring Falcon. The only issue being that like he would be skipping his best of 3 to come in to the third place match. Plus, Falcon's won plenty of tournaments. Plenty of tournaments. He is very good. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have the 2 third place contestants. They can play their games off stream. Thank you for the suggestion, Janet. And we will take those replays and either like I can cast them. I would prefer aircast them because I think that would make some really cool content for Air's like multiplayer battles. But we'll figure it out. We'll make sure that you guys get to see it. All right. So Hjal is all set. Zyphos should be coming up next. Shortly here. Who won? So Hjal took game 2. So yeah, it is currently 1-1 in the second semifinal match for the best of 3. Winner of this goes to the finals, which is a best of 5. The loser of this goes to the third place round against Halcon, for also a best of 5. And we will take those replays and maybe Air and I can do like a mini stream to do the third place match sometime, or he can do them each as an episode, kind of like he did with the Changelings Challenge stuff. We'll figure out the content. You guys will get it. We'll make sure that you guys get to see it. But that'll also help with streamlining things a little bit today, so we don't have to keep our finalists waiting for too long. It is 1:30 my time. Started at 9, so good length stream. We've been going strong. But yeah, check the description. Feel free to join the Discords if you haven't already. HeirofCarthage has his. I have my hidey hole where I'll be posting any like stream or tournament information as it comes. And you guys can check that out. My YouTube and I think Twitch are in there. We have Help Total Wars information in there. He is currently streaming with us as well for our Russian audience. So make sure to jump over to his link and drop a follow on his Twitch channel. Show him some love. He's doing this stuff because he loves it too. All right. Alright, so Xiphos is checking the rules at the moment, so I'm going to put the blocker up so I can take a peek at his army. Alright, so he's sending me a Discord message. We're going to double check on a rules policy here. Alright. So, Xiphos. Alright. So, little rules hiccup just to clarify and make sure. So I'm gonna get a hold of Shetland here. Oh. Alright. We'll give a shout to Romulan. See if he's around. Okay. Yep, beating that spacebar. I tried to be quiet with it, and it wasn't working. And I don't know if you've ever tried to read a string of sentences with no spaces, but it's really unpleasant. So, next time I have to type things, I'll just mute my microphone or something. I don't know. I am going to be getting a new keyboard at some point here, though. That does cost cash money that I am putting aside for it. But we'll get there. Okay. We're rolling with it. Okay, so Xiphos changed his build. The rule discrepancy was Noctilus, and whether he could bring both his spell summon and his item summon. Which, as far as I am and Romulan are concerned, it should be fine. Because unless the rules specify that he cannot take that item, it shouldn't be a problem. So, it's not like two of the same spell or anything like that. So, should be good. But he did end up switching to a Vampire Fleet Captain polearm, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, it was a question about the army. Just like the Warhammer Cup rules have certain limits on units and like fun spends and spells, items, like stacking the same things, stuff like that. So we just wanted to clarify to make sure, because he didn't want to do a rules violation, which is good. I mean, absolutely. It's always better safe than sorry. So, we have this map. We are back, and we are going to be seeing the clash going on here. So, we have the Vampire Coast rocking the Vampire Fleet Captain, who is going to be on foot with a polearm. He does have Drown Dead and Invocation, as well as All Hands Ahoy for the leadership and weapon strength. We're going to be seeing a nice mix of about 4 deckhand mobs, 4 polearms, and we also have the Black Spot and some gunnery mobs. Up in the air, we're going to have 2 units of Foulbats, and we're also going to have 2 units of Morngulls, 2 units of Sirens, 3 units of Sirens, excuse me. And then we are going to have the Necrofex Colossus Gallows Giant. So, very nice build. Very excited to see it. Should be pretty solid for this terrain as well. Greenskins over here. Going to be bringing a very nice, very wide build that I like quite a bit. Up in the top of the hill, we're going to have Wurzag. He is going to be hanging out on his Pigo. And he is going to have Brainbuster and Fist of Gork. We are also going to have 2 units of the Doomdiver Catapults, supported by some Nasty Skulkers. And then we're also going to have a couple Orc Arrow Boys spread out across the hillside, fronted by some Orc Boys and Night Goblins, the ROR being the unbreakable ones, because it's bugged. But, yeah, Night Gobos and Goblins up front. And then we're also going to have the wonderful, wonderful Arachnarok Queen, providing some mass and AP, as well as the wonderful Spider Summons. Forest Goblin Spider Riders out on the flanks. And, yeah, that's going to be it. So, ready when these guys are. It is not the finale. This is the final game of the semifinals. The last semifinals game, and currently it is tied 1-1 in a best of 3 between Xiphos and Hjal. And we are going to see who is going to prevail here, the Greenskin Wa or the Vampire Coast something. I don't know. What would Vamp Coast do? What would their thing? Yar? The Vampire Coast Yar? I don't know. But anyways, so right off the bat, we're going to be seeing a nice barrage coming out from the Mortar, which I mistook for a cannon, but not bad. So he's going to be playing defense behind this berm, which is a pretty solid call. I don't know if I would risk staying back there, though, because he does have guns, and guns need direct line of sight, whereas the archers could fire right over this hill with no punishment outside of that mortar. So Xiphos is going to be proceeding to move to the top of the hill, get that line of sight, get his nice firing line up on the berm, and try and see if the mortar can do enough damage to outtrade with the 2 Doom Divers. So we're going to see how this is going to go. I'm very curious. But yeah, the mortar shots coming in, not really hitting too effectively. Meanwhile, the Doom Divers are headed out here, and they are looking to find a home amidst the mortar. Oh, and the Gallows Giant. Look at that collateral damage. Hitting 3 different units at once. What a bunch of champs. Could you imagine just being this guy up here and you just have flying goblins just smacking you in the face? Just trying to pelt them. I love it. This game is amazing. Alright, so right off the bat, Deckhand Mob's going to be pushing a little bit down the hill, and the Gobos are going to pull back as well. A little bit of like a trade fake charge there. Unfortunately for the Goblins, they are getting pelted in the back by some of these Gunnery Mob. A very useful unit here. They can fire while moving, and they can also provide a nice little arc of fire. You can see, got decent range for their pistols. But the skirmishing fire from the Orc Arrow Boys is going to be no joke here, doing a nice job chipping away at some of the Deckhand Mobs. Probably going to want to be focusing the Black Spot at some point, because the Black Spot, as you can see, is going to be doing some solid chip damage to the Arachnarok Queen if left unimpeded. And then we are going to have the Fleet Admiral pushing out into the frontline engagement. Sirens here into some Orc Boys, but the Orc Boys getting Fist of Gork really well played right there, getting the extra melee attack and defense as well as magic damage. So they're going to be shredding into these Sirens. But yeah, Gallows Giant has taken a very substantial amount of damage so far, down to half health. Pistols trying to come in and focus down on the Arachnarok Queen. So looking pretty good so far. Sirens up in the front line. Gradually the goblins are being broken through. And then we have the one monster each for the sides. And the Gallows Giant is trying to fall back as the Arachnarok Queen proceeds to push straight through the line and go full throttle right into these Deckhand Mobs with their halberds. So looking pretty good for the Greenskins so far. Balance power slightly in their favor, getting a lot of value out of their Orc Errors. So making sure to do tons and tons of damage. And the Arachnarok Queen is going to be falling back as the Black Spot have done a very substantial amount of HP damage to her. But the Gallows Giant is taking tons of fire from these Doom Divers. And unfortunately, the Coast has nothing to really shut them down with. So the Gallows is just kind of getting whittled away by angry flying goblins. So he's going to be popping Invocation there, trying to salvage the Necrofex, managing to get a little bit of HP out of it. And at this point, it's doing a very good job of being a sponge for the artillery. Unfortunately, he hasn't really been able to get a ton of use out of it. And the Arachnarok Queen is having the same issue, being very focused very quickly and falling back. But up in the front line, the Mournguls are pushing up and punching into the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Sirens trying to do as good a job as they can against the Night Goblins to support their Vampire Fleet Captain. Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mobs and some Gunnery Mob pushing into the Nasty Skulkers to try and crack a hole at the core here. Unfortunately, these Orc Arrow Boys just not getting compromised. Black Spot continuing to do some fantastic work, getting a lot of damage in. But now that the Necrofex has gone down, the Doom Divers are switching to the Black Spot to focus them. Some more pistols coming in to try and get some Overwatch fire into the Night Goblins, doing some pretty good damage so far. But Mournguls not really finding a home. Every time they come into range, the Orc Arrow Boys just start nuking them. You can see the left flank really having a struggle over here as the Greenskin Hordes continue to just hold the line. Coast just not really able to grind through and punch the line apart. But yeah, more of the pistols coming through. So another unit of Mournguls maybe looking to try and plow through this goblin line, but just not quite finding an area to go. Black Spot getting absolutely shredded by all of these Arrow Boys, and it's looking like they're running out of steam right now. The caster is beginning to be very isolated, stuck here in the midst of some Night Goblins and the Orc Boys. Pistols trying to provide the overwatch, but man, Fist of Gork going down, or excuse me, what's it called? The Brainbuster going down on the Mournguls and that Black Spot blob, just completely shredding them. So it's looking rough. Zyphos playing it out to the end, trying to come away with a win here and proceed to the finals. But it's looking like Hjal is going to be taking this one. Ragnarok Queen is now pretty much unimpeded. Going to be running in to get the Terror and get a nice hit on that Vampire Fleet Admiral. And down she goes. Crumbling effect. And that is going to be it. So, semifinals are now completed. Hjal is moving on with a 2-1 victory over ODM's Zyphos. Fantastic series, fantastic games. You guys are awesome players. But yeah, looking at builds here, Hjal just, man, 481 losses. Just coming in and holding that line so effectively. The Orc Arrow Boy is doing an amazing job of getting just lots of value, focusing down very important targets. And the Ragnarok Queen just running around soaking up and sponging all that damage from the Black Spot as well as the Gallows. Just really, really well played. Fantastic build here. He just did an awesome job. That's really all there is to it. All right. So Hjal is going to be moving on as a finalist. Sometimes I forget that help is here. And he just like throws in a little like, GG, well played, see you. And I'm just like, oh yeah. Okay. So that is going to be that. And yeah, we're going to proceed on to the finals. So the finals game is going to be Hjal versus Krabbling. And our third place game is going to be Zyphos and Halcon, which we are going to do at a later date so that these guys get to actually play it out. Since there is a prize on the line, don't want to just like not allow Halcon to take a shot at it. He made it this far. He's played through today, and it is a holiday weekend, so having family stuff is perfectly okay. We'll make sure these guys get their games. So yeah, we are coming down to the final 5. So got to get Krabbling in here. Okay. See if I can get a hold of Krabbling. Get him my Steam info so we can get him added. All right. Okay. So we have him added, and we're going to make sure he gets in here. That moment when you're trying to search someone on your friends list, so you start typing their name into the Steam game search bar. RIP. All right. Okay, so he is on his way in. Got him the password. And we are coming down to the end. So yeah. How you guys feeling so far? Are you enjoying yourselves? I'm enjoying myself. I'm absolutely loving this. I'm having so much fun. Okay. The person who made the Olympics thumbnail was Warner from HeirofCarthage's Discord. He is fantastic, and he put all of our thumbnails and whatnot together. Did an awesome job. So Hjal is going to be top bracket first. All right. So Hjal is going to have first pick and bans. This is so good. I'm glad. I'm very glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the tournament and you are enjoying the content, Aaron and I will be sure to bring you some more of it. Got some tournament ideas in the works, trying to come up with a little bit of a roadmap. Looking to do tournaments like this maybe once every month or two. Probably alternate between like large tournaments and smaller tournaments, where we'll have the larger ones being like this one was, where we'll have a big player pool, a little more streamlined games. We won't be able to cast all of them. But then the ones after that are going to be a smaller invitational where we'll have like 8 players, and we can have them all doing like best of 3s with like best of 5 semifinals and finals kind of thing. Like we can make a day of it, but we'll have a little more like in-depth play with some of our wonderful high tier players here. Where is it? Volcron Plains. There we go. So, Kulkan Plains it is. All of our maps are wonderfully thematic to the DLC release. Some Skaven and Lizardman stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of the Skaven maps don't make for good casting because a lot of them are very dark. Like, there was a really, really cool map I found that was a subterranean battle map, and it looks awesome, but it's so dark you can't really see much of what's going on, and that just like really takes a lot away from it, because you know you can't really enjoy the aesthetics if you're watching your troops as shadows running around. All right, so Hjal is starting off with the High Elves, so we are going to see what his bans are going to be. So everyone who wanted some elves, you're getting it. Fan favorite here, Hjal. He's providing that that wonderful fan service. Getting that high elf action. Dark elf. Not everyone can be a dark elf, Amber. Not everyone can be a dark elf. Yeah, we're here. We made it to the finale. Been quite the road, but there's been tons of awesome games. We've missed tons of awesome games, but we'll get them. No, this is it. This is the finale. It's not plural. Don't worry. No, just a best of 5. We were gonna have the follow up with Game 3, or the pre one for this, where we have the 3rd place match. But we're going to be doing that at a later date because Al Halcon was busy. He had some family stuff going on for the weekend, so unfortunately he was not able to stick it out, which is totally okay. Very understandable. It was kind of to be expected. It was going to be a long day, and it is Easter weekend, so, you know, people have families, people have lives. Air had to dip out a little bit early. Shame to see him leave, but you know, family comes first. You got to make sure you prioritize. Air score update. We are just starting the finals. It is going to be Crabling versus Hjal. Hjal beat Zyphos in their semifinals 2-1. So it's looking to be pretty solid. We have High Elves as Hjal's pick, and Dark Elves and Lizardmen were banned. We'll see what Crab goes with here. Pilgrim. Yes. Pilgrim. It's almost like some could say it's just as planned. So yeah, Air, in case you haven't heard throughout the stream, Al Halcon is one of the third place contestants, and he is unable to do his games because he has some family commitments. So we are going to be doing his games off stream, like at a later date when they're available. Maybe tomorrow they can play their games. So it'll be Zyphos versus Al Halcon. So those guys will get their matches in. They can do a best of 5 on their time, and we can get those replays. So you can either do a stream casting them or do them as your videos. All right, so Crabling is going to rock Bretonia, which I like. Your classic Bretonia high elf shenanigans. How much you want to... no, you. How much you want to bet we're going to see a Star Dragon? Star Dragons? Yes, yes. Every time. I think every time I see High Elves versus Bretonia, there's always a Star Dragon. All right. So Help is going to be hopping out. Fortunately, he was unavailable. He has to leave. So we're going to be bringing in another player who politely asked if he could cast some games. We're going to see if we're going to be able to get this person in or not. At a request. We'll check it out real quick. All right. So, for our Russian casters, someone else is going to be taking over for help. So, we will throw the link into the YouTube chat. All right. So we'll get that out there so they can get a cast. And we will make sure this person is able to get in here. Star Dragons are the bane of Bretonnian players. Many a time I've seen a Star Dragon bring down an army of Bretonnians. So whenever these guys are ready, we will be hopping into game 1 of our finals. I am going to grab some water really quick. All right. So it looks like Crabling is ready to roll. Just got to get Hill. So Kibsguard, the max for the same unit varies depending on the unit. So you can take like 5 Skaven slaves, but you can't take like 5 Shaggoths. So there is a PDF. It is the Warhammer Cup rules that Shetland and like Pippington and a couple other tournament players take care of and host for us. So yeah, like Shaggoths are like limited. You can have 2 single entity monsters of the same kind. And you can have 3 single entity monsters total. You can have like 2 Shaggoths and Sartharel, but you can't have 3 Shaggoths. Unlimited watching what you want ability. That's the way to be. Yeah, gotta support the lady. Crabling needs you. He's Goku. He needs your power for the Spirit Bomb to take out that Star Dragon. Okay. So we're getting into it. So Kulkan Plains for the final. Excuse me. All right. So the forces of the High Elves and the Bretonnians meeting on the battlefield. All right. So getting straight into it. Crabling over here, going to be rocking the Bretonnians. He's going to have the Fey Enchantress, and she is going to be rocking the wonderful Regrowth and Shield of Thorns. Frontline is going to consist of some men-at-arms as well as battle pilgrims, peasant mob up in the back, men-at-arms with pole arms as well, and then a couple units of cavalry consisting of the Companions of Quenelle, the Grail Knights, and yeah, a couple more Grail Knights in the woods over here. So looking good, pretty wide, lots of infantry, lots of cavalry, and then he has a trebuchet contingent of 3 units of Trebumemes. The Trebumemes are strong. These guys are going to be the bomb.com. I'm so excited. 3 trebuchets. Alright, so over here for the High Elves, no Star Dragon. Basically, might as well we'll just call it now. I mean, he all wins. He didn't bring a Star Dragon. That's it. But Teclis is going to be over here. He's going to be on horse, rocking the net as well as Flock of Doom. He is going to have a solid contingent of infantry to support. Spearmen up front, White Lions at the core with the Puremain Company, and backline is going to consist of some Lothern Sea Guard with the Everqueen's Court Guard at the core, and he's going to have 1 Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower as well. So both armies looking fairly wide on the infantry department, but 2 chariots here going to be providing some nice mass as well as skirmishing potential, because Tyrannoc chariots can actually do some decent work if you get all their ammunition off. But yeah, curious how this is going to go. Very excited. get this ball rolling. So right off the bat, trebuchets are definitely going to be a problem for the High Elves. They were obviously planning on kind of going a little more static with the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower and the Sisters, as well as all the Lothern Sea Guard. But with the trebuchets, that's going to be a bit of a problem. He is going to have to turn about because he's going to be taking quite the barrage if his Eagle Claws don't get some serious work done. So at the moment, he is out of range of the trebuchets. Once they close that gap, it's going to be a rough time. Trebuchets looking to shut down this Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower right away, and I think between the three of them, they probably can. So we're going to be opening this up with a bit of a skirmisher battle. The horns going off, the spearmen. Wow, that was actually super cool. That was aesthetic as crap. But Tyrannok chariots pushing up to the front, do some skirmishing, and the trebuchets are going to be firing into the, wow, Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, and cutting a dude in half apparently. But meanwhile, Bolt Thrower is going to be firing into the field trebuchet out there on the side, doing some pretty solid damage so far. We're going to have this light artillery trade. Trebuchets aren't super accurate, and these Tyrannok chariots are actually doing a solid job of firing into the field trebuchet crew, which is a very clever move here. Just go after the crew with that range that he has, and just kind of focus them down that way to support the Bolt Thrower, which has already taken down one of the artillery pieces. So, yeah, looking pretty solid so far. But Fey Enchantress is looking to get right into these Tyrannok chariots, and he is going to be pulling these guys back to get away from the Fey. Don't want to be losing these chariots early on. They're going to be very, very, very useful in the late game, as long as they can stay safe from the Cav. And then they can also be used as kind of like speed bumps and roadblocks. Throw them into the cavalry if you need to like save your archers from a bad charge. Just throw your chariots in, tie them down with the mass, pull your like Everqueen's Court Guard out of there, and turn about and get some good shots in. So you can see he's pulling them out, trying to use them to kind of kite out some of these Grail Knights, get some good skirmisher fire in. Everqueen's Court Guard moving in to lock on to these Grail Knights. But yeah, Trebuchet is taking quite a bit of damage. One of them being taken out completely. The other one has lost one model. Another Trebuchet moving up. Fortunately, because the models are down, the crew is just being hit. So that Eagle Claw has definitely got to reprioritize, get some good shots in. But all the way out here on the flank, we're going to be having the Tyrannok chariots trying to disengage from these Cav over here. A little bit of lag. But yeah. Once this picks back up, there we go. Well-placed net of Ammontok tying down that Cav. Tyrannok Chariot's going to be able to escape and do some good work with their skirmishing fire and the support of the Lothern Sea Guard. And then we're also going to have Teclis just kind of standing by. The Fey Enchantress getting a little bit frisky over here, coming in close. And very nice move. Everqueen's Court Guard going to be getting right out of the way. Spearman getting a solid charge from the Companions of Cornell. Comet of Cassandora. The Comet. What an investment miss on the Everqueens. That would have been a great pickup if he was able to land it. Tyrannok Chariots continuing to do some damage to the Grail Knights, but the Companions have pushed back into the Lothern Sea Guard. They are going to be getting a charge in, but the Lothern Sea Guard are braced, so they're going to be sitting here in combat with their spears, doing a decent amount of damage in return for what they're taking. Another cavalry unit on the left flank, Grail Knights getting into another unit of Lothern Sea Guard. It's looking like this unit over here is probably going to be deleted very quickly here. The Sea Guard and the Sisters are doing a fantastic job of shutting them down, but they are going to go for a last-minute rear charge on some of these spears to help disrupt that front line, to make their sacrifice worthwhile, maybe get some of those peasants and men-at-arms through to get into the skirmishers and disrupt. We do still have the Trebuchet firing in, getting some very, very solid shots onto the Everqueen's Court Guard, but another extremely well-placed net on the Grail Knights coming in and tying up that Cav, so the spears are just going to be waltzing into combat, archers routing these guys out. Fey Enchantress is into the backline, into the Everqueen's Court Guard, but the Grail Knights are there to support as well. So a little bit of a duel coming in here. Chariots coming to try and support and tie down the Grail Knights, keep them from disrupting his backline any further. Bounce of power slightly tipping into the High Elves' favor at the moment. Kali doing a very good job of maintaining the integrity of his line. Has very spread out nice pockets of Lothern Sea Guard. So doing a great job of like moving and shooting and turning about, shutting down some of this cavalry play causing massive amounts of attrition damage on these guys whenever they try to come in for the charge. Trebuchet is still in the background, continuing to drop their massive shots in right into the Tyrannok chariots, doing a solid chunk of damage. But spearmen are holding up very well, keeping these men-at-arms and the polearms tied up in combat with the white lions as well, so that these archers can do the work that Teclis is requesting of them, just massacring poor peasants and Bretonnians. Nobody likes the humans, and I don't know why. We're such lovely folk. But another spell being cast, Comet of Cassandora, going to be coming in from above, and unfortunately not going to be catching Hjal, who is very, very on his point with his micro right now. Very on track, great situational awareness, not hit by one of those, and that is a huge, huge spend in Winds of Magic. Grail Knights continuing to get netted and just shredded. They're just getting torn up by this massed archer fire. Front line is basically non-existent at that point. A couple of Bretonnian units rallying the peasant mob, trying to rush forward to bust through and get into what's left of these Lothern Sea Guard. But these Tyrannok chariots coming in clutch late game, busting up these lions over here, saving some of the Lothern Sea Guard and spears. And the Everqueen's Court Guard is continuing their fire into the Fey Enchantress. Not super effective because the Fey does have pretty substantial missile resistance, but the magic resistance is being ignored because of their magic and fire missiles. So more cavalry out here on the flank, trying to take down the White Lions and the Spearmen to salvage this engagement for the men-at-arms, maybe break this so that we can get some pressure coming in on the right side. But it's looking grim. Bretonnian forces are rallying, and the Fey does have a very substantial amount of HP left, but a lot of what is left here is more than capable of dealing with chaff troops. So the chariots are going to be continuing to push out and disrupt the rallying units as the archers just focus the Fey Enchantress. Missile resistance can only get you so far when you have massive, massive amounts of skirmisher fire. But yeah, the skirmishers pushing up, creating new pockets for themselves with the infantry support over here, and just completely heckling the Holy Wardens with their salty elf arrows. Tyrannok chariots continuing to bust up the line. Balance of power, though, surprisingly tipping back into a more even position. The men-at-arms are rallying in the back line. Fey Enchantress is into some spearmen, and Teclis managed to escape. But who knows? The trebuchets are still online. They still have a lot of ammunition. If he's able to get some really good shots on some of these Lothern Sea Guard and break them out, he could pull this back. The Fey is in a great spot. I mean, not particularly right now. She should probably get out of the spears, but she's looking good health-wise, and she can always heal herself, which is something that Teclis probably can't do as well right now. He's really, really low. He's almost to his HP regen cap. Faye's got a little more HP in the tank, although she is taking a pretty solid amount of damage, so she may be hitting her own cap pretty shortly here. Getting tied up. Trebuchets continuing to fire, but as these routing troops are forced off by the skirmisher fire and the leadership penalty it applies, the chariots are going to continue to wrap up the flanks. And yeah, it's looking worse and worse for the Bretonnians here. The Fey Enchantress desperately trying to take down some of these Lothern Sea Guard, but she is going to be falling and shattering out of combat. So that is going to be it. That is going to be it. Great game to both players. Lots of great micro. Hjal is on point right now. Like, phenomenal play. Phenomenal play. His micro is fantastic. Like, the awareness that he has for his army is incredible. Dodging both the comets while microing his cav, or his chariots, while keeping his Lothern Sea Guard safe from, like, cav pockets. Like, it was really, really well done. It looks so much easier than it is. Like, it's... You think, like, yeah, I can do that. And then you try and do it against, like, Crabbling, and you just get rolled over and completely obliterated. It's usually how it works. Okay. All right, so Crabling is going to be able to take the pick ban or counter pick now. Yeah, it is 1-0. That was the first game. We're going on to game 2. All right. So Crabling is going to be going for the green skins. He's going for his smorks. Okay. So he is going to do some green skins. I'm going to get the map set before I forget. Altar of the Horned Rat. All right. So some of these maps. All right. So Crabling banned Tomb Kings and Vampirates. And the map is Altar of the Horned Rat. So Hjal is going all in. He says, well, that decides it. Of course he's going Skaven. So we're going to be seeing some green skins versus the Skaven. And this should be a really cool thematic battle. Altar of the Horned Rat, a minor settlement battle. I went through and checked out all of the minor settlement maps and tested them to see if they'd be balanced enough to include. And there's actually quite a few fun maps in the minor settlements that I wish were in multiplayer. So we're going to be playing a few of them. We're going to have Altar of the Horned Rat. We have Lord Croak's Temple, which I believe is a subterranean battle. And yeah. Okay. So we are all set. And we're going to be rocking on. I'm going to let these guys do their thing, get the ball rolling here. Yeah, what's that? Something about Zinch's many gifts? Or how it's just as planned? Yeah, no, muted the mic for a second. I was doing some typing, so I thought I'd spare you guys my space bar. Alright. So these guys are just about ready. Crabling is all set. Just waiting on Hjal. Should be able to get it done. All right. Clickety clack. How dare you? Wanna see some dwarves? We had some Dawi. We had a game of Dawi that we got to cast that Zyphos took into Lizardman. Pretty good match. Type. Yep. Don't worry, guys. Feel free to GoFund my keyboard. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe page. GoFund, click, yes. Maybe I'll get famous and MSI will buy me a keyboard. Yeah, Amber, I hear you love Dawi. Lol. Or something like that. Allegedly, maybe. You probably love Dawi as much as I'm Zero. Got that agua. Stay fresh. Finish this out strong. I am, however, going to be taking a break after this when we finish this tournament because I am hungry. I need the num nums, the food things. All right. So look at this nice cinematic map. This looks like somewhere the greenskins and the Skaven would fight, right? Big old hole in the ground. But yeah. What? That's crazy. What? Apparently, y'all can see his squigs and lord. Okay. Yeah, no unit introduction because apparently you can see the opposing armies. So, yeah. All right. So we are going to redo because they can see each other's armies. Oh, man. What a time to be alive. Yeah, Zyphos. There's a Policier. Alright. Well, apparently the map is not an option, and I'm going to presume that the other settlement battle is not an option as well. It must just be a feature or something that minor settlement battles have. Which I have no idea why you would make that a feature for a multiplayer map to be able to see each other's maps. I'm not sure. Or see each other's units. But what we are going to do is we are going to get everybody in here. And we're going to start out a new map. Where is our good buddy from VM? There we are. Well, what else am I looking for? Alright, Holly's here. Never mind, we're good. Yeah, for real. Apparently this is why they're not in multiplayer, because they neglect to change a campaign feature. Yeah, final game's still out. We're just changing the maps. So what are we feeling? We got, we'll do some Pillar of Bone. Since he's got green skins. Pillar of Bone's a good map. Can do a filler there. Alright, so Pillar of Bone. We are all set. Okay. We are going to get rid of those. I'm going to change the maps up real quick. Alright. So maps are changed. We are all set. Right back on track. Okay. So, we are going to have the Greenskins versus the Skaven. Another thematic map. It's a Greenskin map. Oh well, it's lighter anyways. So, Greenskins over here. We're going to start off with Mr. Crabling. We're going to have Wurzag on his picker. He's going to have Fist of Gork and the Brainbuster. We are also going to have another contingent of archers coming from Crabling here instead of y'all, going with that greenskin archer build. Night Gobbo archers this time with the Rusty Airs. So these guys are going to be applying poison, doing some solid skirmish work. Front line is going to be Night Goblins and Nasty Skulkers. A contingent with both RORs as well for the Unbreakable and Armor Sunder. Skaven are over here for Heylow with Clan Rats as well as Storm Vermin in the pockets. Also going to have units of Rat Ogres in the back line to defend the ROR Warp Lightning Cannon and the Standard Warp Lightning. On the ground, we're going to have Lord Skrolk and a Warlock Engineer. And then another pocket with the Rat Ogres. And then, yeah, Dirkit Squigs and some Squig Hoppers all the way out on flanks that I have missed before. And some more Squigs. So, looking like we're going to be seeing a very, very aggro Greenskin build. Very, very aggressive. Okay. So Crabling was just asking if you can change build. Hjal did not change his build, and I know that Crabling did not change his either. So as long as we are good, we should be all set. And I know for a fact that if I was Heylow and I was going to change my build, I would not have brought Warp Lightning Cannons against this. So that's how you know that he is not changing his build. Because he has Warp Lightning Cannons against the Vanguard army. Alright, so we're going to be seeing some crazy punchiness going on here. That is going to be very, very intense very, very quickly. Crabbling here going for a super aggressive rush build, looking to get straight up in the face of Hjal. And Hjal here was definitely planning for a little more of like a static defense with the layers. Kind of trying to pull that Skaven layered defense. His Warp Lightning Cannon's doing some good work, trying to snipe things out. But yeah, we're going to have Night Gobos coming in from the flanks right off the bat, taking a little bit of a volley from the Warp Lightning Cannon. And then we're going to have a Rat Ogre contingent immediately pushing down. So on one hand, the Skirmishers opening up right away. Rat Ogres pushing all the way on the left side of the flank, busting through some Night Goblins, trying to punch through and slow down this left flank envelopment. The Night Goblins turning about to fire into them, and Wah is popped. So the infantry is going to be pushing straight up into the front line, trying to cut through the Storm Vermin and Skaven Slaves. Nasty Skulkers here to support. Plague Monks coming in with a rear summon, though, going to be doing some good work if they can get into the Nasty Skulkers or chase down to Rusty Heirs. But got to get those guys moving. He's got such a good opportunity to get into Rusty Heirs, but he's preoccupied. He's microing elsewhere. There's so much going on right now. Rat Ogres are in a tough spot right here. Nasty Skulkers and Night Goblins applying both poison and with that AP damage on these guys. The Night Goblins are having a blast of a time picking them apart. But meanwhile, we have the infantry over here for the Storm Vermin, trying to tie up this left flank, the Night Goblins, Squig Hoppers, and the Nasty Skulkers, getting a bit bogged down. But we do have Dirkit Squigs who have managed to get into the Zap Zap Warp Lightning Cannon, the ROR1. It's looking, though, like the Skaven have managed to secure a little bit of a pocket back here. So they have secured the Concave, they have their Rat Ogres, they have some Storm Vermin trying to shut down these Night Goblins, trying to keep the enemy out of the pocket. But if they can't consolidate and focus down these Squig Hoppers, they aren't really going to be able to get this Warp Lightning crew back online. So these guys are going to get terror routed, and the Warp Lightning has got to get some value here. He's got to try and get some damage done. The Warlock Engineer is up in the front line, trying to do what he can to apply the Warpstone effect to do that damage AoE. But it's looking really tough. Looking real tough. Rat Ogre's coming back, but the Nasty Skulkers are all the way out there trying to force him off. The Zap crew has come back, and they can mount the other Warp Lightnings, I believe. I don't know if they get the same abilities, though, if they don't mount these. That's actually something I'd really like to try, to see if the crew pulls their ammo onto the other one or not. Because I believe 249... Yeah, the ammo has different effects. So it'd be very interesting to see. But yeah, right now looking kind of rough as the green Wah Tide pushes across and forces back the Vermintide. But Clan Rat Summon here coming down to tie up these Night Goblins, try and keep them off his flanks, try and get as much value out of the Warp Lightnings as he can to recover this. Maybe if he can focus out Wurzag, he'll be in a much better position. He does have the Fear, he does have some nice leadership penalties from the Rat Ogres. If they can get into the rear charges, Immune to Psychology can help, but the Brain Busts are going down and doing a pretty solid chunk of damage on the Summon as well as the Rat Ogres. So they are looking to push through and try and get some charges to bust up these Nasty Skulkers, maybe reach out and touch the Night Gobos, force off all the Skirmishers. But Wurzag is taking a little bit of a beating here. Unfortunately, the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers have gotten down onto the Warp Lightning Cannon, and that could be really, really bad. He was getting some great value out of the Warp Lightning onto Wurzag, and if he could focus him out, he might have been able to pull this back. But right now it's looking tough. A lot of that valuable time he needed to shut Wurzag down is being spent focusing on trying to get the units off his backline. And the pocket of Skaven resistance is gradually getting smaller and smaller. We're just getting hurtled back into the corner here. Another Brainbuster going down on the Rat Ogres, routing those guys and pushing them off. Fortunately, the Warlock Engineer has rallied, so that's a little bit of leadership that they will have back here in their little haven, the Skaven Den. But yeah, the Archers are just doing so much work in focusing on Rat Ogres and pushing these guys out. Rat Ogre's sitting here with no armor and just getting absolutely dumped on by all the Night Goblin Archers. The Clan Rat Summon here trying to do what it can to force all of this off. But Crabbling is no novice player, very quickly spreading his Night Goblins and the Rusty Heirs out so that the one unit cannot occupy all of them. And they're going to be quickly turning about to deal with this and try and shut down some of the other supporting units and get some support fire in on some of the other engagements. But yeah, Brainbuster going down again on the Clan Rats that he tied up with the Rusty Heirs. It is going to be almost wavering and routing out the Rusty Heirs, but they do manage to stabilize. Wurzag looking to be in a really good position here. The Warp Lightning crews are gone, so there is no ammunition left on the battlefield to be able to use to try and take Wurzag out. So right now, we are pretty much down to Lord Skrulk trying to fight to the valiant end, just getting pelted by arrows. just kind of hanging out, you know, no big deal. The rat getting pretty stabbed by arrows. But yeah, great game so far. Unfortunately, there was really just nothing y'all could do there. Having so much ammunition or funds invested into the Warp Lightning cannons, it was basically countered with the build that Crabbling brought, which nothing against y'all or Crabbling, like he got outbuilt. Like the theory that Crabbling brought happened to be really good against what Hjal brought. Hjal wanted that ranged firepower, and Crabbling gave him no space to be able to utilize it. He got right up in his face, just kept everything tied up constantly, and just really throttled the combat into his favor. Okay, so next up is going to be Mosquito Swamp. All right, so that is going to put them at 1-1 for our finals. So remember, the winner of this walks away with $275. Second place is still walking away with their own prize pool of $150. So nothing bad either way. If you go down in the finals at this point, you're still coming away with, I would say, enough to make up for taking the time to play today. Plus, we all do it because we enjoy it. So if you're not playing and you're not enjoying it, probably shouldn't play. Just gonna throw that out there. Play for fun. Play to enjoy it. So this is the third game in the best of 5. It is tied 1-1. Davi, you think the Skaven are overrated? I don't think so. I think if he had taken Doomflayers instead of Warp Lightning Cannons, that could have been an entirely different game. Because Crabbling had the Skirmishers, but he had no, like, real way to be able to just, like, wreck the Doomflayers. He had Squigs, but the Doomflayers would have been able to get into the skirmishing units, the Gobbo Archers, and that would have forced Crabbling to use his what's it called? Getting distracted by chat. It would have forced him to use his Squig Hoppers to try and tie down the players, and then the Rat Ogres could have come in there with their fear, and Squig Hoppers and Squigs in general don't have amazing leadership, so they can kind of struggle when they get into fights with monsters and things like that, and both the Doomflayer and Rat Ogres have fear. So it could have been an entirely different battle. But yeah, it happens sometimes. Mind games, they're a big part of stuff like this. You're coming up with your builds, especially if you know your opponent and you've seen his play. Like, you go through a big tournament like this and you start getting these big series, and you can get a feel for what your opponent likes and doesn't like. Air. Trying to talk about a $10,000 prize pool? Man. Get some Waz in chat for that. That would be amazing. I would love to be able to do a tournament with like that kind of goodness. Set up GoFundMe? Yeah. That would be incredible. We'll get CA. They can have Everchosen for the 8-man invitational. We're going to get a 64-man invitational. Go big or go home, right? $10,000 prize pool. We're going to pay for someone's car for winning Total War Warhammer. It's happening. You heard it here first, folks. Let's go. Where them tips? We're starting now. We're doing it live. 10K. Man, that would be crazy. The thing is that, like, games have that, like, $10,000 for, like, League of Legends for their big tournaments is, like, nothing. Like, there's some crazy stuff out there. Winner gets Ulthuan. I like it. Dibs on the Sword of Cain. Alright. So we're going to be having Hjal playing the Lizards. Brabling is going to be going for Chaos. So very excited here. Classic matchup. One that used to be very favored for Chaos. And now, honestly, I'd say the Lizardmen have a lot of tools. They have a lot of ways to answer things. We saw it earlier with the Salamander packs doing an awesome job of focusing down Kolek. So he is not, like, it's not impossible to answer him anymore. You bring those guys, you can trade into Skirmish Cav, you can trade into the Dragon Ogres, just kite them out a bit, pin them with some of your other dinos. There's tools. There's lots of tools now. I'm very interested to see how this is going to go. Misha, yeah, Dota 2. Dota has some crazy tournament stuff. Like CSGO, like, the game isn't even that great. Like, it's old, but it has such a devoted following that it just is. Like, people play the like heck out of it. They just really like it. And people to put a ton of money into those tournaments for, like, sponsorships and stuff. Like, Call of Duty has tournaments like that. Nuts. Gaming. Don't ever let anyone tell you can't make something out of gaming. It's all about the time. If you put the time in, you can make something out of anything. There's always a demographic for something. All right. Looking like Hjal is ready to go. Brabling is up next here. Okay. Man, I'm excited. See where this game is going to go. Game 3. Agua. All right. Oh, get a little bit of a stretch in. Got to warm up for these final rounds, you know. Make sure my micro's on point. Trying to win that prize money. As me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Gray. If there's a game and there's, like, even the smallest community, like, there's room for it. Like, you can make something happen. It's entertainment. Like, a lot of people don't understand streaming and gaming and why people watch it. It's entertainment. It's the same reason you read a book, you watch TV, you go to the movies. Like, for all of us that are invested in this game, that understand it and know how it works, it's very entertaining watching like high level play of this and seeing these guys like going at it, seeing their builds, like what they do micro wise. Like you get it, you understand it, and it's like it just is entertaining. Like I like watching it. It's fun casting it. I love it. Yeah, it's like sports. It is a sport. I never understand people who say gaming is not a sport, because gaming, it's not a physically athletic sport per se. It's very mentally demanding, and in case you haven't seen how some of these guys play on their streams with their micro, it's crazy. Like the stuff they're doing is nuts. Like it takes a certain kind of person to be able to do what some players are able to do. All right, guys, here we are. So we're going to be having Chaos and the Lizardmen. So let's start off with our wonderful friends, the Lizards. So Heylow is going to be bringing in a Slann Mage Priest Lore of Light. Really liking those nets. He is going to have Net, Foz Protection, and Barona's Time Warp, as well as the Bound Banishment. We're also going to have a couple units of Temple Guard, one of them being the Star Chamber Guardians, who are going to be providing that nice Guardian bonus to the Slann, which is a pretty good move. You bring the Slann without a Dino or anything like that, he's going to be just kind of hanging out with your Temple Guard, getting that physical resist bonus. Skip Mazda, go for the Cheap Lord, bring that Net, not a bad call. Over here we're going to have more Skink Cohort, 4 units, 2 Skink Chameleons, and then we will have the Ancient Salamander back here as well, lurking in the fog, looking to provide some of that nice AP burst damage on elite infantry or some of the monsters. Up in the sky, we're going to have a unit of Ripperdactyls as well as the Colossedon Hunters, who are the ROR. Those guys are going to be rocking some AP anti-large, which is super useful against Chaos. I'm really curious to see how they're going to do, especially against like single entities, because I know they can do very well against cavalry. So over here for Chaos, we're going to have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal in the sky. It's going to be rocking Final Transmutation and Searing Doom. So very nice pick. Lots of fun. Curious to see how it's going to play out here with the Lizardman Air Force. On the ground, we're going to have a front line of Chaos Marauders and Aspiring Champions. So looking to kind of just sustain a little bit, keep the Marauders in the fight for a while. Forsaken in the back line, including the Demon Spew. So the high weapon strength, high mobility, and the Demon Spew bringing in that poison. So looking pretty solid so far. Lots of weapon strength, pretty wide for what what he's paying for. He's got a lot out of it. And then he's also going to have the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth hanging out, and that is going to have, wow, 6 chevrons. So it's rank 6 Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. Up front, Marauder Horse Masters, 1 on his right, and then he's going to have 2 on the left. So let's go. So right off the bat, some skirmish fire going in, but these Colossedons and the Ripperdactyls going to be getting a really, really nice grab on these Marauder Horse Masters. Horse Masters, no pushovers, able to kind of ward off a little bit of the combat here, manage to escape, but they are going to lose a couple of models that got tied up. Skirmish Fire doing an excellent job of putting some chip damage into the Colossedon Hunters, who are going to be a major threat throughout this game. The Lizard Air Force is dangerous for the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. If he isn't careful, he could end up in a really bad spot tied down by all these unit models with their pretty decent armor piercing as well as that anti-large. So skirmishers trying to hang out and support to ward those guys off so that the dragon can fly about and be all menacing like. But meanwhile, we're going to have the Demon Spew getting absolutely shredded by the Ancient Salamander, who is just pouring some shots in from afar, shredding a bunch of these guys. Horsemen trying to move about and provide some skirmish support, wreck some of these cohort with their javelins. But yeah, front line is moving up to engage. Temple Guard on the flanks, some skirmishers in support to try and provide some poison damage and chip down some of these single entities as well as the unshielded infantry. But yeah, the Air Force is thirsty. They're coming in. They want it. They want to take down some of these skirmishers. They want that dragon. But Heylow is going to be pulling back, playing the patient game, trying to get out of there and keep his Air Force safe from too much skirmish fire. Javelin's going to be pulling back. Chameleon Skinks subbing out to do a bit more skirmishing. And then the Ancient Salamander doing a very nice job of getting some solid damage in on the infantry before engaging in combat with its armor piercing. Dragon Ogre over here, though, in real trouble. Net of Amontok going down in the corner, and he is getting tied up in the Colossadons and the Ripperdactyls, but the Colossadons rampage, so they're getting stuck up in the Forsaken and the Aspiring Champions instead of the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, which is a huge problem, because they could be doing so much damage to him right now and be tying him up, but he is going to be saving them from their rampage. They are going to be coming over to try and get in this Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. And meanwhile, the Slann is pushing over, popping shield of the old ones on the front line to try and keep these guys engaged. Searing Doom coming in, though. Wow, Colossadon's taking so much damage. Searing Doom on top of the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, just slapping these guys down. And the Air Force, just like that, is gone. Absolutely wrecked. Meanwhile, Temple Guard in the front line doing a very solid job of holding the line, beating the Demon Spew and the rest of the Forsaken. But they're going to be continuing to fight in combat here, as the Slann Toad tries to escape from the Chaos Dragon and the Shaggoth. This is tough. Hjal is in a tough spot right now. He's got to try to find a way to keep his Slann safe and focus down one of these single entities at a time. He's got to put all of his damage into one or the other. He can't distribute it because these guys are just too strong, and he lost his Air Force, so he doesn't have a way to pin them other than his net. So doing a very good job here, pinning the Shaggoth amongst the Star Chamber Guardians and the Temple Guard. He's taking tons and tons of AP anti-large damage from this infantry. So normally Temple Guard struggle because the mass would just bowl right through. But doing an awesome job keeping him right in the middle of that lethal blob. Ancient Salamander prowling around, lurking in the back lines, coming in for a kill, looking to get some damage done on this Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. And he is pouncing in with the support of the Skirmishers, getting some awesome damage in on this guy. Lots of AP with that fire, but the Dragon Ogre is looking to get right in on the Slann. Searing Doom coming in on some of the infantry, trying to do some damage to the Chameleon Skinks and Temple Guard. But yeah, Dragon is still very, very healthy. He's doing an awesome job keeping that guy safe, flying around, trying to go after the Toad, but Shield of the Old Ones, very, very well timed, giving him a nice pocket to fall back to with his Temple Guard, as well as giving his Lord some extra damage resistance. The Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is getting really, really low, down to 382 and dropping. So he's trying to get in there and get a single shot in, just one final blow to get some of that AP. And unfortunately, it seemed to miss the shot because Aura of Quetzal giving him that extra melee defense. But it's not over yet. Balance of power almost dead even. More Chaos Infantry coming from the back line after routing stuff out. Forsaken moving into the pocket, trying to chase down some of these Chameleon Skinks, as well as get into combat with the Star Chambers. Breath Attack going in on the Ancient Salamander, doing a decent chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy, though. Ancient Salamander doesn't have fire resistance, just missile resistance. So, always something I was a little surprised by when I saw them. I figured Salamanders would get a little bit of fire resist. Unfortunately, they do not. But, yeah, looking pretty good so far for the Lizardmen. Chaos, though, not out of it. Oh, man, Searing Doom. Very nice shot. Getting a lot of damage done on the Chameleon Skinks here. Some solid work. Salamander here trying to support the Star Chamber Guardians against the Forsaken and the Marauders, but the net has gone down on the Chaos Sword Lord, and he is just kind of subject to some of the pinpricks here from the Chameleon Skinks. Bound Banishment going down, trying to hit the Marauder Horsemasters. Unfortunately, he missed. So a little bit of a loss there. That Banishment could have been really big for him in another pocket at some point. Maybe late game if a blob happens with the infantry coming in with that Bound Banishment, but you know, you swing big, sometimes you miss. But Dragon Ogre Shaggoth coming back into the fight with 51 HP left. And Hjal manages to scare the dragon out of combat. Really thought he was going to lose the Ancient Salamander here, but Salamander is holding strong, fighting to the last, trying to get as much damage as he can done to all of these Aspiring Champions and Forsaken. The battle is just coming down to this bubble. Everything else is pretty much routed or rallying. So Dragon coming in, getting straight into the combat here. We're going in the bubble. So yeah, Crabling really, really wants to take out this Ancient Salamander. If he can snipe that out, there's really no real AP to take the dragon down. The Temple Guard, you can bowl through, you can cycle charge them, you can get away. But yeah, the Ancient Salamander has some high AP missiles. He's got a decent AP melee attack here, and he has that fire damage. So Dragon is just coming in hot and heavy, chasing right on his tail. The Dragon swooping in from the sky, looking to grab the Salamander and have him for dinner. Balance of power teetering ever onward into Chaos's favor now that they have pushed off the monstrous creatures. The Slann is sitting over here in his Star Chamber Guardians, trying to take out some of these Aspiring Champions who are very, very beefy. Aspiring Champions, no pushovers. They have a lot of armor. They're not going to kill a ton of stuff, but they do have some very solid sustainability. And they're really good for keeping your units in the fight late game if you go for one, like a single Lord or a mobile Lord. Putting 1 or 2 in your line gives that encourage benefit to give them the extra leadership, so they won't... your line won't struggle quite as much from leadership debuffs or terror. It'll help treat it as if you had your hero there. Because, yeah, he's way out of position right now with his dragon, so he's not able to provide that support. But looking good for Chaos right now. They still have some cav. They are out of ammo for the Horsemasters, but Horsemasters have decent stats. 26 melee attack and defense with 30 charge bonus, 50 armor. I mean, it's okay. It's not amazing, but... in the late game, when you get to points like this where you're going for some side charges and rear charges, it's going to hurt your leadership for your opponent. Fortunately, Shield of the Old One's going up, which is going to negate some of that leadership decrease. And they're going to be getting that +8 and the 22% damage resistance. So the Marauder Horsemen going all in, trying to crack these last units. Star Chamber Guardians barely on the edge of routing. They're down to 15 unit models. And it looks like they're going to be going out shortly here. Aura of Quetzal and Phos Protection on these guys. Desperately trying to keep them in the fight because that is all that's keeping that Slann Mage from getting absolutely beat down by this Dragon. But all of the cav charging in from the sides is looking pretty grim. It's looking to be a tough spot. Dragon is going in on the Slann as the Slann tries to get back into combat to save his Temple Guard. But the Dragon is having none of it. He is he's hungry. He's hungry. He sees the toad. It looks delicious. Very meaty. So he's getting right up in here, trying to cause some terror routes, force off some of this infantry. And you can see balance of power even more so in Cass's favor. Some of the Chameleon Skinks rallying in the background, but they end up shattering. And army losses. Army losses hits. What a game. Coming down to the wire. Super close. Great match. Not gonna lie though, not super impressed with the Colossadon Hunters and the Ripperdactyls. Having seen this, probably going forward, I wouldn't recommend these guys against Chaos, just because Chaos is 99% of the time gonna bring Horsemen or Horsemasters, maybe even Throwing Axes. And they did really good work putting some damage into the Colossadons. And the Colossadon just really wasn't able to get a good opportunity to goon after the Shaggoth or the Dragon, you know? Like, they had the skirmish support, they had infantry support. They ended up rampaging into another unit, which is just a shame when you're playing and you're like, this is it. This is my chance. I have them netted. I have my Ripperdactyls on them, my Colossadons. This is your time to shine. And they're rampaging into Forsaken. But great game nonetheless. Fantastic. And that is going to be one more for Crabling. So Crabling is going to be up 2-1 in our best of 5. Okay, so next map is going to be Lord Croak's Temple. Okay. So let's see. Let's see if Crabling can take it or if Hjal is gonna claw his way back in. Okay. So Hjal is going for the counter pick. So he lost the last game where he picked Lizardmen, and Crabling counterpicked Chaos. So instead of going for the pick and the double ban, he's going to go for a counter pick. He knows he's on the ropes. He's hoping that he can just pick a good matchup and go for the win that way. Try and get himself a favorable game. Try and get himself that win. But he has to remember, if he wins this and he stays in, that is going to put Crabling with the final option of being able to choose whether he wants to pick or counterpick. So that last game, y'all could be at the disadvantage. We're going to see, though. We're going to see if he can bring it back. So we're going to have Crabling playing the Vampire Counts. We'll see what his bans are going to be. Yeah, Toad Rage. Get him into melee, pop the Toad Rage. They can do a lot of damage for like the ROR Rippers. Yeah, Teutonic. I agree. I saw the Air Force and I saw that he had taken Dragon, and I'm like, man, like this is like exactly what you would want to take. Like, you would want this little Air Force to snipe out that Dragon. And Crabling was not having it. He played that incredibly well. He kept that Dragon so safe, just flying right over his lines where none of the Lizardman forces could reach the skirmish cav that was just going right back and forth behind his infantry. And that Air Force just couldn't get in on the Dragon. All right. So it's going to be Counts versus Empire. A classic matchup. The undead and the living. Yeah, I agree, Gray. If you're going to bring Rippers, it's very tough because they're kind of slow. I wish they were a little bit faster. So if they were a bit quicker, then you probably could get a more like useful engagement out of them more often. But a lot of the times they just end up like kind of prodding in and going after something, and then it runs away, or they get stuck on another unit, and they just can't quite do things as decisively as you would like them to. Yeah, Warner, it was definitely the lack of handguns. Definitely a tough time. If only Skinks had rattling guns. Could you imagine that? Skinks with rattling guns? That would be so fun. They're going to have skink weapon teams with the weapons off of the Ancient Stegodon. Yeah, Gray, thanks for hopping in. We appreciate it. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't play too much. We all love the game. We're all here for the same thing. Halcon, what's going on, man? Stopping back in the chat, see how things are going? Game 4 of the finals. I can't wait to get the replays and see your game with Zyphos for 3rd place. That should be really good. Yeah, Skinkling guns. All right. So Crabling is ready. Just got to make sure Hjal is all set, and then we will be hopping into Lord Croak's Temple. Rippers with Terror would be solid. I honestly think a lot of their problems come from speed, but that's just my personal opinion. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can make Ripperdactyls better. And, I mean, they're not horrible. They're not as good as other tools that you could have playing as the Lizardmen. Like, there's just other ways you can get AP anti-infantry that are more effective. There's better ways to get your AP anti-large than bringing the ROR one. Like, it's 1500. You could just bring a Feral Carnosaur if you wanted to. You could go for, like, 2 units of Salamander Hunting Pack. And they're very mobile. They're tough to hit. They have a lot of models, lots of damage output when you focus things. Like, it just seems like there's just better routes you could go. Even though the Salamander Hunting Pack doesn't have AP, they have very high weapon strength, so they can still do a really good job focusing things, as we saw earlier with Kolek. But we are all set, and we are going to be moving on to Game 4 of our finals. All right. Everyone make sure to give Air a nice shout whenever he stops back in. Make sure to thank him again for hosting this with his channel, letting us all be here to do this, supporting this kind of tournament. It's been a wild ride so far. Had some crazy games, some fantastic matches. All of our players have been amazingly good sports. Like, it's been awesome. It's been a real privilege. So hopefully we'll be back with this in the near future. Get a couple more tournaments down the road. Yeah, and don't forget, if you want to hang out with like a lot of these players, and like myself, HeirofCarthage, feel free to check the Discord links in the description. Air's got a massive channel in Discord where we have all of his content. A lot of the players hang out there too. My channel for more tournament information, for any of the content that I put out. Feel free to check out my Twitch and YouTube. I'm doing a head-to-head campaign with Professor Pipes. He was in Everchosen, so we're playing Icket versus Karl Franz, and that one's been a blast in Mortal Empires. So, Help Total War was doing a bunch of stuff for streams for the Russian audience. Just, yeah, make sure to show everyone some love. Anyways, let's get into the Empire here for Hjal. Hjal coming in on the back foot, trying to recover and win this game to stay in it. Volkmar the Grim is going to be coming in on horse to support his Demigryph Knights with halberds, 2 units of them. So a nice elite cavalry contingent here for the Empire. We're going to have a Jade Wizard on horse as well, rocking the Shield of Thorns as well as Earthblood. Front line is going to consist of our valiant men of the Empire, spearmen, great swords, some halberds, and then he's going to have the silver bullets with a warrior priest supporting the Sigmar Sons. And then while these guys get going, we're going to have the Counts. We're going to have a massive air force, Devils of Schwarzhofen, and 2 more Vargeist with the Necrarch Vampire Lord, bringing Spirit Leech, Purple Sun, Raised Dead, and Invocation of Nehek. Cavalry-wise, we've got 2 units of Black Knights on each flank, and a infantry contingent of zombies and Graveguard, including the Stearnsman and the Tithe. So very nice. Chaffy infantry from both sides, elite cav contingents, some guns, and some air force. So this looks about what I would expect out of Vampire accounts versus Empire. Some nice undead on living action here. Fun builds. No crazy Vargulf play. But yeah, Necrarch Vampire Lord is going to be flying right overhead with some of his Vargeists. Very dangerous move here, pushing up that far with these guys, taking a solid volley from the Silver Bullets. I think he might have been looking for a zombie summon possibly, but with the Demigryph Knights with Halberds right there in support, not really going to have a good opportunity to get in on the Silver Bullets or the other handguns. Silver Bullets continuing to try and make some mincemeat of the Vargeist here, getting some great damage on these guys. Black Knights moving and shifting around some of this terrain, looking for good opportunities to get in on the skirmishers. Black Knights here getting an invocation of Nehek as they charge in and bait out the Sigmar Sons. Very nice. So a little bit of cat and mouse play here, trying to coax some micro mistakes, but Crabbling is going to be pushing in to try and bait and switch the Sigmar Sons, but Hjal is having none of it. Demigryph Knights with Halberds both coming in to get right up on the Black Knights, and a zombie summon is going in right on top of the Demigryph Knights. So trying to tie them down, and Purple Sun is coming in. Oh man. Oh, that's too bad. Purple Sun not really getting a lot of damage. Just kind of like glancing off into no man's land. Really nice play, really well set up. Unfortunately, with Vortexes, they're just so unpredictable. Never really know what you're going to get. So the Demigryphs are down to 4192, but they haven't lost any unit models yet. So far, Vargeists all looking to be in good shape as well. However, the Counts did just lose a cavalry unit. And I don't know. The value that Hjal just got out of that engagement is pretty substantial. Getting a free Black Knight, essentially, as well as baiting out a Purple Sun, or more so a Purple Sun getting wasted. Just veering off into no man land. But yeah, Silver Bullets continuing to try and harass the Vargeist in the air. These guys going to be just kind of soaking it up as they go. They do have the regeneration trait, so they're just going to kind of be sponging all of these shots. And Silver Bullets almost down to half health. Black Knights pushing around all of the flanks, and it looks like we're going to have a massive enveloping engagement here as the front line collapses into the Spearmen. And Crabbling here with some fantastic micro, going to be pulling the Black Knights right through the gap, straight into Volkmar and the Jade Wizard, as well as the Silver Bullets. So they're going to be pushing right into the Demigryph Knights and their Halberds from the back. From the front, Vargeist plowing down and into these guys, getting an excellent charge. Mass Vargeist. Wow, the mass charge in here, looking to get a 1-2 punch, looking for that quick knockout, and wants to shut these Demigryph Knights down immediately. Volkmar popping all of his abilities, all the prayers going off, adding massive amounts of buffs and physical protection to Demigryph Knights with Halberds. Shield of Thorns here, just huge blob engagement that could end up deciding the battle here. So far looking very good for the Demigryph Knights with Halberds. Large amounts of damage resistance from Shield of Thorns and the Grand Shield of Faith. Lots of melee attack buffs from Volkmar, and they're doing an excellent job. The Vampire Counts have basically lost 2 units of cavalry out of this engagement, and he hasn't been able to take out the Demigryph Knights. The Silver Bullets did take a substantial amount of damage, and they are routing out, but they are going to be coming back and recovering, so they are probably going to be providing some nice Overwatch fire from the angle until another unit can get into them to try and shut them down. But in the backline, Halberds here trying to support, and the balance of power is teetering into the Empire's favor. It looks like that massive engagement that they went for, that one decisive engagement, really swung things for the Empire. The Vampire Counts are running out of bodies here. Necrarch Vampire Lord is in great condition. However, the Vargeists and the Cavalry have taken a massive beating. They were very punished. One Demigryph Knight with Halberds is getting shut down. It is terrified, so it is down to 1 unit of the Cavalry. However, the Silver Bullets are still online, and you can see in the back Black Knights running about, looking for a way to kind of get back in here without getting shut down by Halberds or enemy Cavalry. As the line continues to collapse, though, we could be looking at some issues for the Empire. Graveguard are going to be pushing in, and once the infantry engagement gets into a real grind, the cavalry is going to struggle much more than the Vargeists are. Vargeists are going to be able to fly in, cycle charge, rear charge from all different angles, whereas the cavalry, if they get caught up in the infantry, they're probably going to get pretty stuck. much like this Necroc Vampire Lord back here, he is tied down in combat with the Silver Bullets and the Demogryph Knights, as well as some Halberdiers, and massive amount of combat going on here as both players trying to win over every little engagement possible. Shield of Thorns going down over here on this engagement. Vargeist going for some rear charges, trying to get into the Great Swords to bust them out, get out of this pickle that they found themselves in. But the Demogryph Knights with halberds are not having any of it, making sure to stay hot on the heels of the Necroc Vampire Lord. Volkmar as well moving to support, doing some excellent work against the Vargeist. But yeah, it's looking tough right now. We do have some Black Knights out there that got a little bit mismicro for Crabling. That could be huge. Oh, what could have been out here shutting down these Silver Bullets or getting into the Great Swords, maybe the Jade Wizard. They ended up in the woods back there. Oh, man. And with the Lord going down, army losses is going to hit, and everything is going to crumble out. What a game. So, Heylow manages to rally and climb his way back into the running for the final game. So we are looking at 2-2, Crabling versus Heylow. First place for $275, second place for $150. And these guys are going at it. They're going straight at it. Awesome engagements here. All right, so last map is going to be Shimmer's Word. So we're going back to land battles, bringing it back to the roots, getting some of that sweet, sweet Bretonian action going on. The old Fae. This is the final round. So this final round. Yeah, handguns saved the day as usual. Rito, this is not air. Nope. This is Heylow. You may know me from the Discords. It's Zero. It's my son's dog. But yeah, Air had to step away, unfortunately, roughly 3.5 hours ago. He has some family stuff going on, so, you know, Easter weekend and everything like that. Got to put the fam first. So I am here with the tournament, and we are carrying on with the final game. Yeah, that was a very solid game. I like that build a lot, too. Hjaal's Empire build is really nice. It's air with a voice change app. Airlow. Yes. Airlow 0. The memes. So many memes. But alright, Crabling is going to have pick ban or counter. Airlow, the adopted son of the one true heir. Am I the heir of the heir of Carthage? I am also Zero. And Zero is also Heylow. Heylow 0. The legend may never die. Okay. Oof. So we will see what these guys are going to want to go with. But yeah, 2-2, best of 5 final. What a series. These guys have put out some amazing games throughout this tournament. And I'm very excited to see how this one's going to close out. Is it going to be a quick KO from one of the players? Are they going to come in and just absolutely rock'em sock'em robot their opponent? Or is this going to be a grind fest that is going to come down right to the wire? We shall see. We shall see. You do not wish to be disappointed. Indeed. Maybe the lobby bugged? There's a distinct amount of no chat. HeirofCarthage. 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 What about HeirofCarthage? Heir, you gotta be careful. There's some XMT players that like to be little trolls, and they'll change their names to be plays on other people's names. So you might be getting a replay submitted that has HeirofCarthage AIR as a player name at some point here. You're gonna have a bunch of Heir's alt accounts. All the different heirs, ears, Aors. Skaven. Alright, Crabbling is closing it out with Skaven. He's going all in. He's bringing the new gubbins. He's looking for that W. Ban VP and Beastman. Alright. So it is going to be Crabbling bringing the Skaven, and he is banning Vampirates and Beastmen. So we shall see what Kjell is going to go with here. Very curious what he's going to rock with. Contemplating. These guys spent a lot of time thinking. Who's commentating? No, this isn't Italian. This is Heylow. I'm new. I am little lad. Feel free to meme away at Heir's name. You heard it, guys. You heard it here first. Everyone switched their Steam names to punny versions of HeirofCarthage. I fully expect to run into Heir every single quick battle I play. Alright, so we're going to have some Bretonia versus the Skebbies. Alright, so we're going to have Bretonia versus Skaven. It's going to be spicy. Bretonia is going to be defending the Shimmer's Ward from Crabbling and his His yes men. His rat things. Roof bomber. My god. All right, so we'll let these guys finish up their builds, and while they are doing that, just another a shout out before we finish up here to everyone who is watching, who has watched, who has played, who helped set everything up, make sure it ran smooth. Like, you guys are awesome. All of you are fantastic, and I'm very grateful, very appreciative that you guys are here and that we are able to do this today. Thank you very much, Peter Hansen. Really appreciate it. It was the first time I've gotten to do something like this in front of such a large audience. I stream and I do my own YouTube videos, but I'm new. So I don't have all the experience that everybody else has. But yeah, I'm really grateful Air gave me the opportunity to do this. Reached out, asked if I'd want to host tournaments on the channel with him after my Changelings Challenge tournament. And absolutely, that is an automatic yes. Air's videos got me into Total War when Warhammer came out. Started playing multiplayer, Warhammer 2 that is, because you know, I play tabletop and everything like that. Just love the community. But yes, guys, this is it. We're out here setting records. Setting records. Longest continuing stream. Look at that. You know what this means. We have to beat the record next time. Someday we will have an unbeatable stream record. But yeah, got a Gabos. I don't think anyone else got you a score. Currently, the score is... it is tied 2-2, and we're on the final game of the best of 5 for the finale. Fly on the bread. Thank you very much for the donation, man. We appreciate it. It says, love this format and would love to be a part of the next one. Thanks to you and Air for putting in the work. We really appreciate that. Air can say I did all the work all he wants. I set the tournament up. I got the ball rolling. Got everything set up. But this is his channel. So that right there immediately trumps all work that I have done, because Air has put in years and years of time and effort into developing this community. So Mr. Modest doesn't get off scot-free there. Got to take some credit for what we've got going on today. Yeah, tournament's been a hot minute, but still got what, 235 people watching right now? Fine by me. That's solid stuff. Then we got everyone that gets to come through and watch this stuff on the back end after Easter weekend when they got some downtime. For all you people that are going to be bored at work, they get to come in. You guys get to enjoy some awesome matches on Air's channel. It's the good stuff. Fantastic. I love it. That's great. Oh, Wick, that should have been our clan tag. Oh, no, I guess that wouldn't work. Heirs of Carthage was better, never mind. It only makes sense when there's Air in me because it's two H's. Wouldn't really make sense for a W and H to be to the power of 2. But yeah, I'm glad you guys have been enjoying this. It's been awesome to do. I can feel my throat getting a little bit tight, but you know, we've got Agua, and we've got you guys, so we power straight through. We go hard, go big or go home, right? Watching since Rome 1? That's fantastic. Yeah, I started watching around Rome 1 and like close to Rome 2 release. And for me, it was like I really enjoy like history, particularly like Greece, Carthage, Rome, just that kind of like time span. Some of Egyptian history, and like the games were really fun because I enjoyed it for the thematics. But watching all the videos and with Total War Warhammer coming out, like I got so into it because I love the Warhammer universe and got into the multiplayer community, joined Air's Discord, and thought that everyone was amazing god tier players. So I was all shy and I lurked. And then I went on the warpath and started grinding out quick battles on ladder with chaos and like actually got good. And yeah, it's all history from there. Now I have XMT with all my boys. We're here on Air's channel hosting record-breaking tournaments. It's thebomb.com. You guys are the reason this happens, so we really appreciate everything that you guys do for the channel and for us. All right, anywho, enough of the sappy stuff. We're getting into Lord Skrulk. We got Crabbling over here with his build. He's going to have Skrulk, and he is rocking his good ol' something. He has Pestilent Breath, we've been seeing a lot of, Blessed with Filth, and Vermintide. He is going to have a couple units of Rat Ogres for some mass. He's going to be pocketing up using this nice terrain feature to his advantage. Very, very smart move. So he's going to have Skaven Slaves up front, supported by some Clan Rat Spears, Rat Ogres in the back line, 4 units, as well as 2 units of Storm Vermin with Halberds. And yeah, the triple Warp Lightning Cannon. So this is looking brutal. One of the he has the Council Guard, so they are going to be providing that Unbreakable and Guardian bonus if he's got Skrulk on foot in there. So it's looking juicy. This is quite the bastion he has set up. But Bretonia isn't having any of it. Bretonia's coming in. We have the Prophetess Lore of Beasts as Hjalli's Lord. So he's going to be coming in with that Manticore summon. So we haven't really seen that at all this tournament from what we got to cast, but Manticore summon can be very, very good here. Frontline is going to consist of a very wide infantry force, peasant mobs, some spearmen at arms, as well as battle pilgrims, bringing up the core of the infantry force. Backline with some peasant bowmen of pox arrows, and then cavalry contingent is also very wide. And we have the Damsel Lore of Heavens as well, who is going to be rocking Wind Blast, and I don't recognize that other spell. Forgive me, because I don't use these that much. So yeah, Wind Blast, Curse of the Midnight Wind. Should have known better. But yeah, cavalry contingent going to be Knights of the Lionhearted, Knights of the Realm, and Defenders of Fleur de Lis on the left flank. More Knights of the Realm on the right flank, as well as Knights Errant. So very, very wide army coming up against this very well fortified defensive Skaven position. I have 2,000 hours of viewers on the stream. Well, that's rookie numbers. We got to bump those numbers up, guys. Bump them up. But yeah, off the bat, Warp Lightning is going to be get some fantastic damage done onto a lot of these spearmen, getting some great shots in, trying to pick up some value early on, shut down a little bit of the infantry. Definitely going to want to look out, though. He's going to be saving some of that ammo, at least, for some of the Knights of the Realm. He's going to want to make sure that these guys get as much damage onto them as possible from the lightnings. But again, remember last time, guys? That very patient play from Hjal? He is going to be skirting his entire army over all the way around the flank so that he can negate this terrain feature. He wants to take his infantry force and level it up so that he has a straight shot and he can get a better vantage on the left flank, and he wants to pin the Skaven right up against this corner. So they have no maneuverability, they have no room to like wrap or protect the flank. He's going to just go straight in, and he's going to get the infantry in there to grind it out, and his cavalry can start just cycle charging with the safety of his infantry force. Yeah, Gundabad, I'm casting on his channel. We got it set up. He sent me his overlay and got me his stream key. It was actually very simple, which was really nice. But yeah, gonna be some patient play. A lot of damage done to the peasant mob, but you know, they're peasants. Doesn't really matter. Some spearmen at arms taking a little bit of damage, but the cavalry is gonna be the go-to here. So getting all sized up, getting ready to go, getting his flanks organized, looking to advance once he gets lined up. And here he goes. He's going in for the charge. His infantry has squared up to the front. The Warp Lightning is a little bit advanced, so this is actually really nice. This would be a decent opportunity to start getting his cav in position, which he is trying to do. He's trying to close that gap because Crabling's in a little bit of a pickle here. His Warp Lightnings are very far to the front of his formation, and they're almost exposed to the flanks. So if he keeps moving forward, he's going to lose this terrain feature that he has on his side. But that's the only way he's getting good shots into this cavalry. So if he keeps prodding out, he might overextend. And then if all of the cavalry just rushes in at once, which looks like nope, it's just kind of baiting it out. But if, yeah, all the cavalry rushes in at one time, he could be out of position and he won't be able to really protect them very effectively or keep enough of a gap for them to fire efficiently. So very, very high level play going on right now. Like really, really well thought out plans from both players. They're putting a lot of thought into this. But yeah, here comes the cavalry. They're looking to come around on that flank with the infantry coming up to support, and the Warp Lightnings are just turning about to try and get as much damage as possible on them. And yeah, defenders pulling back. I don't know. I think if Heylow is going to come in, he's got a full commit. I say you wait in the back, or maybe wrap all the way around, something like that. Never mind. This is pinned off. Excellent play again from Crabling, shutting down this entire avenue of approach for the cavalry. But yeah, the Cav's just going in. So he's going in for that charge, trying to pull some guys out of position. Gets a nice charge on the spears. If he can back this blob out and sub it out for some infantry, maybe he can thread the gap here and get into the Warp Lightnings. But the Warp Lightnings can only fire at so much distance. So as he goes here, he's going to be at risk. But the cavalry is coming in from the sides. They have taken a decent amount of damage, but now that the infantry is here to support this fight, he could be in a good position. If he can get the cav and just kind of like sweep through from a side angle maybe, bust out some of this infantry fight, let his guys grind through. The biggest thing for him is going to be Rat Ogres. Amazingly well-placed Wind Blast, wrecking this unit of Storm Vermin. Still have 120 models, but straight down to half HP, and the Skaven have no way to heal that. Yeah, Fly, his formation doesn't have a ton of depth, mainly because he's worried about getting wrapped from the flanks, and his Rat Ogres are trying to sit back there to get the cavalry to come around. He's trying to get the cav to overextend, but yeah, like I said before, he got aggressive with the Warp Lightnings and pushed forward to try and get damage done early on, which it's a decent plan, but it's risky. So he pushed up, got the damage in that he did on this cav, but now the cav is on top of him. So he's really got to try and recover his distance to get these guys like secured like they are, to be able to put some more shots on and maintain that ranged advantage. But as you can see here, the front pocket is really starting to crumble. Curse of the Midnight Wind going down on the AoE, and these guys not doing so hot. Storm Vermin with Halberds got absolutely dumpstered. Clan Rats are pushing out and getting routed, excuse me. And there's massive cav engagement going around on the right side as the Damsel over here getting caught out by some of these Rat Ogres. But the cav fight, trying to sit here and take down the Rat Ogres, trying to take this pocket out on the side. If he can remove this wall of resistance, then he's got free reign to envelop and just cut right into the Warp Lightnings. Once the Rat Ogres are gone, there's nothing stopping the cavalry as it rallies. But the Warp Lightning is doing a phenomenal job of maintaining their firing positions here. One of them still online, one routed, another one is about to rout as the peasants fire in on them. But the damage is done. Tons of damage done on the cavalry so far. Archers out here, Clan Rats summoned, but not quite fast enough getting into the peasant bows, so they're going to be falling back. And the Prophetess is falling back as well. It looks like the Skaven have the Bretonnians on the back foot. Gjall kind of falling back with his core force here, trying to get his peasants out of combat and try and get some of this rallied cav to defend them. But the Rat Ogres pushing out and getting really aggressive. But then you have the flip of that. So the Rat Ogres are pushing out and going straight after the Prophetess and all of the skirmishers. But then on the backside, You have the Damsel bringing in all of the remaining cavalry, trying to get into these Warp Lightnings. Holy Wardens getting in as well, trying to shut down this artillery. So we have a little bit of a switch going on here. Balance of power slightly in the Skaven favor, but a lot of the Skaven forces are very spread out and out of position. Rad Ogre's trying to force off some of these routing units. But meanwhile, the Warp Lightning cannons and some of the Skaven backline is being disrupted by the rallying troops. So a little bit of a trade-off going on right now. Prophetess really needs to get out of there. Liber Bubonicus goes down, and she is stuck in the middle of Rad Ogres and just getting absolutely dumped on right now. She is getting mauled, and very quickly she ends up routing. Another phenomenal wind blast going off, though, right before she gets routed out from the heavens. And as I say that, Rod of Corruption going down, Damsel Lore of Heavens is getting routed out as well. So, so far the leadership looking to be pretty much gone for the Bretonnians. The Damsel of Heavens, I doubt, is going to make it out of combat. Red Ogres are going to make sure that she is either walked off the map or killed. And yeah, it's coming down to the Holy Wardens here trying to sustain in combat to take down Skrulk. A couple units of cavalry, but it's looking like army losses are going to hit. Oh, and that's it. That's game. That is game. Some phenomenal play from both our contestants here. Phenomenal play. The Wind Blast from Hjal got amazing value, doing half the HP to both units of Storm Vermin. But the Warp Lightning play, Crabling's Warp Lightning play was on point. He knew what he was doing. He got out there. He got him in position. He took the extra damage off before they could close that gap. He saw what his opponent was doing, and he was trying his best not to let it happen. He didn't want to give his opponent the initiative and let them pick the engagement. So he forced it out there, forced some damage on that cavalry, really got him to push that cav in before they took too much damage. He put that pressure on and did an amazing job. Lots and lots of kills on those. Really carried that battle for him. So yeah, that's going to be it. There was a rule break. Rule break. What was the rule break? 1 second. Guys, if there was an actual rule break, oh, that's what he's calling. He's calling the, so the white line on the backside, if you guys remember that, the white line on the backside of that pool, he's saying that he thinks that was white line for stopping flanking. I don't know if I would say that that is the case. We're going to double check. We're going to double check. Got to be sure, guys. Can't call it early. Can't call it early. Because if it was indeed, it's a very smart tactic, but we're going to check the wording for the rules. Okay. So the wording for corner camping and line camping. Battlefields in Total War have artificial boundaries. You may be fighting on an endless open plain, but if a unit is right up against the edge of the map, the white line, enemy units cannot go around it. Under Warhammer Cup rules, players may not position their units close enough to the white line as to block flanking maneuvers. They must leave enough space for the enemy to pass. This applies in all directions, e.g. leaving your flanks open does not allow you to block off your rear with the white line. However, using impassable or other terrain to achieve the same effect is not prohibited. Such terrain is an intended part of the battlefield. So, it's kind of tough. So he definitely violates the white line portion, but the terrain was there. So yeah, but the intention here for the okay. So I'm gonna make a ruling. We're gonna do a rematch. We're gonna do a rematch. I'm calling it because of the fact that the wording. The wording specifies that terrain allows you to block. So if you have like that hole in the ground and you have another hole in the ground, you get to block between them. But you can't sit between the terrain match and the white line. All right. Yeah. Nobody keep it cool in the chat. There's rules for a reason. Nobody's cheesing. It's a very good strategy. Like, it's a perfectly fine strategy. If you're playing on like quick battles and things like that. It makes complete sense to do what he did. He was shutting down a cav flank. However, the wording for the rules for the tournament is intended to prevent people from sitting right up against the line with your formation. So, yeah, it's intended to prevent corner camping, and unfortunately, even though like it's a smart tactical decision, corner camping is a smart tactical decision too. So if you're Dawi and you have super high leadership and you're playing against someone who doesn't, or you're undead and you're unbreakable, utilizing the edge of the map, which is not there with the intention of being used as a weapon, shouldn't really be feasible for tournaments. So even though it was a sound tactical decision, unfortunately, we can't really just let it slide because rules are rules. So if we're like, oh no, like that's fine, then next time you have someone who has like, maybe they have like a small group of units that are right up against the line and whatnot. So yeah, everyone makes mistakes. It happens. So, replay or riot? All right. All right, guys. We're going to check the replay. We're taking it to the replay. This is the final game of the finals. So, if there's a discrepancy, particularly with the rules, we got to make sure. Got to make sure. He obviously didn't do it with the intention of breaking a rule. These guys are playing for a prize, you know? Like, there's $275 for first place, $150 for second. So, like, there's a $125 difference in the result of this game. So, he's not playing to cheat or cheese. He's a fantastic player. Both of these guys have been really great dudes throughout this entire thing. Don't like talk poorly about them, please, because they've been awesome. And it's unfortunate, but we got to check it because you can see he's moving around here. And on the one hand, he's utilizing terrain, but this is what the rule's talking about. You can't be right here where units cannot get around. Like, it's impassable. You physically cannot do anything around this. So he shut it down, which is smart. But Unfortunately, it's not allowed. Because if the terrain had been like here and there was another piece of terrain, you can block between it, but you can't use the white line. Because if the white line wasn't here, this would be entirely open. You would be able to go anywhere on this. So, yeah, it is what it is. So, he's standing right there. He's got his units cutting off that flank from the cavalry. Because he knows the cavalry is over here. He doesn't want to get rear flanked. So, it is what it is. So, we're gonna replay it. We're gonna replay it. Executive decision. Romulan, it was a long time. Like, his units were stationary there up until the frontline engagement. So, it was probably, what, 3-4 minutes? So, it was too long to be able to consider that a flank, so to speak. Because if he had moved them up there, and he had them in, like, a rear guard, and the infantry line engaged, and then he moved them around, that would be a flank. And if he was moving them around to go engage when he was already engaged, and the cavalry was coming, and he stopped, and he was blocking, like, I'd say then it's fine, because he was moving for a flank, and the cavalry came and just engaged in combat. It's whatever. But, yeah, with that, it was just too long. It was just there too long. All Mammoths tiebreaker. I'm not going to make him do that. I'm not going to make him do that. If it wasn't for a cash prize, we could get goofy with it. But because it's a cash prize, I don't want to, like, belittle the skill of both of the players and the effort that they've put into this. Because they've put a lot of time into this tournament today. So, I just want to make sure they get what is due to them. I don't want to rob anyone of anything. It's unfortunate, but the rule's the rules. Yeah, I'm not worried about the password snipers 18, unless you're gonna snipe into the lobby, in which case I'll just remove you. But, yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, we're gonna be doing a rematch. I'm gonna have them play their same builds. And we're gonna do the same map. And the difference is gonna be that he can't block that spot off. That's it. We're gonna replay the scenario. We're not gonna make any changes. We're not gonna do anything crazy where anyone could say, like, oh, well, this is a least favorable matchup, like anything like that. We're just going to do the same exact thing. We're going to give them an opportunity. Y'all's got a shot here to come away with first place. So, yeah, we're just going to leave it as is. Yeah, summon mammoths. Gundabad. The prize pools consist of first place being $275. Second place is $150. Third place is $75. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Let's double check something here. Do. All right, so map is the same. All right, let's get the map. Shimmer's Ward. Shimmer's Ward. Shimmer. Yeah. Well, guess Shidoku just has to be the winner then. We just gotta let it happen. All right. So we're gonna get right back into it. Yeah, you lost the Lizardman mirror. We didn't get to peek in on that one. I'm very curious how that went. If you have the replays for everyone that played, post your replays in Air's Discord. There is a channel in there for Old World Olympics, and it has a replay section. So you can get all the tournament games. We can post them all in there. The other content creators and everything are able to grab some of the replays from the tournament that we didn't get to see on stream. Air can grab them, I can grab them, whoever, and we can make sure that all of the content gets put out there as best as possible. Okay, so we're back. I'm going to double check these builds. They should be the same. Looking good. Looking good. And where is the other storm vermin? There we are. Okay, we're good on that. Good there. We're good on that. We got the archers. We got the two casters. They're looking like the same thing. Yep. All right, guys. Yep. All right. So it's all the same. We are good. We are ready to roll. The only discrepancy is this. So we should be okay. So the line here showing that he can't like sit between that with his units to shut it down. It's just the distance you have to be from the edge of the map when you're starting. So yeah, should be good. Let's see how this is gonna go. So going into this, we all saw how the first game went, and it was really close. It was very, very close. Some phenomenal wind blasts. Oh. All right. So yeah, we're going to see how this is going to go. And yeah, it should be interesting. So minor changes this time. We've got Storm Vermin sitting up front here. Rat Ogre's in the back, and he has his Skaven Slave Spears in the rear. So It's looking interesting. It's looking like he's kind of expecting more of like an envelopment this time. And he's able to like go out to like here, give or take. And he can come up. He can block on the back of the hill. He just can't sit next to this line. Like he can't be like connected to it. He can sit like right here if he wants, and stuff can pass. But yeah. All right. We have our wonderful rat mogers. Okay. Did I cast 60 games? No. No, I didn't cast 60 games today. There were 64 slots. Some of them didn't get filled because we had people who didn't put their factions down or just like didn't make check-in. But we had a lot of players. Like, yeah, a lot of players. So it was solid. But I think we casted probably like 6 or 7 games before the semifinals. And then with semifinals, we had another 6 games. And then the final here, we've got 5, but technically 6. So lots of games, like 20-something, I want to say. 20-ish, maybe. But yeah, it's looking like so far, Crabling is going to be pushing up his force here, getting this good defensive position. He's giving up on this backside, but he is going to be kind of going for a little more of like a wheel here and like a pivot forward, using this terrain to his advantage, but keeping some of these spears a little more in like a round envelopment. Storm Vermin right up front. Peasant mob trickling forward. These guys just rushing forth. And some mean shots coming in on the Prophetess. But, man, taking no damage. I know I saw her get staggered. Wow. She's just not getting hit. What a beast. But yeah, we've got Heavens over there supporting with the Cav engagement. Peasant mob are just bum rushing forward for whatever reason they may be. Maybe looking to sponge up some combat, soak up some Skaven slaves, some ammunition maybe. But yeah, we've got the cavalry out on the flanks looking to get their positions, and he's looking to size up. Yeah, try to keep it civil in chat, guys. Like, we're just doing it for fun. Like, this is for fun. Yeah, there's a prize. They're aware. They know what's up. They're both familiar with tournament rules and things like that. They know what they're doing. No, he didn't have Faye last game. He had 2 damsels. He had the Prophetess of Beasts, and he had the Prophetess of Heavens. But yeah, Peasant Mob out here just kind of getting dumpstered. Meanwhile, we've got the Warp Lightnings going ahead to try and pop their shots onto some of this cavalry. And yeah, it's looking very similar, huh? This build's familiar. But yeah, Warp Lightning is getting some excellent value onto those Knights of the Realm. Infantry is gradually making its way up. Difference is this game, it's looking like the infantry is getting a little bit slow. Very slow advance here. Not quite making it in as quickly as last time. Cavalry taking some substantial damage. And I don't know. Balance of Power is dead even right now, but he's getting a lot of value out of these Warp Lightnings. 19 kills, 43 kills, 30 kills. All of them have picked up a Chevron. So he's definitely getting the value he's looking for on this Cav. Definitely getting the value. Picking up some more kills each shot. Getting even more value. These guys are doing some work. Rat Ogre's pushing out through the front line, going straight in after the Peasant Bowman as the cavalry is out of position to support. They have not engaged yet. He's got Cav all the way out there. This could be a tough predicament. He's got Cav coming around the flank through that pass that he wasn't able to get through before. Infantry is doing a decent job getting up into the front line. However, the Rat Ogres have sallied forth, and they're doing some great work on the Peasant Bowman. Cavalry finally coming in to try and get some damage and tie these guys down, but Warp Lightning Cannon's going to be having a field day with these as they get into that Rat Ogre unit. Out here on the far left flank, Warp Lightning continue to tear up the Knights of the Lionhearted. doing some very substantial damage, but the other two units are in perfect health. Damsels coming in, getting the Power Stone, trying to drop some of their damage. Warp Lightning shots actually, like, wrecked this Rat Ogre unit. One of the shots doing a very substantial amount of damage and routing him. Infantry continuing to grind it out. Blessed with Filth going down to try and keep the Holy Wardens from getting too much of a foothold. But Rat Ogre's pushing around on the flank here. We have that flanking unit that has come through and managed to hit the Skaven Slave Spear wall pretty effectively, but man, are they taking quite a bit of damage to Skaven Slaves. This battle has actually gotten a lot wider than last time. Last time was very compact, very close quarters brawl, and now we've got a lot of outward pockets. So you can see that as Crabling saw the infantry line engaging and how far out the cav was, he just decided to kind of open up and expand and just move forward and meet the Bretonnian forces. So now he's got a lot of wiggle room here. Cavalry, though, coming into the back line. Going to be getting into some Clan Rat Spears, trying to bowl through them. Blessed with Filth going down to apply that poison, keep these guys from doing too much damage. But, yeah, Spears are doing okay in the front line. There we go, another Scorch going down, taking some damage off on those Battle Pilgrims. But the Cavalry not doing too hot. Not doing too hot. It's looking tough. Balance of power is tipping further and further into Crabling's favor. Unfortunately, the timing and the engagement just wasn't quite as decisive this time for Bretonnia. Hjal just wasn't able to get in and cause this massive blob fight where he was able to get some super effective wind blasts off, but there's still a couple key targets that he could hit. He's got a great opportunity with this blob here for a wind blast, and could probably delete some of those guys, but he's just running out of forces right now. Infantry fight is just not looking good for him. A lot of the units are routing. His cavalry is just getting smacked by these Warp Lightning cannons that have not been shut down. 2 chevrons and 64 kills, 86 with another 2, 3 chevrons and 88. Absolutely crazy. Doing tons and tons of damage there. But yeah, it's looking rough. The Prophetess Lore of Beasts is in the engagement over here, surrounded by spears, and army losses is going to hit, and that is going to be it. That is going to be game over. So Hjal valiantly trying to come back after the last game, but Crabling coming in and rocking the steel chair, coming away with that W. All right. Yeah, exactly. The Cav just took a little too much damage. Oh, okay. So one of the problems that Hjal is saying he ran into was he didn't have any room in his army for the Manticore summons, which is something that a lot of people don't think about. If you have a 20 stack, you can't summon more units because your army's full. So he couldn't bring the Manticores in. Nothing was dying. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. So Crabling is going to be our champ here with his Warp Lightnings. The Skaven are going to take the W. The once laughed at Skaven are now coming away and carrying Crabling to victory in this tournament. So phenomenal games. Really, really well done. Great stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Soothsayer. It's good to see you. Yeah, that's what he was doing, trying to get rid of that peasant mob so that he could summon the Manticore. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Again, shout out to HeirofCarthage for allowing this to be hosted on his channel, for having me on. We'll be bringing some more of these in the future. And yeah, feel free to drop a comment on the stream. Let us know what you thought, what you'd like to see, what you didn't like to see. All constructive feedback, very, very appreciated. If there's a particular format you guys would be interested in doing, or if there's people who want to play, feel free to let us know. Join the Discords, check out the chats, check out all the players. There's tons of content creators out there. But yeah, we really appreciate you guys coming around. The community's phenomenal. And that's going to be it. That's all for me. Shout out to everyone who donated. Really appreciate it. And all the moderators. You guys did an awesome job today. We only had the one little hiccup here at the end. But yeah. That is going to be it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed. And have a good one.